When a distorted voice on the radio announces the alarm, the sounds of the siren reach this area as well. The announcer announces that Level 4 monsters, the Horde, have appeared at the Happy Grip Moon crossroads. The awakened second-level Spearmaster, Great Life and others are sent to deal with this. As soon as they see a person, the monsters quicken their pace, emitting threatening cries. Great Life freezes before these gigantic monsters, awaiting their next move. The bird-like creatures, preparing for the upcoming attack, take in more air into their lungs, and literally a couple of moments later, they emit deafening, piercing screams. Great Life notes that there are about 10 opponents, and his eardrums are about to burst. Therefore, he is not going to continue to hesitate any longer, rushing at monsters with the wish for a quick death. Finding himself in the air with his legendary spear, the man notices something already in flight. First, one of the birds turns around, and then, following its relative, all the others do so. Great Life wonders what has attracted the attention of the enemy, causing them to be distracted from the fight. And just like them, the hero notices a rapidly approaching clot of powerful energy. Pure magic blows off each of the 10 monsters' heads with one sure cut. And this action makes the man drop an involuntary question expressing his surprise. The girl arrived and began to praise the captain for destroying the Horde with one blow. But Great Life says it wasn't him, because he can't attack over an area like the Queen of Blades. Turning away from his comrade, the man pretends to look around, and then turns to her again. He asks if, besides them, they sent any other awakened ones. The girl has not heard of such a thing. The man reflects on the fact that he doesn't remember anyone in the country with such abilities, and the redhead is perplexed, because she noticed the magic stones, which, unlike the Horde, were untouched, although expensive. Now she too is wondering what is going on here, because what is happening is suspiciously strange. Greatlove knows that only awakened of the S level are capable of such clean cuts of heads. He approaches the girl to ask her to contact headquarters to call the body disposal team. The man no longer hears her consent when his attention is drawn to one object. He finds it strange that the restaurant has a name that is literally the same as the word itself. If the person who carved them had made a mistake, the bodies of the creatures could have fallen in this very place. The owner was lucky. Addressing the team, Great Life suggests leaving, as he wouldn't mind a quick drink right now. The birds, peacefully pecking at the paint peeling off the car's body, are distracted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Drying his still damp hair with a towel, the man ignores the birds he himself scared away. Having also wet his face, he throws away the now unnecessary rag and turns around the nearest corner. His footsteps echo loudly, spreading throughout the area as the man enters the seemingly abandoned building. Walking over to the still-working stove, the first thing he does is turn it on, causing characteristic sounds. And then he takes out the frying pan and waits for it to heat up to the desired temperature. While this is happening, the man takes the ingredients he will need for cooking from the shelves. Placing a tray with a decent-sized piece of meat on the countertop, the cook casts a critical eye over it. When the thought of the upcoming cooking comes into his head, the man chuckles thoughtfully. And then he asks rhetorically out loud, voicing the assumption that he took too much bird meat. Thinking that the monsters' bodies have already been collected, the man wants to try making jerky. A knock on the door is followed by a question as to whether Mr. Alexander Strong is here, the latter being our hero. The man introduces himself as a member of the Awakened Association and clarifies Alex's identity, which he confirms. The interlocutor reports that this zone was previously attacked by the Horde, although they were quickly dealt with. The man assumes that Alex was scared and says that he came to ask him about the losses, which he confirms. He says that although times are calmer now than before, such things still happen sometimes. The man continues, talking about how minimal the damage is, but pauses when a pleasant aroma reaches his nose. He shamelessly asks the owner of this place what this wonderful smell is. Alex is keeping quiet about the details, reminding that this place still continues to be a restaurant. His interlocutor asks if it is possible to have breakfast there if the place is already open. Hearing the words that he hasn't eaten yet, Alex allows himself to smile, responding positively to the request. Following the owner into the hall, the man is momentarily taken aback by the sight of him, and then speaks. He admires and notices that the interior of the place looks like something out of a TV series that was filmed before the gate came along. The man suddenly asks about the menu, but is told that there isn't one. The chef is cooking from the ingredients he has. The visitor clarifies, drawing a parallel with the dish of the day, and his interlocutor answers evasively, and then he decides to tell the truth, announcing that today's dish is Belto's steak. Hearing these words, the man is taken aback, mentally hoping that he misheard. Alex casually tells us that the day before, the Spearmaster dealt with the Horde and went off on business. And thanks to this, the chef managed to get hold of some fresh meat, which tasted simply amazing. The visitor, realizing how much the delicacy might cost, begins to worry about his finances. Meanwhile, Alex begins cutting up the already cleaned carcass into portioned steaks. He carries out each manipulation with precise gestures that reveal the hand of a professional. The man recalls that 30 years ago, when he woke up, he discovered something that greatly puzzled him. Alex was summoned to a two-dimensional world where dragons that could fly existed. Besides the winged monsters, there were other ferocious monsters inhabiting the area in this universe. And from that moment on, the young and inexperienced boy tried his best to survive. At a certain point in time, he gained power that surpassed even dragons. And then finally, Alex was able to defeat the so-called Demon King. Having done this, the boy even found a way by which he could return to Earth. But his hometown was no longer at all what he once knew it to be. The monsters that filled the land were the same as those in the other world Alex was summoned to. Although the guy was already tired of them, he now knew the characteristics and weaknesses of the creatures, having the opportunity to defeat them. But after observing humanity, Alex wondered whether he needed to intervene, because everything was different here. People could defend their world themselves. But here everything happened differently. And thinking that everything has changed during his absence, Alex also notes the readiness of the dish. This superb steak, made from Beltos, is seasoned with a Gabrielle milk sauce. A visitor to this place admits the idea that even just the sight of a dish can give one an aesthetic orgasm. At first he just wanted to satisfy his hunger. But now the man is curious about what Beltos tastes like. It leaves you speechless and begs the question of how a monster can taste so juicy. The man couldn't even imagine that the creatures that had been causing him problems all morning would give him an unforgettable experience. But he pulls himself up short, believing that now is not the best time to indulge in thoughts. Eating with pleasure, the man is now ready to pay any price for the unforgettable taste of this dish. And having finished his portion, he asks the boss if he can order another Beltos steak. Later, having finished the rest, the customer comments on the excellent taste and asks the owner how much he owes. Alex says that he doesn't charge his first client, and he can't believe it, because it was incredible. The man wants to pay because he thinks that he will now visit this place often. Alex doesn't say anything in response, but his lips curl into a condescending smile. And then he asks the guest to give him $10, and he readily pays this insignificant amount. Thanking the chef for the food, the man is about to leave, but suddenly remembers something. He asks Alex to take care of himself, because in times like these, it is very difficult for people without abilities. At the same time, the man leaves his business card to the restaurant owner, saying that it is still dangerous now. If any difficulties arise, Brainy Height asks that you contact him without fail. After words of gratitude, Alex begins to talk about times when it is difficult for ordinary people to survive. And then he falls silent, mentally wishing that this Mr. Official would live a long life. Approaching the remaining portion of steak, he cuts off a small piece and makes sure it is delicious. While a bird hoots somewhere outside, Alex thinks that today is another good day for business. And then he gets the urge to have a drink before going to bed. The man also entertains the idea of preparing a side dish from the Beltos eggs he had bought earlier. Just as Alex is starting to think about how best to do all this, the door swings open loudly. A young man appears on the threshold of the restaurant and announces that he has found it. The man turns his head towards the intruder calmly, but he still doesn't understand the context. And the red-haired man informs his still silent interlocutor that he has come to collect his property. A few hours earlier, Alex was strolling through the Happy Grit Moon traditional market. After the monsters appeared, livestock and fresh vegetables became their prey, so they became rare. Now there was plenty of meat and vegetables because they began to be grown artificially. But the monsters that were used by people during shortages remained popular ingredients. It is thanks to this that the market has expanded, and now traders are attracting customers with gourmet products. Alex's attention was then drawn to these eggs, and he asked about their origin. The seller replied with something unintelligible, and the man decided to resort to the help of the Eye of Recognition. This is an artifact of the Silver Dragon that has the ability to reveal the true nature of things. One of the eggs turned out to be a raptor egg, and the second belonged to a Beltos. Both of them were level 4. In this way, the owner of the artifact was able to find out whether he was being lied to or told the truth. If only they knew about it, Alex is sure it would only cause regret. At some point, the man's eye came across an egg about which there was no information, which was surprising. Then Alex asked the merchant to include him in his order, and he meekly agreed. The man recalls that when he was constantly on the battlefield, he had no time to eat. He thought then that delicious food was a luxury, but now it is precisely that which remains in his memory. This omelet looks like a regular one, but in fact it is made from Beltos eggs and Gabrielle milk. They say that food and its aroma help to remember places. Alex shared this with his comrades in arms. Now he thinks about how the combination of these ingredients creates an incredibly rich flavor. He also loves their unique airy texture, and together they taste delicious. Looking back, Alex wonders if sentimentality is a sign of old age. He turns his attention to the egg, which the Eye of Recognition failed to identify. As far as Alex knows, the dragon artifact is created from the power that was obtained during the birth of a dragon. The man gets the idea that this could be the dragon's egg itself, and this is impressive. At this point, Alex is just wondering what this ingredient tastes like. He turns a puzzled look to the guy who entered, and he is surprised that this is a restaurant. And at that very moment, the stranger begins to talk about the reason why he came to this place. Namely, that he is here to take back his property. While checking information about him, Alex fails to find out anything, which leads to certain thoughts. Without mincing words, the man asks the man standing opposite him whether he is a dragon. And while he is thinking about how amazing this is, the boy starts asking a question. Asking how he knows this, the redhead begins to envelop himself in his magic. Alex calmly asks him to calm down, and the dragon rushes the man with an answer. The man mentions the Eye of Recognition, and his interlocutor asks about something else. Alex thinks it will be easier for them to talk since the dragon knows about the eye, and the redhead is mentally amazed. The man says he's glad the owner came to pick up the egg himself, although he wouldn't mind the opposite. Noticing the knife, the dragon asks if this scale is a weapon. Alex explains the purpose of the item. The creature also asks about the smell of the board, and the interlocutor confirms that it is made of dragon bone. The boy mentally curses this man for using parts of his relatives in this way, and he, spewing flames from his body, orders the human insect to die. Exhaling heavily, Alex rhetorically asks if it's really that hard to clean up after yourself. And when the dragon throws a ball of energy at him, the man is convinced of his own rightness. Pulling the frying pan towards himself, Alex begins to speak so that his opponent can hear clearly. The man expresses his conviction that people like him have been lacking since ancient times. Pausing, Alex playfully deflects the energy ball with his formidable weapon. And while this little guy is trying to recover from his stupefaction, he finishes his sentence. Alex believes that dragons desperately need to be taught a lesson in good manners. After all, they never listen to the end of what you are trying to explain to them. In the past, the swordsman said that he was going to get straight to the point because he hated complicating things. He ordered the dragons to give him the artifacts voluntarily. Otherwise, he would take them by force, beating the creatures. The biggest of them voiced the general opinion that the man was crazy. The giant had already begun to voice what he was going to do with the little man. But he didn't know him, and his little son extended his paw towards the conversationalists, mentally asking his father not to get excited. 30 years ago, he saw Miro races, and that man could have easily defeated that dragon. Confirming his fears, the swordsman chuckled colorlessly, calling his opponent a trifle. And now this dragon, waking up, suddenly jumps up in place and gasps in bewilderment. And Alex invites him to chat, wanting to continue the conversation about putting things in order. The man says that if the dragon cleans up after itself, he will turn a blind eye to the dragon taking the egg. And if he doesn't listen, then their conversation can become quite cruel due to personal hostility. The boy makes his choice, and now he is wringing out excess water from the floor rag. Alex suggests that the redhead is not from this world, and he agrees, saying that he was born on the continent of Espan. The man is convinced of his assumptions that Espan and Earth are now connected. He says that when he was on Espana, his name was Miro Races, and then he gives his real name. The young dragon realizes that he was not mistaken, and Alex tells him to continue working. When the restaurant is finally clean, the man allows the redhead to take the egg and leave. But after a pause, he asks why Alex didn't return the artifact after killing the Demon King. Hearing the words that he was supposed to return it to some father, the man clarifies who it is. Having learned the name of the fire dragon, Alex remembers his offspring, who confirms that he is right. The man asks his interlocutor to come to him, promising not to hit him, but he doesn't believe him. Alex asks how old the dragon is, and he calculates that he is a little over 50. The man notices that he is a little older, as he will soon turn 60. The dragon asks if he is really an elf since he lives as long as they do. Alex considers himself a handsome man, and tries to persuade his interlocutor to do the same. But he tries not to give in. And then the man says that the best medicine for disobedient dragons would be a good spanking. Alex snorts at the dragon's reaction and says he finds it funny that it's wary of him. Rizhik asks if the man is going to kill him, but he says that he has never killed dragons. Alex admits that the artifact of his interlocutor's father was destroyed, so it will not be possible to return it. The man apologizes for this, but says that he doesn't remember what he took from the fire dragon. Noticing that they have something to talk about, Alex asks his interlocutor if he knows how to drink alcohol. The dragon, calling the man a fool, says that he does not intend to drink with a simple man. And yet, after a while, he merges, and after a long pause, begins to mumble. He tells Alex to be proud that he was the first person to drink with a dragon. The man asks if the redhead was the one who laid the face, but he is a male, and the egg is his sister's. Alex says he thought dragons were hermaphrodites, and his interlocutor talks about an opening rift. The man asks how long the ginger has been here, and is told that it has been about 6 months. Alex recalls that it was around then that he returned to Earth, and his interlocutor expresses surprise. He thought the man did it right after defeating the Demon King. But he had things to do. The dragon finds it interesting that Alex is hiding away after all this and running this useless restaurant. But he could quickly take over this world, and the redhead wonders if he doesn't want that. When asked why he needs this, Alex receives the answer that people have such a nature. They never want enough. They are greedy, and even killing the Demon King did not teach the human race anything. Alex agrees with this, but he is not interested in it. All these little things now only hinder him. The dragon says that he does not believe the words of people, and the man offers him to take care of his sister. Rizek agrees with this, asking if his little sister isn't cute. Unable to cope with the abundance of alcohol in his blood, the dragon gasps and passes out. Sometime later, Alex wakes up from strange sensations and sounds. With difficulty opening his heavy eyelids, the man does not fully realize what is in front of him. Turning his head slightly to the side, he sees a familiar silhouette blurring. The little dragon utters something unintelligible, and the redhead screams joyfully. He is happy that his little sister has hatched, and Alex is still trying to come to his senses. The man asks what the dragon is calling the newborn, and the dragon replies that he is thinking about a name. Alex thinks that you can come up with a name much faster. There is no need to think for so long. The dragon becomes irritated, asking the man not to treat his sister like an animal. Alex notices that this baby already has teeth, wondering if dragons are omnivores. The older brother never ceases to be touched, considering this little girl the cutest in the world. The man doesn't think before answering, because he also thinks the newborn dragon is pretty. Alex asks where the dragon will go with this baby now, and he looks puzzled, chuckling thoughtfully. Watching his older brother's torment with great interest, a thought occurred to the man. He smiles at her, speaking to the young dragon. Before leaving, he suggests that he stay in this place first to have a snack. A gloomy wind blew, and these demonic creatures moved with the wind and rain. When the wind blew, the heavy smell of blood came with it. So in the rain I remembered that battle, and along with it, especially clearly, the last drink drunk together and the smell of blood. And also the voice of the girl who begged Miro that he himself should survive. The rapid burger is spongy and tender, made from belly trout breast meat and tricolops meat. Alex asks if the brother and sister will go home now. The dragon confirms this and asks about the cost of food. The man, surprised, asks if the boy wasn't planning to spend the night here. He wants to parry, ready to defend himself, but Alex interrupts him, saying that he doesn't do such things. He thinks that this dragon must have felt lonely all this time in a strange world. And while the man thinks about the pride of these creatures, the red-haired one says that he is going to repay the owner. He says that he knows that this magic stone is also valuable in this world. Alex tries to hold back his laughter, and the dragon, flushing, asks why his interlocutor is laughing. The dragon babbles something, and the man comes to the conclusion that she is still hungry. Alex suspects that living with such a baby on Earth will be difficult even for a dragon. Remembering another world, the man mentally admits that he also misses it. He thinks that he will most likely never see this man alive again. And then Alex invites the dragons to stay with him for a few days, if, of course, he wants to. Red says he feels he can't take advantage of the man's hospitality all the time. And then Alex agrees to accept what is offered as payment for now. When something descends through the ventilation, counteracting the man's strength, the dragon cries out in shock. The goblin that appeared greets the king of the world, noting that he hasn't looked into his subspace for a long time. To the dragon's surprise, Alex introduces Kashim, who is in charge of the items in his subspace. The immortal goblin asks what brings the man to him, and he asks about his magic stones. Of the best, Alex has 5 stones of the highest quality and 120 high-quality magic stones. When the man asks for another one, the goblin calls him a grain of sand, like the one on the beach. Alex is about to let Kashima go, but suddenly remembers that he needs to pick up something. The dragon cannot come to terms with what he has learned, because he had not even imagined such a thing. With this, the goblin leaves, saying goodbye to the king of the world, but immediately pulls himself up short. And calling the owner the now ordinary Alexander Strong, the creature dissolves into thin air. As soon as this happens, the man says that he wants the dragon to help him with some work. Having placed the baby and left her inside, they go outside to implement their plan. And even when they do this, and there is almost an explosion outside, the newborn snores sweetly. Alex admonishes the dragon, saying that he needs to control the flames well. The man invites him to try again, and gives the order to begin the action. This is how he gets a dish called a taho, fried with dragon's breath. And with satisfaction, the man assumes that this should be enough. Pax asks about the rapier, suggesting it's not a regular one. Alex answers vaguely. And then he tries to remember what it was called, and the dragon, hearing the name, is amazed. A little later, he asks why spoil the treasure with such nonsense as cooking, Alex retorts. Oddly enough, Pax agrees that it is better to use an item than to store it aimlessly. And while these two are chatting among themselves, Alex is called out by a familiar male voice. Waving his hand, Brainy tells his interlocutor that he decided to drop in on him today while on patrol. Later, while the dishes are being washed after cooking, delighted sounds can be heard from the hall. Brainy praises the chef, saying that his food is just as amazing today as it was last time. The man believes that the owner hired staff, which is what he says, and his interlocutor supports him. Brainy tells Alex that a new dungeon has recently appeared, and that Awakened are being recruited. The restaurant owner responds neutrally to keep the conversation going, but he himself thinks about it. Alex mentally reasons that dungeons are where monsters appear. They are also gates that create rifts between dimensions to summon beings from other worlds. He then asks Brainy about the dungeon's difficulty level, and he replies that it's supposedly 5. The man adds that Mr. Greatlife's suite is being sent there from Hepagrimoon. Miss Hannah from Newville will be leading the team's nomination, and Alex is surprised by the choice. In addition to this, reserve teams are being formed, and today there were many people willing to join them. Brainy assumes that all these people have families to provide for. The man realizes that it is already late, and thanking the owner for the delicious food, leaves. Pax is delighted that his first fried atajo turned out well, and Alex agrees. Looking at the money left by the guest, the man considers buying more meat. He does just that, heading to the market soon, and the merchant there politely offers to cut up the carcass. Alex politely declines and hears the raid participants being asked to line up in a certain place. The man notices a man standing nearby who seems familiar to him. He remembers that this is the same second-level Awakened, Spearmaster, Great Life Suite. Dungeon clearing teams are called raid groups, and Alex compares them to computer game terminology. He also notes other similarities. For example, that tanks and healers are who knows, and there are too many damage dealers. And it is precisely one of the contenders for the last place who declares that he is confident in his strength. Alex recalls a recent client's comment that everyone probably has families. Thinking about it now, the man also mentally expresses his regrets. He considers Brainy a good person, wishing he would at least take care of himself a little more. Walking down the street with heavy steps, a man takes out his wallet right on the go. Without losing hope, he looks into it, knowing full well that the object is empty. This sticky, unpleasant feeling even makes a man stop. It is so great. And Alex, while he sighs, returns to his restaurant, placing the bag of meat on a hard surface. And then he calls Pax, but he doesn't answer, which makes him think that the guy has gone somewhere. An apologetic, unfamiliar male voice is heard from behind, causing the interlocutor to turn around. This stranger politely asks the restaurant owner if they are currently open. A little later, when Alex starts serving the man, he politely thanks him. And then he asks if they serve noodles, to which he receives a positive answer and a request to wait. Alex finds the request unusual, thinking about how noodles have changed over the past 30 years. The man meanwhile asks about the price, and the chef says it is $2. The stranger is amazed, because it's very cheap, and asks to prepare 5 servings for him at once. Alex is puzzled, asking if he will eat that much, and his interlocutor confirms his words. Hearing the words that noodles are vital to him, the chef decides to use the Eye of Recognition. Studying his guest status window, Alex remembers that he used to know the Food Lord. It was the ability of one of his comrades, who became stronger as he ate more food. Significant results can be achieved by eating high-level monsters. But this ability is very weak at the beginning, because it is difficult to show strength until you grow up. Such a person is always hungry, although after reaching a certain level this is not very noticeable. But Alex is sure that the one he remembered has not yet reached such a level. An extra-large serving of noodles with fried meat, atajo, is prepared with the appropriate ingredients. The customer expresses admiration for the dish, and the chef surprisingly says that it is on the house. Alex thinks that good people always have it hard. They always die first in chaos. Saying that their restaurant takes good care of its guests, the owner asks the man to come again. Thanking his interlocutor with all his heart, the man takes the first bite of his dish. As the incredible sensation spreads across his tongue, he involuntarily moans with pleasure. The man admits that he doesn't understand how this meat can be so aromatic and tasty. And while Alex is noting the man's good taste, he decides to try the noodles. The dish turns out to be so delicious that the man drinks the leftovers straight from the bowl. Looking at the bowl, in which not a single crumb remained, he says that the noodles turned out to be very tasty. The man thanks the chef for the incredible dish, and then replies that he is glad that his guest liked it. He repeats the words about taste again, and then catches himself, remembering that he needs to pay. While looking for money, the man accidentally opens a box containing a tie, crying out in frustration. Apologizing for the state of the bills, he once again thanks the owner for the wonderful food. Having already left the establishment, the man turns around and promises to definitely come back there again. Alex wondered why, unlike the rest of his clothes, the tie was new. The man comes to the conclusion that this person needs to impress someone. He didn't know then that, having soon forgotten about the random client, he would later see him again. A sound coming from ahead and slightly above makes the man tear himself away from looking at the box with the tie. And looking at these gates, he understands that they are out of control. Sometime later, the portal located inside them attracts crowds of onlookers with its glow. Security guards posted along the perimeter warn people that it is dangerous to go beyond the barricade. Introducing himself as the Awakened, the man asks if there is anything he can do to help them. The words about him being of the Food Lord class do not impress the interlocutor, and in response he begins to show off. As the volunteer is being told to evacuate to a safe place, he notices a familiar face. This girl turns out to be the man's daughter. Her name is Isabella. Not noticing anyone around, he rushes to his daughter, incessantly shouting her name. The man asks what she is doing here, since she should be at school now. Isabella replies that the school sent students here due to the number of wounded. But the girl is fine. When she says that her father is worried, she reproaches him for doing nothing but eating. The girl came here because he said they needed money, so she asks the man not to interfere. Noticing the fallen box, Isabella guesses what is in it and is surprised. She notices that her father doesn't even have a suit, just this wretched tie. Meanwhile, the first returned Awakened appears from the portal. While he is muttering something unintelligible to his deputy, the rest of the team appears. The girl announces the completion of the dungeon's conquest and thanks everyone for their work. Doctors are asked to group together to provide emergency care to the wounded. While his daughter does her bit, the man stands aside, watching everything, regretting his own worthlessness. A class is one of the types of abilities that Awakened possess. There are 5 stages in total until reaching master level in a place called Code School. Having mastered the innate first class, the Awakened one can choose the second, depending on the environment with the will. Dual class holders receive level 1 or higher purification from the Awakened Association. For ordinary people, this is difficult, especially for those whose ability is rather useless. To maintain peace of mind, it is best to immediately take up an activity that is appropriate for the class. Alex himself, in his last battle, was able to reach the 6th grade. After this, there were no notifications about another class upgrade, which may indicate that the limit was reached. Rushing to Alex, Pax addresses him as Miro, but the dragon is immediately corrected. He quickly agrees and announces that Orange has shed her skin and begun to speak. Alex hears that this is what his caring older brother decided to name his little sister, and he asks the dragon to speak. She actually does this, although instead of calling her brother, she says she calls her father. Alex admires this, and the little dragon continues to babble a single word incessantly. The man is puzzled, thinking about the sound of the name. He is not sure that it suits the dragon. Pax justifies himself by saying that the baby often makes the sound of apple apple, and that she was born into this world. Orange continues to babble, and the flattered brother can't stop bragging about it. Remembering that dragons are born with a class, Alex becomes curious about what the baby has, and just as he manages to hear that he will have to wait for this, the man is called. A man he already knows asks if the chef can make 5 servings of noodles for him, and as they sit at the table, Pax tries to understand why he should wash the dishes. After a long silence, the man tells Alex about what happened today. He wanted to help his daughter, but he couldn't because he is a 7th level Awakened. Meanwhile, Isabella has awakened her talent at such a young age, and has already reached the 3rd level. There will be an important event at his daughter's school. But the man could only earn enough money for a tie. But even to buy this thing, the man had to save up for a very long time. He believes that he should not show up at the event, since he is not able to provide for his child. Laughing bitterly, the man ruefully notes that even in such a situation he thinks about food. However, he needs to eat in order to be able to earn at least these crumbs. Alex has an idea and heads to the kitchen, turning to Pax. He asks if it is possible to cut a small piece off the dragon. The red-haired one does not appreciate such a joke. Saying he's joking, Alex notices the skin left over from Orange Paw's molt. Pax feels uneasy at the way the man looks at his sister's skin. The dragon says he intended to carefully collect the skin and keep it as a souvenir. Extra large portions of Idaho noodles are prepared like regular noodles, only with the addition of dragon skin. Alex serves the dish at the house, saying that they still have a lot of meat left. Pax gets killed even when a man takes on extra-large noodles, and the latter, during the meal, pauses to thank the hospitable host through tears. Leaving the same crumpled bills as last time, the man thanks Alex again at the end. He was grateful to him for the man listening to his complaints, but it wasn't difficult for him at all. As his unhappy father trudges away, Alex struggles with cognitive dissonance. Eventually, he turns to his client and begins to tell him that life is full of difficulties. But even so, for those who try daily, good times will come sooner or later. Alex asks the man to try to survive tomorrow, but he and his restaurant are not going anywhere. Hearing these words, the interlocutor replies that he will definitely return to this place again. When asked by Pax, Alex replies that eating the dragon's shed skin should have helped a lot. Red asks why try so hard to help someone you barely know. The man hesitates for a while, wondering whether to speak or not, but eventually makes up his mind. Alex says he did it because his father once had the same depressed expression on his face. Without thinking, Pax is surprised that the man also had a father, for which he ultimately gets it. He returns home as usual, late, trying to make as little noise as possible. The man does this so as not to wake up his daughter, who is tired after an equally difficult day. Noticing a box on the table, he is amazed that his daughter took the tie, and she makes a noise. While talking in her sleep, Isabella addresses her father, expressing her regret. Carefully stroking his daughter so as not to disturb her, the man says that it is he who should apologize. At least because they cannot live like others, and because they are ashamed of such a father in front of their friends. The man finishes his thought by saying that despite all this, he will always love her. When the last free place is announced, he hurries, shouting that he wants to participate. While the man is trying to catch his breath, he is asked to show his awakened registration card. The registrant specifies the name of the candidate, and he is called Tiger Gold. It turns out that this man is known for having been eliminated in that very dungeon last time. The registrant asks Tiger to approach the matter with full responsibility this time, and he agrees. And, announcing the end of recruitment, the man asks everyone to gather. They will now be moving out. Alex walks to his restaurant along his usual route, humming a simple melody under his breath. The passing vehicle attracts the man's attention, forcing him to follow it with his eyes. And upon closer inspection, the restaurant owner realizes that he knows who owns it. The man watches the bus intently, plunging deeper into his thoughts. Meanwhile, a crowd is gathering again at the raging portal. Great Life asks to be informed of the current situation and finds out that the gate has closed. According to the latest data, only the Magic Stone Collection Squad, recruited at dawn, entered inside. And while Isabella calls in vain for her father, what she hears leaves her in shock. Judging by the spreading miasma, it can be assumed that a hidden boss has appeared inside. When a man takes a step forward, they turn to the entire group, asking them not to scatter. Its members are also asked to cover each other during battles with monsters. Hearing a sharp sound behind him, followed by a roar, Tiger turns around. Gasping in surprise, he still manages to land a sure blow on the lizard rushing at him. The man breathes a sigh of relief, amazed at how much energy he has today. Meanwhile, a puzzled female voice is heard nearby. Its owner cannot understand how a rift could have appeared inside the dungeon. A powerful jolt causes the earth to shake, repeating itself a few seconds later. As the creature approaches, the vibrations become more distinct, and their cause soon becomes apparent. When the dinosaur lets out a loud roar, someone points out that it is a hidden boss. Hearing these words and seeing this colossus with his own eyes, Tiger freezes in his tracks. Hidden bosses usually appear when an additional dimensional rift opens in the dungeon. This happens extremely rarely, but when it does happen, the cleanup team usually dies. While fleeing from the Tyrannosaurus, one of the squad urges the others on, urging them to speed up. Tiger is about to follow suit, but his gaze catches something surprising. In a hole in the body of the defeated dinosaur, the man notices several magic stones. They look like they are level 8, costing the equivalent of a worker's weekly salary. As he rushes to get the mineral, one of the team members asks if Tiger has gone crazy. He doesn't respond to warnings, thinking that he just needs to take the find. And at that very moment, the T-Rex appears very close in one precise jump, roaring loudly. And although the monster does not strike with full force, Tiger notes that he has never experienced such pain. A thought flashes through my head, an understanding of what Isabella meant when she called her father pathetic. Remembering that conversation with his daughter, he thinks that even at the end a stupid death awaits him. Pictures from the past begin to flash before my eyes in reverse chronological order. Here is his sweet and already grown-up daughter entering high school. But she just recently started school and is going to participate in her first competition. Here little Isabella cries at her mother's funeral, not ready to accept such a cruel reality. Well, here the young father holds his recently born baby girl in his arms for the first time. The words I recently heard spoken by Isabella in her sleep pierce my head like needles. And Tiger, overcoming the pain, rises, thinking that he cannot die this way. He rushes towards the T-Rex, continuing to encourage himself with words that he will not leave his daughter alone. And eventually Tiger begins to believe that he really can't die in this place. The dinosaur's rapid approach fails to shake his faith, and the man continues to motivate himself. When Tiger assumes a defensive stance, he spreads his legs wider to gain more stability. And he literally screams out loud that he cannot die in this place. Trying not to even entertain the thought of a possible loss, Tiger strikes his first blow. What is happening seems unreal to him, because the man guesses what it is. But others know for sure, and are confused by the fact that Tiger has raised his level. The man himself, first of all, cannot believe that he stopped the hidden boss. What's strange for Tiger is that when he collides with the T-Rex, his fist doesn't hurt, and he doesn't feel hungry. The hidden boss doesn't like the fact that some little man was able to fight back against him. With a thunderous cry, the monster rushes at its victim, but the latter again manages to put up a successful block. The resistance is so strong that the ground beneath Tiger's feet begins to give way, but he still holds on, stoically withstanding the onslaught of the gigantic creature. The man mentally acknowledges this fact, and expresses confidence that he will continue to hold on. A spearman lands near the group observing the confrontation. He asks if they are okay, implying that the hidden boss is extremely dangerous. Great Life is shocked to see a man single-handedly holding off a level 2 T-Rex. Hannah is just as surprised as her partner, but what's happening is obvious, and he calls Tiger amazing. Continuing to observe the confrontation, the spearman announces his intention to take the man's business card. While checking Tiger's status window, Great Life begins to mentally discuss the Food Lord's ability. Because it allows you to reflect enemy attacks, this class is often confused with the role of a damage dealer. According to the Awakened ranking system, he is capable of handling at least the 3rd level. Great Life reports that, if everything has been resolved successfully, it is time for him to return too. Yawning sweetly, Orange, who had risen, sank back down into a sitting position. The radio broadcasts breaking news about the 3rd Squad's victory over the hidden boss of the Happy Grit Moon dungeon. And it is said that the most outstanding participant of this event was Tiger Gold, a 7th level awakened being. Picking up Orange, Alex turns to her, asking if she's been listening to the news. The man involuntarily notes that this baby has already become a little heavier, and she begins to babble. She calls Alex dad, but he says he is not her dad. Orange calms down only when the man gives in, and the next news is broadcast on the radio. Due to a recent spate of petty thefts, many traders in the Happy Gritman area are experiencing difficulties. The suspect was identified as having an obsession with shiny objects and food. The man thinks about this description because it reminds him of someone. Babbling something in her baby language, Orange turns to Alex, who asks about the water. He's about to drink it just as Pax yells at him not to. Alex asks why his interlocutor has been grumbling since early morning, to which he replies about bacteria in the water. Pax says that his sister learned from a book today about wells, about the place where water comes from. Alex agrees with this and hears that for the little girl, the toilet and the well now look the same. Brainy compliments the chef, saying that this pickled radish is really delicious. The official asks Alex whether he prepared this dish recently. The chef says he recently sourced good ingredients from the Newville area. A voice greets the restaurant owner behind them, and both men turn to look at the newcomer. While Alex is greeting his new guests, one of them announces that he is with company today. The man introduces the spearman, calling him Captain Great Life Sweet. And the latter, greeting the owner of this place, says that he has heard a lot about him. Realizing who is in front of him, Brainy greets the spearmaster, who, at first surprised, also recognizes the official. Greatlow thinks the day would have been pleasant if it weren't for the unification meeting. The interviewer laughs. Finally, the man recognizes the Lord of Food, expressing delight at this meeting. He immediately turns to Alex, introducing Tiger to him, and starting to praise him, retelling rumors. Having stopped being embarrassed, the man finds the strength to thank the owner of this place for his contribution. But he says that it is not his merit, but he was waiting for the dear client to come to the restaurant again. Alex asks if he would like noodles today as well, to which he receives an affirmative answer. Great Life says that he also wants noodles and asks for the same to be served to him. The order is accepted. As soon as Alex brings the dish and announces that it is ready, Tiger gets down to business without any fuss. Great Life calls the Overlord amazing, as it's the first time he's seen so much eaten at once. In response to this, the man can only laugh embarrassedly, because previously this was considered his shortcoming. Great Life reminds him of the school event, but Tiger says he feels awkward leaving first. The spearman considers this normal, because it is best to enjoy your personal life after work. Alex mentally notes that these two have a pretty good relationship. After some time, he begins to be puzzled by the silence that has been going on for too long. Returning to the hall to check the situation, Alex notices that his guest is snoring peacefully. It looks like this guy is so tired that the place and position he sleeps don't matter. The man, cursing and calling the man he grabbed by the chest a bastard, asks if he has gone crazy. Great Life is furious that this madman disturbed the mystical creature. The predator's huge eye slowly, as if playfully, turns to assess the situation. And then the creature bursts into a piercing roar that makes your ears pop. Still half asleep, the man moans as he opens his eyes and realizes that he had just been sleeping. Jumping up, he apologizes for this liberty, at the same time noting that it is already very late. Alex assures him that everything is fine and asks if the spearman would like a snack. Refusing, he thanks the owner, and is interrupted by a voice from the radio about the current difficulties of traders. Great Life asks for a glass of something strong, and Alex offers a choice of vodka or beer. The client chooses vodka and snacks at the discretion of the host himself, who thinks about this. Alex remembers that he just cooked something and asks Great Life's opinion on the fish. When his interlocutor asks him for clarification, the man replies that he just recently bought some fresh fish. The age of monsters arrived on land after they passed through subspace, just like in the seas. Fish that could be found 30 years ago are now rarely seen. So instead, people started catching monsters with a similar taste, and that's German fish. Its taste is somewhat reminiscent of white-fleshed fish like sea bass or flounder. Alex used to be skeptical about fresh fish, but he somehow got a taste for it and now loves it very much. When serving the sliced meat, the man also asks not to forget the bamboo stalks. Great Life is amazed when he looks at the delicious piece, saying that he hasn't eaten fresh fish for a long time. Wishing himself a bon appetit, he immediately takes a sample of the long-awaited dish. When combined with bamboo, this soft and tender fish creates an incredible flavor. The man is already anticipating how perfect it will be if he washes it all down with a glass of vodka. His expectations are met, and the spearman makes a satisfied sound, praising his meal. He admits that he was finally able to feel completely relaxed, which is what he is asked about again. Great Life confirms his words, saying that after an urgent matter, he asked his superiors for a 2-day vacation. This happened for the first time in 2 years, and before that, he and his team had been destroying monsters all these days. Great Life admits that he was mentally exhausted because there is no end to these monsters. He talks about his weapon, saying that these are the ones given to awakened ones starting from the 2nd level. The spearman was proud of himself until he graduated from the code school with honors. As soon as he stepped out into the real world, all his vaunted pride crumbled to dust. The man shares that 10 years have passed since he was transferred to Happy Grit Moon. Alex thinks that sooner or later, everyone realizes that the possibilities are not as limitless as they seemed. He believes that on such days there is nothing better than to smile and have a drink. Alex reminds Great Life that he is one of the 5 protectors of Happy Grit Moon. The spearman agrees that the lives, hopes, and futures of many people rest on his shoulders. When he says it gets unbearable sometimes, Alex asks for specific examples. Great Life confirms that such people exist, but is hesitant to name them yet. After a rather long pause, he asks his interlocutor if he knows anything about the 9-tailed fox. The spearman begins his story by saying that it was a very rainy day. Great Life couldn't even imagine a weirdo who would mess with a sleeping 9-tailed fox. He rhetorically asked his partner what the 2nd level could possibly have in mind, to which she answered exhaustively. Beings with exceptionally high intelligence like these foxes are usually called spiritual beings. They are usually not hostile to humans, and the exact reason for this is still unknown. As a rule, spirituals hide, living in places that no one knows about. But that gentleman was the first to touch these hitherto unstudied creatures. Then Great Life couldn't control himself, grabbing the man by the shoulders and asking what he was doing. He didn't answer, but he would never forget the look with which the man standing opposite looked at the spearman. Great Life was about to get what he wanted, but his assistant stopped her captain. Hearing a piercing howl, the girl stated that it belonged to a 9-tailed fox. The captain immediately gave the order for everyone to line up, because this fox was out of rank. Having urged everyone to follow him, Great Life himself began to move forward. Then he announced publicly that he was taking over the leadership. Each of the creature's 9 tail tips began to curl, and energy appeared near them. Having condensed, it transformed into a ball and scattered in 9 directions. Reflected in the mirrored surfaces, the creature's outlines blurred, reminiscent of something divine. Ready to fight before, everyone limply lowered their weapons, staring with fascinated eyes at the burning balls. Great Life shouted at them not to look at the deceptive flame, as it could cause hallucinations. The assistant, who was behind her captain, notified him that the fox was approaching. Having created a protective barrier, the girl began to provide support to her team. She uttered some spells, the words of which Great Life could not make out. But he saw how the next moment, each of the enemy's projectiles that created the illusion was blocked. It was all because of a fragile girl who fearlessly held out her hand, commanding her spell. Realizing that her limit was near, she turned to the captain, which was a signal for action. There was no need to repeat, and Great Life took off, starting to move lightning fast across the shields. This continued until he found himself right in front of the creator of illusions. Having shouted that he had had enough, the The spearman ordered the creature to go away. The fox refused to give up, stubbornly continuing to fight to the death. But she lost, because human will and power proved stronger. Just before the fox fell, Great Life thought he saw tears in her eyes. The man was taken aback by this, his hand trembled, and doubt settled in his soul. Only meaningless, because nothing could be changed. Only flesh remained from the great being. Looking at the bottom of his glass thoughtfully, Great Life says that the raid lasted all night. When it was all over, among the heartbreaking screams, there was something else that stood out from the picture of what was happening. It was a cry of unknown origin, but similar to the cry of a human child. Seeing this cub, Great Life was even more taken aback, and everything in his head fell into place. The eagle that the gentleman released was hunting the dead fox's cub. It was a natural instinct. This act was a mistake, although the man was an outstanding person from the code school. This story is an example of how even such people make mistakes, but for them, they are unacceptable. Alex clarifies his words about there being a cub there, and his interlocutor confirms them. Unfortunately, he had to be disposed of. Great Life itself could do nothing about it. Alex says he thinks it's the right choice, but his interlocutor is still not sure. Great Life laughs nervously, suggesting he's forgotten how alcohol can loosen the tongue. Saying that it was time for him to go, the man asked him to pay, and also to wrap up a portion of fresh fish to take home. Alex is not at all against this, and even more, he is happy to serve such an interesting interlocutor. Even on her way home, Great Life can't get this memory out of her head. Flashes of memories keep flashing before my eyes, and my own words keep ringing in my ears. He was then furious, asking why the hell the second tier would even touch a spiritual being with a cub. The man apologized and said it was a mistake, but Great Life didn't care at the time. He recalls talking about the potential deaths of innocent people back then, especially if it happened in the city center or in a residential area. Alex also ponders this story, remembering that he saw a similar view on the continent of Espan. Although the foxes were friendly to humans, he hunted their brother twice. Although both of these times later caused Alex to regret it, and now he completely understands that such memories remain forever. Stopping and squatting, the man opens the package. As he reaches out to get what he wants, he suddenly stops. Slowly raising her head, Great Life's eyes widen, staring forward in disbelief. The thing is that right in front of him, illuminating with their spiritual light, painfully familiar lights are burning. They slowly approach the spearman, and then a small paw appears from the darkness. The fox cub, who has only grown 3 tails so far, cautiously approaches the man. Great Life recalls that back then he couldn't kill the baby who had never seen life. He simply couldn't raise his hand against this defenseless creature. While the baby sniffs the fish with disbelief, the man suggests that the reason for the weakness is in the desperate eyes. With a heavy sigh, Great Life calls himself an unfit caregiver. The man asks the child how many magic stones were needed for the 3 tails. Noticing movement, the fox cub grabs as much food as it can before running away. He doesn't succeed, but the man, bringing the creature to his face, looks closely into its eyes. The fox cub begins to growl, extending his fangs and raising his tails, pointing them at the enemy. Great Life easily dodges, although the incident still leaves a bad taste in her mouth. The man asks the fox to leave this place for a deserted place, because the association will soon take action. Although the creature jumps back, freeing itself from the grip, it remains in place. The man winces in pain at what he is about to have to do when the fox calls him. He calls upon magic to help him, enveloping himself in a terrifying aura that repels animals. The baby does indeed run away, and Great Life confirms that this is the way it should be. The spearman calls this action correct, but internally he experiences conflicting emotions. The fox cub flies like lightning, alternating fast runs with nimble jumps. Suddenly he stops, because something interests the curious animal. Orange was stuck to the window near which he stopped, and she was calling out to the interesting creature. When the fox cub is nearby, the dragon begins to babble, attracting attention. Meanwhile, the red-haired one decides to touch the previously unseen creature with his soft paw. For Orange, gentleness is synonymous with harmlessness, and both concepts apply to friends. The dragon begins to make delighted sounds, which frighten the fox cub. The last one tries to hide, but it's too late, because Alex noticed him. Now the man is finally convinced who the thief was. He immediately felt the energy of the 9-tailed fox and now asks if she will eat. The man notices that the creature has already eaten and opens a portal to his dimension. Greeting his master, Kashim asks what business he has with him this time. While the goblin notices that this fox is just a baby, Alex asks him to take out the magic stone. The object instantly appears in Kashim's hands, and he hands it to its owner. The man says that the first-level magic stone is very useful for growth. The fox cub immediately chews the object, swallowing it piece by piece at the same time. Once the last one is finished, the creature freezes, enjoying the feeling of its progress. Now Alex tells the baby to continue his adventure, letting him go. Making a sound that imitates a human farewell, Orange sees off her new friend. Sometime later, the fox cub looks towards his former habitat with sadness in his eyes. He remembers his guardian, thinking that he could not wish him harm in all seriousness. The fox cub becomes sad that they might never see each other again. The spearman thinks that now the city nights are not the same as before, not as colorful. He thinks that in this place the flame of the nine-tailed fox is especially bright and noticeable. Mentally addressing the baby, the man asks him not to return, wishing him peace and happiness. The awakened association of this city is located in an area called Dragon Mountain. It consists of 5 second-tier awakened who are designated as guardians, such as the Ice Witch. The other 4 are the Spearmaster, the Gentleman, the Queen of Blades, and the Mage. Sending 3 first-level awakened on a special mission was also the association's business. The director of this organization is a man named Trugum Outstanding. Right now, he turns to Hannah and says that he is hot, and she responds immediately. Reminding him that it is summer, she asks if she should make some ice for the director. Trugum says he thinks summer should be fun, and he reminisces about a few things. He asks his interlocutor whether Mandreke has disappeared, and hears a positive answer. This underground monster, when threatened, releases a poison that requires a special antidote. When this monster is dug up, it emits a deafening roar that can cause death. Hannah reports that there were 13 mandrakes in total, and every single one of them disappeared. The man laughs, asking if she really ran away on her own 2 feet, and his interlocutor makes a guess. Trugum invites Hannah inside, informing her that he will call Gabrielle for a talk. The girl asks if this is the cat from the shadows, Gabrielle Plum, and her interlocutor confirms this. Babbling something slowly, Orange stretches sweetly and goes off to look for her older brother. She doesn't find him, but instead of Pax, the little girl manages to find the owner of the restaurant. He tosses and turns in his sleep but doesn't say a word, and Orange notices this. She puts her paw on the man's head and begins to calm him down, calling him Daddy. As soon as the dragon succeeds, she begins to happily pronounce her favorite sounds. But then her tummy makes a hungry rumble, and Orange stops, puzzled. Speaking of food, she immediately goes to the kitchen and moves a chair towards the refrigerator with an unpleasant scraping sound. Having done this, Orange jumps onto the chair, not without difficulty, but stubbornly, and opens the heavy door. Inside, the little girl finds a strange plant that attracts her attention with its appearance. While Orange is trying to draw a parallel, the mandrake comes to life, starting to shake with a small tremor. Taking a deep breath, the plant monster prepares to strike the curious creature. It doesn't work, because Orange, unfortunately for the mandrake, comes to the conclusion that it is food. The baby makes a noise of displeasure. She doesn't really like the taste, but she's too hungry. A little later, the restaurant owner and the dragon's brother hover over her, calling for attention. Having eaten her fill, the baby sleeps too soundly, and Alex finds it necessary to scold her later. The man asks Pax where he has been, and he replies that he is researching spatial rifts. And although he didn't learn anything, he saw a bunch of monsters that are found on the continent of Espan. Alex is interested in this information and thoughtfully repeats the words after the dragon. The man asks if Pax is a monster, and he is indignant, saying that dragons are a great race. Alex thinks about the possibility of a dragon, or even something larger passing through the spatial rift. He asks Pax to let him know if he notices anything strange during his research. The dragon asks Alex if he can't control the ruptures, to which he receives a negative answer. Pax then doesn't understand how the man managed to return to this world, and he suggests postponing the long story. Although the dragon doesn't want to, he agrees, and Alex says that it's time for him to go to the market. After all, in the summer his head is occupied only with these thoughts. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Newville, an energy dome was erected. While conducting her investigation, Hannah says she was unable to find any traces. This is strange for her, because the Ice Witch was asked to come to this place specifically for this. Something flashes past several times, and the girl who notices it becomes wary. Just in case, she begins to prepare a spell that can be used to attack the enemy. Confidence vanishes when something touches Hannah's face, as the enemy managed to get close unnoticed. The Ice Witch looks up as Shadowcat grins with interest. With audible curiosity in her voice, the brunette states the fact of who Hannah is. Gabrielle says she checked the entire perimeter, but doesn't understand anything. Hannah greets her interlocutor formally, to which the latter asks her to drop this polite tone. The blonde is about to give her codename, but Gabrielle interrupts her, asking about her experience. That one is 10 years old, which also makes the woman curious. Hannah is amazed at how Gabrielle managed to pass through the barrier without leaving any traces. Noting that she is meeting her for the first time, the woman expresses joy at their acquaintance and introduces herself. The Ice Witch gives her real name in response, saying that she is pleased to meet Cat in person. The latter asks the girl about the situation, and she tells him about the disappearance of 13 mandrakes. Gabrielle asks who set up the barrier, and Hannah names a level 4 awakened. The woman considers him superior, because this man left no trace after installing the barrier. Gabrielle asks about the location of the largest group of mercenaries. Her interlocutor answers. The woman suggests getting a bite to eat and heading to this place, and then says that she hasn't seen Greatloaf for a long time. Gabrielle wants to beg him for a treat, and the spearman's instincts are triggered. The dragon, carefully kissing his little sister on her soft cheek, can't resist. Choking with emotion, the guy starts talking about how cutie Orange is. Asking who she takes after for being so pretty, Pax concludes that it's her daddy. Noticing movement from the side, the guy flushes with shame, turning sharply to Alex. He asks the man how long he has been standing there and learns that he has been there since the very beginning. Alex says he doesn't think there's anything shameful about loving younger people, to which Pax clears his throat. The man asks him to pour water into a large pot, and the dragon asks what he has in his hands. Naming the watermelon, Alex asks if there really isn't one like that on Espana, and learns that it is indeed so. Lifting the chicken carcass by the leg with disgust, Pax asks where this thing came from. Calling her a chicken, Alex says he bought her for a pretty penny. Pax says he knows about the chickens, and the man remembers that they live on Espana. Noticing a mandrake in the hands of his interlocutor, the dragon asks in amazement where he got it from. Alex says he saw the plant while walking and decided to take it for himself. Pax is amazed. The man thinks that mandrake contains a lot of negative energy, which cools the body. Moreover, it has a crispy texture and taste, which goes well with both cold and hot dishes. Pax asks Alex what he put in the chicken, and hears that it was rice, garlic, mandrake, and green onions. The man says that now we just have to wait a little while and the dish will be ready. A group of people enters the room, one of whom greets the owner, while the other is amazed. Gabrielle doesn't remember there being a restaurant here before and notes the smell inside. Alex asks the dear guests to pass, and, nudging Pax with his elbow, coaxes a belated greeting out of him. Greatlife is surprised that the redhead is an employee, and the owner says that this guy is his nephew. Changing the subject, Alex announces that he just made stuffed chicken. Spearman admires, sharing that he hasn't eaten chicken for a long time. Gabrielle says that he won't. She explains that she is a vegetarian, and the chef is thinking about it. Soon, stuffed chicken with mandrake appears on the table in front of the guests. Greatlife lets out a delighted cry and Hannah asks for some salt. After carefully examining the piece, the girl takes a small bite out of it. She likes the taste, and her neighbor says that this dish is the best of all he has tried. Gabrielle finds it appetizing, and Alex recalls the words about her being a vegetarian. The woman asks if they have any vegetable dishes and receives a negative answer. But Alex says he has a watermelon, and Gabrielle is delighted with the idea. There are many ways to enjoy watermelon, including slicing, freezing, and blending. Today, Alex decided to try something different, extracting the pulp and cutting it into small pieces. After this, the man adds strawberries and kiwi to the watermelon, also cut into slices. Following these ingredients comes the next one, which is ice cubes. And finally, the man pours it all down with a drink, preferring cider. Seeing the resulting dish, Hannah assumes it is punch, and Gabrielle finds it refreshing. Licking her lips in anticipation, the ice witch adds her favorite ingredient to her portion. Alex notices that she is awakened, and Greatlife reveals the girl's code name. Hiccuping, Hannah says she doesn't like the nickname, or any of those fancy words before names. Every year, Code School hosts an event called Battle Royale. Hannah then gave in to the provocation and froze everything, earning herself a real nickname. Alex is trying to understand why such incredible people and even more constantly come to him. This woman exudes quite a powerful energy, and she is also a beauty. The last time Alex saw such an attractive appearance was on Espana. To the sound of dishes being washed, Pax addresses the man, talking about that girl. The dragon guy finds her pretty, and Alex agrees with his interlocutor. Pax considers her too beautiful to be human, a comparison the man finds appealing. When examining the woman's status window, Alex says that she belongs to the elven race. Asking how the man knows this, Pax is convinced that he is not human. The dragon wonders if the elf recognized them, but Alex denies this possibility due to her immunity to magic. This means that monsters are not the only ones who can pass through spatial rifts. Alex believes that there are other species that have adapted to life on Earth or are hiding their essence. This gives rise to certain thoughts, and first the man turns to Pax, who flinches in surprise. Alex suggests the dragon do something interesting, and the dragon asks how he can help. The man asks the boy to take a spoon, informing him that they will now be making watermelon vodka. Elsewhere, Hannah sighs in disappointment, considering their activity a waste of time. Spearman, calling Gabrielle Granny, suggests that the mandrake has a new trick with disappearing. In support of his theory, The man notes that there were no witnesses or victims at the time of the disappearance. Hannah suggests that the answer lies in an unexpected direction, since Gabrielle herself hasn't found anything. Great Life, however, gently counters, suggesting that someone could have simply eaten the Mandreke. When he suggests that they should leave, Gabrielle mentally finds it all a little suspicious. It's obvious to her that something strange is going on in this city, because they only have circumstantial evidence. The woman recalls out loud that they even went to the temple's mercenaries, but did not receive any information for the investigation. They learned only the shocking news that the temple's leader, Greatclin Holy, was resigning. Lighting a cigarette, he looks up at the sky and notes how abundantly it is strewn with stars. Under this sky, which is almost no different from what he saw at home, the landscapes are constantly changing. But instead of trees, buildings have grown here, and roads give way to meadows beneath his feet. This land, once filled with the scent of flowers, is now filled only with the bloody smell of monsters. Thinking that he is now exhausted, the man says out loud to take care of the safety of the survivors. With a sharp jerk of his fist upwards, he declares the case closed, and dozens of voices echo his words in agreement. Alex, reading about this in the newspaper, is distracted by the sweet sounds of Orange, who has just woken up. Asking to be picked up, the dragon reads the title slightly incorrectly, and the man, correcting her, praises the little one. She reads the next phrase with delight, which Alex again corrects. Orange is about to read something else, but her tummy makes an insistent rumbling sound. The dragon turns to the man to ask him for food, and he thinks about it. For Alex, preparing breakfast for this creature is an eternal dilemma. Thinking about the fact that in this short life he only gets to eat well 3 times a day, the man remembers something. As he begins to gently pinch Orange's cheeks, he notes that she is unlikely to have a short life. Alex is about to cook rice for the baby, thinking that grains have no effect on his body at all. The man asks the dragon to go wake up his brother, and she, humming something under her breath, heads to his room. Rushing to Pax at full speed, Orange stops in front of the bed, thinking. A brilliant idea comes into her little, mischievous head, and the little girl jumps into the air towards her brother. He, snoring peacefully, doesn't even suspect his little sister's little prank. As he leaves the house, the man chuckles to himself, while inside he hears the hoarse cough of Pax, who is gasping for breath. The main ingredients of this wild vegetable salad with Beltosa egg are egg and mandrake. Pax asks what it is that smells so great, and Alex advises the dragon to stir the dish. After this happens, the man announces that it is now time to start eating. As soon as the dish hits their mouths, all 3 let out a long moan of pleasure. Once the dishes are empty, Pax admits that he is full. Alex is worried that Orange falls asleep right after eating, and the guy says he knows what the matter is. 3 months have already passed since the baby's birth, and by this time the first signs of class are appearing. At this time, the cubs eat a lot and sleep for 3, and Alex is intrigued by the possibility of determining Orange's specialization. As Pax leaves to put his little sister to bed, someone enters the restaurant and greets the owner. Alex politely invites Tiger to settle in, and he notes the aroma still lingering inside. The chef says he has just cooked rice, offering it to the customer, who does not refuse. At the same time, the man asks for noodles and for the rice to be made cold, because this is the perfect combination. To pass the time, Tiger starts reading the news and something catches his eye. It turns out to be a photograph of a man wearing the temple mercenary's uniform. When Alex finishes preparing the dish and serves it to the guest, he cannot help but exclaim in admiration. And while Tiger admires this culinary masterpiece, the chef remembers what it is made of. Meanwhile, another customer enters the restaurant, greeting Alex and the Lord of Food. Tiger assumes the man came for lunch, but he says that unfortunately he doesn't have time for that. Alex suggests that Brainy has a lot more to do in the summer than at other times of the year, and he agrees. The official shares that after he started eating at this restaurant, he felt stronger. Addressing the food lord, Brainy expresses concern for the spearmaster, as he has been anxious lately. The interlocutor agrees with this, saying that he noticed that something was really bothering Great Life. Speaking about the retirement of the temple mercenary's leader, Tiger expresses deep regret. Alex asks about the reason, and the interlocutor talks about the attack on Happy Grit Moon that happened 10 years ago. It was Great Life's first year in office that 4 of the 5 defenders died. He is classified as a 3rd level awakened, but his true strength cannot be measured by the scale. He is a natural leader, a commander on the battlefield, especially during the Great Invasion a decade ago. It can be said that it was he who saved all the inhabitants of Happy Grit Moon, and many now owe their lives to him. There is a knock at the door, and Trugum, distracted from his work, allows the visitor to enter. While doing this, the man greets the director with the words that they haven't seen each other for a long time. They drink tea in silence for a while, after which Trugum asks a question. He asks his interlocutor whether he is obliged to resign, and his answer is positive. Truum asks again why this is necessary, and hears in response that the time has come. The man almost shouts, asking if Greatclin will regret it, since he raised all the mercenaries to their feet. After all, having moved here 30 years ago, he went through so many difficulties. When the director starts talking about how he is observing his interlocutor, he interrupts him. Greatclin says there is nothing in this world that can be achieved alone. Everyone has contributed their share to living in such a world, both he and Trugum, and then others will try too. Greatclin says he is exhausted, and wants to shake off the responsibility that rests on his shoulders. And, saying that he has other things to do now, the man says goodbye to his interlocutor until the next meeting. When he is left alone, Trugum remarks that Greatlife's heart would break with despair over this. Greatclin thinks about the successor already determined, about the awakened one, on whom great hopes are placed. These thoughts make him smile and remark on how good today is. A voice is heard from behind, the owner of which disagrees with the man's opinion. Turning around, Greatclin was convinced that his interlocutor was indeed the one he thought he was. As Alex is slicing tofu, the sound of the door opening reaches his ears and the man turns around. He politely greets the guests when one of them expresses surprise that there is a restaurant here. In response to the owner's greeting, Greatlife asks him what they have on the menu today. Hearing that home cooking is on the menu today, the spearman is surprised and turns to his interlocutor. He asks Greatclin what he thinks of it, and he says he's not against it. Alex mentally estimates that this veteran-looking man is about his age. When the chef asks if they will wait until the cooking is finished, Greatclin says he has nothing else to do. Hearing the man's permission to take his time, Alex thanks him for his patience. Greatlife wishes Greatclin to take his time and says goodbye to him, saying that it is time for him to go. The man apologizes for the youth, but Alex doesn't consider the spearman immature. Grinning before lighting a cigarette, Greatclin asks rhetorically when the kid managed to grow up. Coming to his senses, the blonde asks about smoking, and Alex allows it, as long as there are no guests. Later, when the cooking is almost finished, the man notes the excellent smell. He confesses to the owner that he hasn't smelled such a pleasant aroma for a long time. When the blonde says that this even makes him feel sad, Alex becomes thoughtful. He reasons that every person has something that he lacks, and decides to conduct an experiment. Alex's choice falls on soybean paste soup, but the difficulty is that everyone has their own recipe. What they have in common is that this soup usually turns out thick and dense, with a distinct soy aroma. The man believes that Belto's eggs and German fish would be a great addition to this dish. Finishing with table setting, Alex announces the name of the dish to the client and wishes him bon appetit. Just the sight of this aesthetic masterpiece makes a man's stomach ache. Bringing the fragrant dish to his mouth, Greatclin swallows in anticipation, enjoying the excellent aroma. When a man puts a spoon in his mouth, he exclaims with delight. He definitely wants to try rice with the soup, like he did a long time ago. With a long, drawn-out moan of pleasure, Greatclin chews his food thoroughly and notes the homey taste. He admits that his memory is a little off, as 30 years have passed since he moved to this city. Greatclin says he now feels like his whole life has flown by in just one moment. When he left his native land, he thought that he would soon return, but everyone, on the contrary, wanted to come here. They thought that only here could they survive, and Greatclin never forgot his homeland. And at the same time, the evasion era of 30 years ago never left my memory. It also brought back memories of the last great battle, which took place 30 years ago. Greatclin repeats the words about the evacuation era, nodding to his own thoughts. Before his eyes, a picture of what happened 30 years ago, when the monsters appeared, froze. This resulted in many countries and cities being wiped off the face of the earth, and many people dying. At that time, while in his homeland, Greatclin realized that he had become the so-called Awakened One. It was because of the sword that he found at such a dangerous moment and realized that he could wield it. His physical abilities also increased dramatically, so he led the awakened people to the capital. They believed that by uniting they could survive, and this was the beginning of the temple mercenaries. So they gathered the awakened, united the people and rebuilt the city, and the world became as before. Although the appearance of a country is still being created, in reality all that remains is the center of the capital. When everyone began to get used to the changed world, that same event from 10 years ago happened. It was the very day when boss-level monsters poured onto the surface of the earth. This is what is now called the Great Monster Invasion. Memories evoke the day when Greatlife tried to confront this creature. Unable to snatch the spear from his strong hands, the monster decided to attack the man differently. Leaning forward, it stretched its terrible muzzle towards Greatlife, and he closed his eyes tightly. Afraid to open his eyes, overcoming the effort, he thought that this was his last moment. And at that moment, when the guy thought that he didn't want to die like that, hope appeared. Having protected him with his body, the man turned to him, asking him to rise. As the body treacherously shook with fear, the stranger expressed understanding about this. He understood that Great Life was scared. He saw how he was trembling with fear and wanted to run away. But at the same time, Greatclin was sure that it was precisely at such a moment that he needed to take a step forward. The man then asked his name, and Great Life accepted the help of this incredible man. While Greatclin was remembering that this guy had recently been appointed as a protector, he warned him. The man was not afraid and did not even flinch, but only asked the newcomer to be more careful. And this terrible monster was already very close, emitting a terrifyingly unpleasant scream. Greatclin advanced against his opponent with all his might, fearlessly raising his blade into the air. He made a wide slash at the target and skillfully redirected the weapon towards the enemy. When the man's blade became an extension of magical light, the space around him shook. Returning the sword to its sheath, Greatclin marked the end of the action with his own words. Turning to Great Life, he smiled, saying that this was the path they were creating. And at that moment it dawned on the boy, and he voiced his understanding, which was visible in his eyes. Now, having stopped, Great Life removes his helmet and dismounts from the motorcycle. Looking down at the ruins, he notes that this place actually looks pretty good. Breaking away from his place, the man starts running, thinking that there shouldn't be a single monster here. Great Life believes that this place should be protected because someone is vacationing here. He feels obligated to personally repay this man for the life he saved. The man's eyes begin to sting treacherously, and he curses out of helplessness. Great Life rhetorically asks why there are no monsters in this place. The man thinks with regret that he doesn't even have anything to give this person. After listening carefully to his interlocutor's story, Alex asks him if he regrets it. Greatclin says this happens every day, and they all had to be perfect. This is necessary in order to protect people, to prevent death, to at least survive. They are forbidden to make mistakes, because of them, people who were dear to someone die. Looking back on Great Life, Alex concludes that he adopted his teacher's worldview and principles. The man is convinced that in order to achieve perfection, a person will have to go through exhaustion. Alex says he heard about Greatclin's return to his homeland, and he confirms it. The man thinks that he understands perfectly well what his interlocutor went through. So when he asks how much he owes, Alex says it's all on the house. To the man's surprise, the restaurant owner says that they pay the bills of those returning to their homeland. Greatclin hesitates for just a moment longer before saying he finds it funny. As he leaves, he thanks the owner and says goodbye to him, asking him to take care of that immature boy. To these words, Alex remarks that Great Life has already become an excellent protector, forcing his interlocutor to stop. Grinning, Greatclin agrees, and after a pause adds that his student has indeed achieved this. Starting to say that Great Life is like a son to him, the old man stops himself, saying that it doesn't matter. A bright smile appears on his face as he wishes the restaurant owner all the best. A little later, wandering along the night street, Greatclin mentally notes the unusually bright moon. And Alex, admiring her from his doorstep, thinks that veterans don't die, but not without reservations. He believes that in contrast, such people simply disappear. Braking near the place he had been dreaming about for so long, the man got off his motorcycle. Admiring the view of his hometown from afar, Greatclin greets him. Great Life, watching from afar, blinks back tears. Addressing his teacher with all respect, he asks the man to take care of himself. He leaves, trying not to turn around, because otherwise he will either give in to emotions and cry, or go down. And a little later, the creature, now with 5 tails, mentally notes how soft these creatures are. He thinks about Great Life, about Orange, and about whoever gave him that big shining stone. The fox cub smiles gratefully, calling him a harmless round thing. And then he greets Greatclin hospitably, calling him the new soft man. Someone calls Alex by his old name and the man thinks it is Raniero, so he answers. Asking his interlocutor if he has woken up, the restaurant owner asks him to come to him quickly. He can't finish speaking because something makes Alex's voice break off and the image changes, distorting. He realizes that he looks different now, and hears people calling him the king of the world. Alex asks the man levitating in the air if he was the one who summoned him to this dimension. He moves his lips as if saying something, but his words cannot be made out. Alex says directly that he does not understand his interlocutor, and his gaze narrows menacingly. Realizing that the demon is not going to cooperate with him, the man moves to more active actions, and he continues to build a wall of spells around himself, filling it with new runes. Realizing that this is combat magic, Alex takes off, intending to attack the enemy first. And the moment his armored fist touches the first rune, the space explodes. Alex wakes up in a cold sweat, eyes wide open and a strained wheeze coming from his chest. Hearing some strange sounds, he turns his head towards their source to find out the reason. Seeing Pax literally shaking with fear, Alex asks him what's wrong with him. The dragon stutters as he says that the man is giving off a deadly aura, and he is surprised. Alex exhales heavily and apologizes to Pax, who pauses before asking what's wrong. The man shares that even 10 years after the war, the nightmares have not gone away. In his mind, he suggests that it might be because of the story of monsters invading their town. However, Alex believes that this cannot be a simple coincidence. However, he is sure that it is unlikely that they will be able to meet in this world again. Orange is busy with her work and humming something under her breath. Watching her, Alex thinks that at such moments the dragon looks like a real child. Approaching Orange, the man offers to look at what she has drawn, and she begins to read it. Alex asks if what she drew really looks like chickens, and the dragon is slightly puzzled. Thinking that the drawing looks like a mermaid, the man is surprised, not remembering that Orange had seen them. Addressing the little girl, Alex picks her up, intending to explain that drawing on the carpet is not allowed. But when she happily and delightedly calls him Dad, she melts from the sweetness. Asking her to wash his artwork, the man promises to cook Orange some chicken in return. Alex calls Pax, who, coming out of the bathroom and already sensing something was wrong, asks what the matter is. A man asks his older brother to show his sister how to clean, and he is stunned by the scale of the mess. Orange is being affectionate with Alex, and Pax asks why she loves him more. Avoiding an answer, the man asks the dragon to watch the restaurant while he goes to the market. The market is as lively as always. Some have come on business, while others are looking for conversational partners. The merchant notes how much chicken the customer has bought, and the customer says it is in high demand. The interlocutor says that he is lucky today, and there is also a festival atmosphere, Alex clarifies. Assuming that the man hasn't seen it yet, the merchant advises him to go to the square. After all, even though it's still in testing mode, it's worth taking a look at. People are delighted by what they see, openly expressing their impressions. And while Alex is also watching what is happening, a familiar voice calls out to him, greeting him. The man reciprocates, and the elf says that she was at the test of the recently released ogre. Alex asks again, surprised, and Gabrielle, laughing, says that it is his code name. She explains that this riding golem was created using magic stones. In his mind, the man skeptically notes that there was the same one on Espana. Although it has high power, its limits are obvious, and small movements are difficult to counteract the force. Unlike the latter, the golem does not cope well with small opponents. Remembering that not everyone could operate this device, the man clarifies about the controls. Gabrielle says that this particular golem is controlled by a first-level awakened iron step. Alex thinks that not everyone can handle the controls because of the energy emanating from the magic stones. Just a few moments later, Kind Gold, the Iron Stepmaster, emerges from the golem. Alex thinks that while this skill is worthy, the costs involved are colossal. The man says goodbye to Gabrielle, but she stops him, asking if his restaurant is open today. Alex agrees, saying that they work year-round unless something unforeseen happens. Returning home, the man reflects on the fact that this woman promised to drop by to see them soon. Opening the door, Alex comes into contact with a strange creature and chuckles thoughtfully. While he is trying to figure out who it is, Orange exclaims joyfully. Pax greets the owner of the house with a certain malicious glee when he asks if it is his spirit. The dragon excitedly announces that his little sister has been determined to be a spirit master class master. And while the red-haired man tells the love story of the red and blue dragon, Alex asks about the spirit class. The dragon calls the Undine mom, to which the older brother says that this is not true. The baby keeps calling the spirit mother, and Pax is seriously puzzled. In the ensuing pause, Alex clarifies whether the Undine is a spirit of the highest level, and here's confirmation. The power of spirits of this level in battle has incredibly crushing force. Spirits are summoned from their multidimensional world, whose names, regardless of level, are uniform and constant. Alex comes to the conclusion that they already have 4 dimensions, the first of which is Earth. The remaining 3 are the demon world, the spirit world, and the continent of Espan, which is now connected to the earthly change. The man closes his eyes to concentrate better because his brain is having a hard time keeping up with everything. After finishing this, Alex asks Pax if his older brother taught Orange how to clean. Chuckling slyly, the dragon invites the man to see for himself the successes of his charges. While Orange is babbling something, the spirit she summoned does everything for the baby. Alex says that he wouldn't mind having one of these skills himself, and then suggests throwing the dragon a party. After some time, he checks the marinade's readiness by slightly opening the cling film. The main dish on today's menu is chicken, which created a boom 30 years ago. It seemed then that the chicks that could hatch had already done so long ago. The focus was on spiced chicken and soy chicken, with a variety of ways to serve it. The best and the basis of all was the chicken cooked in a deep fryer. The brother and sister are delighted with the aroma alone, and Alex serves the little girl a chicken drumstick to try. And although Orange is silent while devouring the dish, her face at this time is more eloquent than any sounds. It is important for Alex to know the opinion of the person who took the sample, and he, hurrying her, asks how she feels. Orange begins to babble something for a very long time and with admiration, and the man grins with satisfaction. Pax, unable to bear this torture, asks to be allowed to try it too. His mouth is already watering. Alex asks him to wait, because in their world, eating chicken together is a way to get to know the enemy. The dragon is puzzled when he hears the words that this dish fully reveals a person's nature. Alex asks Pax which part of the chicken he's going to eat first, and he tenses up. He thinks for a long time before making a choice, and ultimately makes up his mind by voicing his decision. Alex looks at the chicken neck silently, and Pax can't wait to hear what the man has to say about it. The latter says that it was just a joke, and is about to invite them to start eating as well. The reason for the stutter is that Orange has eaten everything, and the deprived brother begins to cry from frustration. Alex is amazed that this little girl ate everything, even the bones, even though he specially prepared a lot. The man says they usually drink vodka, but beer goes well with chicken, Pax exclaims. When everything is ready to eat, Alex makes a toast to them, and the dragon joins his drinking companion. Pax loves the taste, finding it divine, as does the unique crunch. The guy is amazed at how the man manages to remove the bones from the chicken so carefully. The only thing Pax doesn't like is that there are too many small bones in this dish. Alex laughs about it. Hearing an unfamiliar whistling sound, Orange asks her family members about it. Pax gets scared and stops chewing when fireworks start to explode outside the window. From this, Alex concludes that the festival is still going on, and Pax admits that he thought about the start of a war. The man says it's fireworks, asking if this is the first time he's seen one. Alex recalls that Orange hadn't left the restaurant yet, suggesting that she might have gotten bored. The man asks Pax when his sister will be able to transform, and Pax thinks it will be soon. Alex asks if the baby can breathe fire and receives an affirmative answer. The man is looking forward to this, because he wants to buy the girl beautiful things and show her this world. He is lost in dreams of how they will give Orange a fashionable hairstyle and buy lots of jewelry. Looking at the golem's work, Kind comes to the conclusion that its body is too heavy. The magic stones turned out to be not as effective as the man expected. He starts talking about a metal that can absorb more magic, but stops short. Gabrielle greets the scientist, who reminds the woman that she is in the men's locker room. This doesn't bother his interlocutor. She says that she wanted to see how Kind has grown up, he jokes. The scientist says that it wouldn't hurt to eat after the shower, and Gabrielle suggests going to a restaurant. The guy asks where this place is, and the woman replies that it is in Happy Gritmoon. Kind notices that Great Life lives in the area and assumes he is upset about Great Clean leaving. The guy feels sorry because he is a good man, and Gabrielle thinks that it is time for the veteran to rest. Kind shares that he would also like to return to his hometown. The woman asks about the magic stone, and the interlocutor confirms that it turned out to be better than the previous one. Now it's his turn to clarify whether this is the stone that appeared in the new dungeon, Gabrielle confirms. The woman says that this dungeon appeared within the boundaries of Riverfolk, and there are no monsters there. Only a mine with stones. The problem was that the sky began to glow with a strange, inexplicable light, as if there was something there. And this something could collapse at any second, and no one would be surprised. The treasures obtained from fighting the dragons were mostly destroyed in the battle with the Demon King. Most of all, these gigantic creatures avoided meeting with a man named Miro Races. Among the many treasures he took for himself was a detector called the Mana Ring. Thinking about the rumors that Great Life's team was defeated, Alex has questions. The man questions the fact that the dungeon collapsed only because of the Demon King. Thanks to the detector, Alex can detect abnormally high levels of mana, which is not surprising. He assumed it would all start around this time, so he's not surprised now. And from the split sky, the gate appears, further widening the resulting crack. When the doors swing open to reveal a portal, hordes of enraged monsters burst forth from it. Cursing, the spearman orders one of the groups to use Formation B and prepare for battle. The man tells the others to block the monsters from the outside, sharing information about these pigs. While he speaks, his subordinates, continuing to listen attentively to their captain, prepare themselves. When they hit the magical shields, the monsters immediately repeat the attack, not intending to retreat so easily. One of the subordinates turns to his captain, and he informs everyone about his breakthrough. Something makes a man slow down and then stop altogether. Feeling the energy of the one who is now very close, the spearman calls what is happening madness. The boulders flying towards him even hit his opponents, knocking them onto their backs. Amid the screeching screams, Great Life swallows nervously and forces herself to gather her will into a fist. Turning to his subordinates, the man announces to them that the King of Pig himself will soon be here. As if to confirm his words, the light from the portal becomes brighter, and Great Life asks to prioritize the wounded. It's hard to get the man to agree that the huge pigs won't appear again, but they surround him. Watching his subordinates through the gaps between the bodies, the spearman notes their furious confrontation. Some of the awakened manage to deal with the monster, but others face a less enviable fate. As he is called out, Great Life thinks intensely about the choice he has. He believes that he must choose the rear if he wants to save his surviving comrades and townspeople, but he can't shake the thought of those trapped near the boss, although they are in the minority. Great Life reflects on how heroes often talk about their daily regrets. He finds this choice without choice disgusting, wondering about the extent of these martyrs' regrets. Suddenly, the words of the man who honestly admitted that he just wanted to escape come to mind, but at the same time, he said that it is precisely at such moments that it is necessary to take a step forward. After all, if you retreat even once, you will have to move backwards your whole life. By saying that he will become a hero, Great Life addresses his comrades in an upbeat tone. Promising to take charge, he orders the first group to break through by force. Inspiring his comrades, the spearman says that no matter how difficult it is, one must go ahead. Moving forward at a rapid pace, Great Life zigzags, eliminating enemies along the way. As he moves towards the boss, someone shouts that the captain is back in charge. The spearman himself thinks with annoyance that due to the abundance of opponents, he has reached his limit. And yet, the boss's face looming over him reminds the man that there is no time to stand idle. One of the comrades informs his captain that the King of Pig is breaking through, and he sees this perfectly well, because he is in the very first row, unlike his subordinates. Gripping the shaft of the spear tighter, Great Life mentally vows to break the Pig King. With a loud cry, the captain shouts that he intends to clear the way in front of him, and putting all his strength into the blow, Great Life leans on the weapon, pushing it forward after the blow. The attack is so powerful that it bursts into the monster's mouth and tears its body into pieces. The energy particles left behind by such a powerful blow disintegrate even what remains. As Great Life tries to control his rapid breathing, thoughts race through his head. The thoughts that stand out most from the general flow are those about him being overwhelmed with strength. Finally, having calmed down, the captain orders the shocked people to be returned to the main forces. At the same time, he is informed that another King of Pig has emerged from the gate. Cursing harshly, Great Life orders his comrades to prepare for a full-fledged defense. The spearman also asks the awakened to be ready to retreat when he gives the signal. The King of Pig lets out a furious roar, and Great Life allows a thought to enter his head. He believes that they just need to hold out until reinforcements from the association arrive. But the man is not sure that they will be able to withstand the required amount of time. What happens next seems to happen in slow motion, with Great Life moving on reflexes. He turns to his comrades to check on their condition and notices the confusion of each of them. With wild squeals, the pigs scatter in different directions, their cries drowned out by the gusts of the rising whirlwind. While the awakened struggle to stay on their feet, even the king himself suffers from the anomaly. Looking at the aftermath of this pogrom, Great Life is taken aback, and an absent-minded question escapes his lips. Looking at the clearest sky, the likes of which have not been seen for a long time, the man is perplexed as to why the monsters have disappeared. Hearing the wheezing sounds, Great Life rushes to Tiger's side, asking if he can stand up. The food lord says he doesn't know how it happened, but he's fine, except for the burns. Throwing his comrade's arm over his shoulder, the spearman says that they need to retreat. Addressing everyone else in a louder voice, the commander suggests that they get out of the dungeon as quickly as possible. Looking back, Great Life lets a thought enter her head that makes her wary. Alex, watching all this, is also immersed in his own thoughts. Breathing a sigh of relief, he is amazed that he remembered those words right now. He is comforted by the thought that there is no one here who could know who he really is. Moreover, this man said that he is now on the second level. Alex notes that now, after this battle, he must advance to the master level of his class. As soon as he admits the thought that the country has acquired a fourth first tier, his stomach rebels. The man casually asks rhetorically if he should eat. Later, he tells the person sitting opposite him that he is going to make a fire. And although this flame is not strong, it is quite sufficient to realize the plan. Before Pax could blink, Alex was already standing in front of him with an armful of firewood. The dragon wonders how familiar his friend is, and his friend asks what he is thinking about. Pax rushes to reassure his interlocutor that everything is fine, and then Orange wakes up. Noticing the fire, the baby asks a question in her own language and raises her paws into the air. The dragon calls upon her spirit, and her brother asks her what she wants to do. Gracefully waving her hand, the Undine carries out her mistress's will, and she feels like a hero who has put out the fire. Alex pulls himself together first, announcing his intention to bring more firewood. Finally, after some time, a roast pork breast prepared from the King of Pig appears on the table. Thanks to Alex for the fried meat, Pax is about to put a piece in his mouth. but the man stops him. The gourmet shows exactly how to eat this dish, calling it meatloaf. Carefully sampling the food, the dragon eventually stuffs the delicacy into his mouth whole. While turning the meat, Alex asks Pax if he is continuing his investigations in the dungeons. The dragon agrees, adding that only if he is not busy at the restaurant or having fun with his sister. Alex shares with him what he saw in the magic stone mine, because he was alarmed by the type of pigs. When talking about the adaptation of these creatures, the man says that he has not seen anything like this even on the continent of Espan. Alex adds that when the subspace opened, the energy coming from there did not belong to Espan. The man voices the hypothesis that the Earth is connected to another dimension, not only with Espan. He also believes that something beyond their understanding may be happening now. The lantern to the right of the Awakened Association sign crackles periodically. Reviewing the report of the Riverfolk dungeon raid, the man finds it all unbelievable. Great Life also informs him that the monsters disappeared after that bright flash of light, along with the boss. When Trugum says that Gabrielle told him about something similar, the spearman is amazed at what is happening on Earth. The director proceeds to congratulate the ward on achieving that level of mastery. Great Life admits that being the 4th level 1 awakened one in the country is a pleasure. The man begins to wonder what the point of a salary increase is if he can't spend it. The director asks for extra days off, but Great Life refuses them in favor of the team. Trugum asks his ward about his next class choice, and he says it's Steelheart. The Steelheart class grants its owner 2 lives, greatly increasing physical endurance. When the awakened one has completely mastered this class, his body becomes as strong as steel. This means that there will no longer be any frontal assault like last time. That time it was pure luck that saved them, but now Great Life will have the opportunity to at least buy a little time. Calling the spearman's decision wise, the director still suggests that he take a rest. Great Life says that he was just about to do this, but his interlocutor urges him to hurry, asking him not to get nervous. As he enters the elevator, the man thinks that he did not sense any evil intent in that world. On the contrary, he felt that he was warm and attractive, and he wanted to come closer to him. Great Life involuntarily draws a parallel with the old incident with the Beltos. Attempts to find other similarities end in failure, of which only one is an unpredictable force. Spearman expresses hope that it will not be used against them in the future. Meanwhile, at Alex's restaurant, the feast continues around a crackling fire. The dragon reaches for the bottle of vodka and fills his completely empty glass. Raising the glass to his mouth, he stops, and having thought about something, suddenly turns to his drinking companion. The man asks the guy the reason for the question, and the guy asks him about the Demon King's power. Alex confirms that he was very strong, but only he turned out to be stronger. Pax asks if his interlocutor hates his defeated opponent, and he becomes thoughtful. He recalls that there was indeed a time when he hated him because of the people dear to him. Because when they came to Alex's aid, they fell under the onslaught of the Demon King's army. The man, then still a boy, had the necessary strength, so he vowed to stop the usurper. The protracted battle became a war in which too many died. In the end, Alex didn't have a single friend left, so he really hates the Demon King. Against the man's will, something that is either a dream or a memory flashes before his eyes. In it, one of the opponents asks the other if he was the one who called him into this dimension. Thinking back on all this, Alex comes to the conclusion that he absolutely hated the Demon King before. The man says that his opponent then said that someone had called him. Pax chuckles thoughtfully and long, and his interlocutor says that it was literally a call. Alex continues, saying that someone also called him to the continent of Espan, which puzzles the dragon. After pondering his interlocutor's words for a while, Pax asks how he came back then. Alex shares that he has spent the past 10 years exploring the world. As time went by, he began to experience a feeling of despair that did not subside for a long time. And then one day, in the gap in the dimension that appeared before him, he saw modern buildings. When told that it is difficult to believe, the dragon gently retorts, saying that he does. Addressing his interlocutor by name, Pax repeats the words that he trusts him. In a hoarse voice, the guy says that this man has been through a lot. The same one, smiling sadly, barely audibly says that it was hardly like that. As they clink glasses, Alex mentally agrees that he still hates the Demon King, but at the same time he feels sorry for him, because the man partly shares his feelings. After all, finding yourself alone in an unfamiliar world means being left alone with your own loneliness. Alex hears the voice calling him by his old name again in one of those terrible nightmares. The man notes that they are all about the war, or about how he was hurt by the death of loved ones. It was a feeling akin to having sharp nails driven into his heart day after day. Alex thinks that in order to survive, he has become addicted to things, one of which is liquor. Under the influence of alcohol, he could at least fall asleep. But if he had been weaker, he would have gone crazy long ago. Exhaling noisily, The man wakes up once again in a cold sweat and with ragged breathing. Convinced that this is just another nightmare, he notices something out of place and lets out a puzzled grunt. This little one, sweetly snoring, makes you stop thinking about unpleasant things. Completely different thoughts appear in his head, and Alex sighs long and quietly. He wonders when he managed to wrap up Orange. Checking Pax, the man notes that he is sleeping in that strange position again. Alex chuckled to himself and thought about how this is what their typical morning looks like now. Trying to make as little noise as possible, the owner leaves his restaurant. An unfamiliar old voice makes him turn around, because it addresses him as a young man. Alex comes back so they can see each other clearly, and asks if his grandmother is talking to him. The elderly woman, apologizing, asks about the train, the name of which the man hears for the first time. Guessing that Alex doesn't know, the woman sighs sadly, because no one can help her. When the old woman, groaning dejectedly, walks away in the other direction, the man is still pondering her words. As he walks back, Alex reflects on the fact that he has never even seen this old woman. The direction of his thoughts makes him change the realization that it is time to open a restaurant. Slowly but efficiently, the man tidies up the already sparkling clean hall. For himself, he puts all the cutlery in its place, having cleaned it first. Following them, the man disinfects the surface on which he will be working. And almost immediately after this, greeting the restaurant owner, his first customer of the day appears. While replying to Brainy with kindness, Alex hears a comment about the weather and a question about what's on the menu. The man says he's still getting ready, but he can offer fried rice. Brainy finds it perfect, and on the other side of the glass, the first big drop hits the window. Turning around, the official guesses that this is the beginning of the monsoon season. Although Alex pretends not to hear, he thinks that he himself might be the cause of this. While serving Brainy fried rice, he overhears him talking about Old Lady Express, who has been wandering around here lately. Alex clarifies, and the interlocutor, assuming that the man did not hear, talks about the oddities of the one mentioned. Brainy says that this grandmother has mental problems, and asks if the restaurant owner has ever seen one like that. Alex answers honestly, and in turn asks what this woman's words mean. It turns out that no one knows, but Brainy is sure that such a train did not exist in the past. Thanking the chef for the delicious meal, the man says goodbye, asking his interlocutor to take care of himself. Alex thinks that the world is in a transitional phase. Time is running forward, but facts do not disappear from lives. Even though today's world is improving, it is burdened with the scars of a cruel past. Therefore, the guests who come to the restaurant and that old woman also have to live with wounds on their hearts. This was Alex's only thought at that moment, and he did not give it due importance. Later, as the man brushes his teeth, muffled voices reach his ears. As he spits out the toothpaste, Pax's voice can be heard saying that everything is correct. Coming out of the bathroom, the man looks questioningly at his older brother, who is excitedly praising Orange. As he tells her that she is doing everything right, the dragon manages to lengthen her hair. She screams with joy, but Pax is disappointed, saying that it didn't work. Alex joins him. The man asks whether a special skill is needed for transformation, and receives a positive answer. Alex chuckled thoughtfully and suggested putting human clothes on Orange. He brings one of the smallest t-shirts and helps the dragon get dressed. The fears turn out to be true. Even this thing turns out to be too big for Orange. And just when the man thinks that after the transformation the girl will be about 5, something happens. Babbling something sensually, Orange begins to tremble with zeal, wanting to please her observers. Together with her favorite sound, the dragon finally manages to transform into a 5-year-old girl. Becoming an involuntary witness to such a spectacle, Alex gasps in surprise. The little girl, overcome with stress, runs towards the man with all her might, calling him daddy. Little feet stumble because their owner is not yet used to them, but strong hands prevent Orange from falling, and the girl gasps as she rises up. She joyfully calls the man father and begins to laugh happily. Unused to hearing something like this from a little girl, Alex becomes confused and absent-mindedly makes an interjection. The dragon immediately rushes to his little sister, rejoicing that she managed to complete the transformation. Of course, it's unlikely that the dragon girl will be able to wander around peacefully now, but even this makes her happy. Saying that it's time to cook food, Alex asks Orange's brother to find some things for the girl. A little later, the rain starts pouring down in buckets, seemingly only getting stronger. The measured steps of Alex returning home approach the restaurant. The man remembers that he has some pork left and is going to cook the tenderloin in sweet and sour sauce. As he closes and folds his umbrella, he notices a silhouette nearby and chuckles thoughtfully. Alex greets the old woman, who asks permission to stand under the canopy for at least a minute. The man invites his interlocutor to come inside and have some tea, but she says that she better hurry. Alex notices a change in the woman's speech, noting that she used to speak in dialect. Opening his umbrella again, The man turns to his interlocutor again, asking her to take at least this one. Despite her fears, the elderly woman accepts the item, thanking her savior. Promising to return it, she asks if the man sells noodles with bean sauce. He says he doesn't seem to have the necessary ingredients right now, but he still wants to check. Just as he is about to do this, a sound similar to the clatter of wheels is heard from behind. Turning around, Alex sees a cart with cardboard being rolled away by an old woman. Looking after her, the man thinks that what is happening really seems strange to him. The radio warns to be careful, as there is a high probability of water monsters appearing in the rain. These are usually low-class monsters of level 10, but during such a season they can rise up to level 7. Noisily placing his mug on the table, the diner turns to the restaurant owner for advice. Kind really wants to understand how to successfully start communicating with women? Alex doesn't get the point. While the latter is thinking about the fact that he only dated one girl, the scientist shares his secret. He says that one day a strong woman saved him, and since then he realized that she was his ideal. Kind finds her damn attractive, smart, and beautiful. Alex expresses his understanding. The man thinks that he understands the feelings of his interlocutor perfectly well, because he thought the same way. Alex always considered that girl to be the strongest, most gentle and beautiful, until the misfortune happened. And while he is lost in painful memories, Kind continues to praise his sweetheart. The scientist says that he has been partial to her for a long time, and it seems that she is aware of this. Alex clarifies whether they are talking about Gabrielle now, but it turns out that this is not the case. Kind says that the girl hates people like him and promises to kill him the next time they meet. And when the scientist asked her about her ideal type, she replied that she liked people like Great Life. Kind suddenly catches himself, reminding him that it's a secret, and Alex says that he hasn't forgotten about it. The scientist asks for more beer, and the radio announces that visiting the Tomb of Repose is temporarily suspended. Alex notices how attentively his client is listening to the announcer, and decides to ask more about the object. Exhaling heavily, Kind explains that the Tomb of Repose is a cemetery for the victims of the past. Many people died then, and the bodies of some could not be restored, so they were cremated. Alex is distracted by the words that these names were carved on the tomb, creating a common cemetery. The owner of the establishment welcomes Delica, the Queen of Blades, a second level awakened. Greeting Alex in return, the girl wants to ask a question, but interrupts herself, finding the answer to it. A gust of wind hits him as the blonde appears next to him in an instant. And Delica, more stating than asking, talks about the scientist's latest mistake. Telling him to stop fooling around and bothering people, the girl asks the scientist to follow her. And he, turning to Alex, points out the incredible beauty of the Queen of Blades. The guy thanks the boss again, and the boss asks his interlocutor not to forget to take care of himself. Alex watches the couple, hearing Kind, worried about the girl, ask her to go under the umbrella. Looking at them, the man is surprised that Delica is the Queen of Blades. While going to clarify some information, Alex overhears a curious conversation. It turns out that Delica came for the guy because the water monsters were too active. This information turns out to be unexpected for the scientist. Alex also thinks about it. The rain doesn't stop for a moment, continuing to persistently pound on the glass. Walking past the kitchen, Alex notices Orange indignantly trying in vain to get something. Picking her up, the man jokingly calls the girl an ingredient thief. The baby calls him daddy, and Alex notes that she still has visible wings and a tail. While the girl is in confusion, the man thinks that one day she will return to Espana. Orange calls him father again and, extremely pleased with herself, repeats the word tail after him. Alex praises her and thinks that first of all, he is going to give the girl many happy moments. A suspicious sound breaks his thoughts, and the man initially thinks of Pax. But then he hides Orange, asking her to sit quietly, and he catches himself thinking that he has let his guard down. Coming out into the hall, Alex greets his guest, and she, with a groan, notes the fact that he is in the restaurant. An old woman asks for a bowl of bean paste noodles, and the man asks her to wait a little while for it. The interlocutor says that she is in a hurry, and Alex, hearing the dialect again, also notes the different appearance. An idea pops into his head, and the man is going to check the old woman with the eye of recognition. Checking her status window, Alex notes that at first glance, the woman appears to be a civilian. The comment about dementia is disturbing, because mental disorders cannot be cured even by magic from another world. Because if that were possible, Alex wouldn't be having nightmares right now. The man regrets that the most he can do is feed his granny a tasty dish. Hearing a familiar groan, Alex turns around, his eyes fixed on his visitor. Seeing the way the latter looks at Orange, the man involuntarily tenses up. The little girl, on the contrary, looks at the stranger with that undisguised childish interest. And the elderly woman suddenly asks, puzzled, who this little girl is. While Alex is trying to justify himself, the old woman asks where this puppy came from. Calling Orange very sweet, she says that the girl reminds her of her grandson. When asked what her name is, the little girl proudly introduces herself, and the old woman finds the little one wonderful. Pax returns and whispers to Alex why his sister is with a human. The dragon is equally worried about whether everything will be okay with Orange. Alex confirms this, saying that he is making sure that no one else goes inside. At the same time, the man thinks that it's time to start cooking noodles with bean paste. He recalls that this dish used to be popular and was served almost everywhere. Nowadays, this dish can't be seen in every place due to difficulties in obtaining ingredients. The next problem is noodles, which take quite a while to cook. When roasting bean paste, a taste similar to charcoal diluted with water is produced. As soon as the paste becomes shiny, you can safely consider the frying a success. After the noodles are cooked and placed on a plate, the remaining ingredients are mixed and served. The woman finds Orange very charming, and Alex announces that the old lady's noodles are ready. The client notices that she has gotten carried away and asks to wrap the dish to go, because her grandson is waiting for her at home. Alex switches gears, agreeing to fulfill the wish, but asks to give him a minute to do so. After finishing packing, the man asks the old woman to be careful, as the noodles are packed with a plate. Thanking the owner for his efforts, the old lady hands him the money. Glancing at the banknote, the man mentally notes that he hasn't seen one like this for a long time. He politely says goodbye to the visitor, asking her to come again, and the little girl echoes her guardian. Since then, this grandmother often visited the restaurant to order bean noodles to go. Moreover, the person for whom she bought this dish changed every time. Sometimes it was the grandfather, other times the grandson again, just like the first time. The only thing that remained constant was that the old lady never returned the plates to the restaurant. Alex knew she was doing it unintentionally, so he bought some extra dishes. The man's gaze involuntarily catches the sign, involuntarily distracted from his original intention. All this is because he unintentionally found himself near that very tomb of peace. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Alex decides to go inside to be aware of what is inside and how it is. The thought that there are hardly any graves of his parents here is interrupted by a voice nearby. Grandma is forbidden to do something so often, but she just wants to honor the memory of her grandson. The man says that you can't breed parasites in the cemetery, just like you can't sleep there, because you can catch a cold. He asks to remove everything that the old woman brought, otherwise he will have to do it himself. Looking at this heartbreaking sight, Alex becomes thoughtful, his gaze moving further, past his grandmother. This shabby tent reminds him very much of a place where he spent the night, and it's not hard to guess whose it is. An attentive eye also catches the faded photograph standing on the chest. The old woman, groaning sadly, returns to her shelter. Heading straight for the photograph, she picks it up and begins to stroke it carefully. Alex, looking at this, mentally notes that people smile not only when they are happy. In the most difficult moments they do not cry, but, on the contrary, they laugh. The man himself used to do something similar. Now it is a thing of the past, although over time this smile has become a habit. The clear sky is covered with thunderclouds, and then suddenly it starts to rain. While Alex is busy cleaning, the girl next to him screams with delight, rejoicing at the bad weather. The man regrets that he didn't buy her clothes, because now the market is closed due to the downpour. Pax starts to say that the girl has things, but rushes to her, forbidding her to drink rainwater. Meanwhile, a voice from the radio warns its listeners to beware of kelpies appearing from the downpours. If you encounter these water monsters, it is recommended to immediately find a place without moisture. Asking Pax to keep an eye on the house in his absence, Alex heads for the exit. Leaving a restaurant without an umbrella, the man looks around for anomalies. This is all because he has a feeling that trouble is approaching soon. The man groups himself and pushes off the railing with force, rushing forward. While in flight, due to a bad feeling, he involuntarily begins to emit negative mana vapors. Although Alex doesn't want to bother his head with this, he can't just brush the thought aside. When a fog suddenly appears out of nowhere and envelops her, the old woman gasps in confusion. Turning her head from side to side, the woman tries to understand where she is. Paying attention to the nearby board, the grandmother realizes that she has finally found the station. The gramophone announces the arrival of the required train, and soon the train itself appears. The vehicle stops so that its doors are right in front of the old woman. When they slowly open with their characteristic sound, a male figure appears in the opening. The old woman is surprised when, taking a step forward, she invitingly extends her hand to her. Noticing the confusion on the wrinkled face, the man hurries the woman to come with him. Giggling briefly, she notices that despite the neat appearance, the smell of cow manure remains. The appearance of the grandmother's grandson, who immediately turns to the woman, prompts her to take more active actions. Calling the boy by name, the woman fearfully asks what's wrong with his face. She can't understand what's going on and why she can't remember anything. Grandma doesn't know what to do, because only vague outlines are visible, and the world looks like a faded photograph. Meanwhile, the man and the child continue to urge her to action, but the old woman's head is empty. The woman notes that this is a normal state for her, as if everything were in a black and white photograph. Meanwhile, the sound of raindrops is joined by the splash of water splashing from a puddle. With a ghostly neigh, Kelpie quickly approaches the sleeping elderly woman. The water monster bends down to inhale the human scent. The next moment, the horse's mouth opens wide, revealing teeth that are far from typical of herbivores. The desire to feast on human flesh does not come true, as Alex arrives just in time. The man clicked his tongue in irritation, and became finally convinced that his bad feeling had been worth worrying about. Initially, this monster wanted to feast on expired noodles, but then he noticed the old woman. Behind them, several voices are shouting, one of which is urging on his interlocutors. Realizing that he might get caught, Alex resorts to one of his famous techniques. Meanwhile, the group of awakened and the guard, urging each other on, rush towards the old woman's tent. The man exclaims in amazement, saying that he is sure that Kelpie was here. The spearman confirms this, as there are fragments of low-level magic stones lying around at the scene. Great Life suggests that Kelpie was dealt with by someone powerful, judging by the large puddle. The man's mind is filled with that same unknown force he has already encountered more than once. He notes out loud that everything turned out well, and considers it necessary to first take the old woman away from this place. And while the guard carefully lifts the old woman, she, still in her sleep, dreams of her grandson. Tears stream down her face along with the rain as she dreams of this touching moment of reunion. And somewhere in the tent left behind lies a photograph in an old frame, damaged by the Kelpie attack. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Alex begins to greet his guest but stops short. Today, this woman looks completely different, and now she is greeting the owner of the restaurant. Handing Alex the bag, she apologetically says that she bought new plates because the old ones were damaged. And only now does the man notice his interlocutor's new outfit, mentally noting it. Alex asks the woman out loud if she's really going somewhere. In response, there is agreement, but nothing more. The one standing opposite has no intention of continuing. Alex also hesitates for a while, but then finally takes the initiative. Since that's the case, he asks his visitor to eat before the long journey. Before feeding a visitor, the man prepares the necessary utensils. He asks her in parallel if she would like some noodles with bean paste, and the woman agrees. Opening the cupboard with instant noodles, Alex thinks that he has everything. A man asks his interlocutor if she is in a hurry, to which she receives a negative answer. Then, allowing himself to smile, Alex asks the client to wait a little longer for the finished dish. Today, the chef wants to take the trouble and make her some noodles himself. He thinks that it takes a long time to prepare high-quality homemade noodles, which unfortunately is impossible now. The result will be something like thin wheat noodles, but with a slightly different texture than traditional ones. After finishing cooking, placing the dish in front of his guest, Alex thanks her for waiting. The old woman gasps in confusion at the dish that is now in front of her, and although she remains silent for a while, Alex clearly sees how the elderly woman's face changes. She decides and begins to talk about what once happened in her past. At that time, my grandmother was engaged in agriculture, and there was a lot of work, but it was all useful. Her husband was a strict but good-natured man. He spoke only the dialect of the inhabitants of this city. Once a week, an elderly couple went to the market with their grandson, and always ate bean paste noodles there. When the woman falls silent, Alex, so that the pause doesn't seem awkward, fills it with an everyday phrase. This encourages her, and the woman continues, saying that she and her husband were delighted at her grandson's pleasure. Tears appear in the narrator's eyes when she says that she does not remember the faces of her loved ones now. She doesn't want to forget them, but at the same time she understands that this is inevitable, and that is very scary. Somewhere nearby, a child's loud voice is heard calling for his father. Moving her little legs, Orange hurries into the guest room at full speed. When a little girl runs up to an elderly woman and calls her granny, she is taken aback for a moment. A visitor approaches Alex, asking him to give Orange a bowl of bean paste noodles. The man hardly hesitates, agreeing and saying that he will bring it soon. When this happens, Orange is already sitting on her grandmother's lap, and she is being cute with her. The girl asks the elderly woman to eat, and her interlocutor agrees, saying that she will start now. When she takes the chopsticks, for a moment she falls back into memories that make her sad. The girl notices this, and asks if Grandma doesn't like this food. Without waiting for an answer, with her childish spontaneity, Orange says that she finds it delicious. These words and the girl's appearance reinforce the grandmother's memory. But now everything is different, and she agrees with her little companion, saying that these bean noodles are very appetizing. As the meal draws to a close, the woman asks the restaurant owner where she can pay. Alex stalls for time, asking if it's time for the guest to go already, and she agrees. Looking out the window at the fading view, the woman adds that her train will be leaving soon. Alex responds with a casual phrase, and the old woman reminds him of the question about payment. The man says it was on the house, and his interlocutor asks why. Alex says they always do this to those who go on a trip. Although the elderly woman is surprised by this, after a pause she expresses her understanding. Thanking the restaurant owner warmly, she politely says goodbye to him, wishing him all the best. Many people go along that road, but each of them goes their own way. For example, this is the path of a father who tirelessly fights for the sake of his only daughter. Or the path of someone who follows the trail of a tired, weather-beaten hero who has finally managed to retire. It could be the road of love, along which a man walks, guided by his passionate feelings. But today this path leads that same grandmother, who sets off on her new journey. And while the little girl continues to say goodbye to her, Alex also wishes his former client a safe journey. Having missed her train, she hurries with all the force she can muster. Trying in vain to catch up with at least the last carriage, the old woman screams breathlessly, asking the train to stop. A question forms in her head. Why is she running so quickly after the departing train? But the old woman does not stop repeating her request to stop. Hearing a familiar voice calling her mommy, the woman turns her head towards him. Painfully familiar faces flicker in the windows, and their gentle voices reach the ears. The woman mentally notes that this is her first daughter and second son, as well as her youngest. Amazed by the clarity of the faces she now sees, the old woman hears the voice of her grandson. For some reason unknown to her, all her memories begin to clear up. And finally the train stops, and in the open door she sees familiar outlines. It becomes scary when you can't see your husband's face from under the brim of his hat. But then the man raises his head and suggests that his beloved had a hard time. When he extends his hand just as before, the old woman's face reflects confusion. However, now his reason is different, and the grandmother agrees with her husband, believing that it is really time for them to go. The boy, who witnessed the woman's fall, screamed and hurried to his granny. Running up to her, he begins to shake her gently, asking his silent interlocutor to wake up. Tears appear in his eyes as he guesses what happened here. He understands that the old woman did manage to board the very train she had been asking everyone about. Suddenly, the security guard's attention is drawn to a bright spot to his right. Seeing the neatly packaged noodles and folded bills, he assumes that someone has come here. Alex, watching this, thinks that it is impossible to hold on to a person who has decided to leave. He is ready to help those in need, but sometimes life can still be cruel and merciless. Meanwhile, back at the Great Life team office, work is in full swing. A man's hand moves across a sheet of paper, trying to build a logical chain of his thoughts. Great Life is convinced that there is definitely something fishy going on here. He believes that behind all this there is a being beyond anyone's imagination. This creature is quite quiet and secretive, but at the same time it acts without malicious intent. A sudden thought strikes you, startling you, when Great Life has someone on his mind. He assumes that it is Jaeger who has returned, having disappeared during the massive invasion of monsters. But the man immediately dismisses this assumption, because he himself saw this man's self-sacrifice. Officially, Jaeger is considered to be one of only 3 first-level awakened in the country. Then Great Life returns to the rumors that the association is hiding a level 0 within its ranks. But this also seems illogical, and the man cries out in annoyance, saying that he doesn't understand anything. After the opening of the Magic Stone mine, high-level monsters began to emerge from the dungeons. Exhaling wearily, Great Life wonders why so many problems have piled up lately. While getting ready, the man decides to start sorting everything in order of importance, starting with the most urgent. Lately, the biggest headache has been the younger brother of this very Jaeger. The secretary brings her boss a list of this quarter's graduates, and he is going to start studying it immediately. Selecting 3, the man states that these are the famous 3 newcomers. The first of them is a 3rd-level healer, a girl named Isabella Gold. She has every chance of rising to the 2nd level, despite her young age. The man, with a hint of regret in his voice, notes that Team Happy Grit Moon has a healer. Next up is a 20-year-old 3rd-level fire mage, Bright Bet Plum. The man thinks that the place in the area he wants on the Queen of Blades team is just empty. The problem is with the last one selected, who has the ability to transform into a wolf. Remembering that he had caused trouble again, Trugum asks about it and receives confirmation. Gathering his strength, the man finds out the details of this incident, and the assistant readily reports. This kid makes Trugum swear, because he defeated the captains of most of all the districts. The director exhales wearily, amazed that someone in their time still puts on a circus with challenges. Alex thinks about how he wanted to cook pork in a spicy sauce, but he didn't have the right meat. He thinks the Atajo Beltosa is a good choice, but then expresses confusion about where the pork comes from. There is too much of it, which leads to thoughts about increasing the number of individuals. Assuming that these could be the same ones that appeared near the mine, Alex is going to check everything out. Something makes the man turn around, and his gaze falls on a tent with children's things. Noticing his interest, the saleswoman politely greets her potential buyer. When the man asks if this outfit is suitable for a 5-year-old child, he receives a positive answer. Taking a deep breath, the fair-haired man begins to scream at the top of his lungs. He orders the temple's leader, Blazing Strong, to come out and fight him. Alex is surprised by the address, and then remembers that this man replaced the resigned Greatclin. But the man can't figure out who this blonde guy is, and he introduces himself just so successfully. The second level awakened says that he rejected the association's offer to become a mercenary. Wondering why there is so much pathos, Alex is amazed at what young people are like today. Wisdom, meanwhile, challenges Blazing, ready to join his troop if he is defeated. The words of one of the mercenaries make the blonde man puzzled and fall silent for a while. But then the boy starts to provoke Blazing, saying that the new leader is a coward. Continuing to mock the head of the temple, the blonde achieves results as the door swings open from a kick. Stepping into the light, Blazing rhetorically asks who the brat is making such a fuss in broad daylight. Alex notices the man's muscles, finding him to be the perfect replacement for the previous leader. The blonde offers Blazing a fight, but he tells the kid to roll away, because useless fights are not his thing. Wisdom chuckles at these words, saying that the tiger has been replaced by a fox on his throne. He starts talking about Blazing running away in disgrace, but he can't finish the sentence. Appearing nearby in just an instant, the man swings his sword, pointing it at his opponent. The temple's leader's patience is almost at its limit, and he says he wants to rip out the foul-mouthed man's tongue. The guy likes this more, and he activates his transformation into a wolf. Not intending to wait any longer, Wisdom rushes at his opponent with a furious cry. The beast's mouth is impermissibly close, ready to snatch a piece from Blazing at any moment. The man recoils in bewilderment, not because of this, but because a magical weapon flies past. Exhaling wearily, Great Life rhetorically wonders if this city can withstand even a day of silence. Turning to face the Spearmaster, Blazing greets him with a hint of surprise. In vain does Great Life try to restrain himself, because in the end he still shouts, ordering both of them to stop arguing. While those around him rejoice at the appearance of the Spearmaster, Alex thinks about the power of young blood. He compares the entry of the younger generation into the game to the earth filling with life after rain. Later, the three come to the restaurant, and Great Life is the first to greet the owner of this place. Alex greets everyone in return, mentally noting the shabby appearance of his guests. He asks them about the fight, and the spearman confirms it, but adds that the battle was unarmed. Alex asks who won, and his interlocutor continues, saying that sometimes experience decides in a fight. Telling his companions to sit down, Great Life orders vodka and some snacks to go with it. Alex asks if roast pork is suitable, and is told that it is just what he needs. To prepare this dish, you need to fry the meat evenly in a well-heated frying pan with oil. Alex likes it when there are more vegetables than pork, because it is the latter that gives the dish its unique flavor. Noting that there are 3 diners, the man considers the ideal preparation to be 5 servings of meat. Looking at the dish already served to him, Wisdom cannot contain his exclamation of admiration. But, hearing the snort of his former opponent, the guy turns away, pretending to look offended. Standing up, Great Life suggests that the two sort things out between themselves. By saying that he will close the account, he says goodbye to the boss, who reciprocates the feelings of his dear client. Alex thinks that he prepared 5 servings in vain, even though he did it intentionally for the whole trio. Wisdom admits his defeat, resigning himself to his fate of joining the temple mercenaries. The leader of the latter asks not to do this, but it is better to leave on good terms, which causes bewilderment in the blonde. Blazing advises the guy to stop thinking that the world revolves around him, and he expresses confusion. The man says that he is not good enough yet, and Wisdom still has a lot to learn. Without saying another word to anyone, Blazing leaves, and the blonde remains silent for a while. But then, when the leader of the temple mercenaries can no longer hear, the boy lets out an admiring interjection, and Alex hears Wisdom quietly admit that he thinks Blazing is pretty damn cool. The next moment the guy jumps up, asking him to pull up, and then corrects himself to a respectful tone. Alex couldn't help but smile, thinking that the new generation of temple mercenaries would be very powerful. He watches as the boy asks the man to give him a chance, and the man advises him to leave. Alex's focus shifts slightly, and he is already thinking about how as his strength increases, so does the power of his enemies. Touching the newspaper page, the man recalls that dungeons have begun to appear more frequently. He's about to check, but remembers the 5 servings that no one touched. Waking up before everyone else, Orange stretches sweetly along with her signature cry. Catching sight of her older brother, The dragon girl remembers what he said relatively recently. Pax strongly recommended that his sister wash her face before going to bed and after waking up. Summoning her Undine, the girl greets her, announcing her location. The water spirit immediately carries out the orders of its mistress, bringing her appearance into order. Undine also doesn't forget about styling her little mistress's hair, and the little girl happily states the fact that she has washed herself and is now clean. The spirit says goodbye to its summoner, and she, praising herself, calls him a fine fellow. Hearing groans from the side, Orange approaches the restlessly sleeping Alex. Gently stroking his face, the girl also calls the man a great man. Noticing her new outfit, the dragon giggles contentedly and immediately changes into it. As she noisily runs down the steps, Orange hums words about food and the process involved. Noticing something bright with her peripheral vision, the girl hurries to stop and approach the unknown object. Continuing to close the distance between herself and the portal, she tries to understand what it is. Trying to touch the unknown, Orange is amazed that her hand cannot find support and falls through. She barely has time to scream before this echo suddenly stops, disappearing into the depths of the red abyss. The rapid patter of little feet on the stone tiles flies up, disappearing closer to the ceiling. Almost flying down the dungeon corridor, Orange expresses her desire to play. The girl is so engrossed in exploring a new place that she doesn't notice the bones under her feet. When several silhouettes appear in front of her, Orange makes her favorite sound in the form of a question. Moving her gaze from one monster to another, the dragon girl tries to extract a suitable name from her memory. The next moment, the space of the corridor is cut by her assumption that these are cows. The leader of this herd glances sideways at his subordinate, giving him an order. And then he, accepting it, rushes towards the puzzled Orange with a warlike moo. Seemingly indifferent at first glance, the Undine moves into active action the very next moment. Transforming to the delighted cry of its owner, it attacks the enemy with its element. And each of the minotaurs, including the boss, finds themselves at the mercy of the liquid that envelops them. The giant monster only has time to admit into his head the thought that this cannot be. And Orange, giggling, calls herself by name, talking about what a great girl she is. The monster tries in vain to cope with the water element, and there is nothing to say about his minions. And the little girl, stroking the head of the minotaur closest to her, encourages him to move forward. The leader of the herd finds it incredible that this little girl can control a spirit of such a high level. Thinking that it is necessary to get rid of the threat as quickly as possible, the minotaur tries to moo loudly. In this way, he manages to get rid of the water bubble and rush at the little one. A man's fist suddenly appears from the wall, causing the monster to stop in confusion. And Alex, crushing the barrier in front of him, breaks out of the wall, beginning to deal blow after blow to the enemy. Acknowledging that raising children is not an easy task, the man playfully addresses the little girl herself. Then Alex turns to the minotaur, greeting him, and he tries to understand who is in front of him. It doesn't take long for the man to confirm whether the monster is the one that arrived on his spawn earlier. Looking away, the minotaur denies and says that the interlocutor is confusing him with someone else. Alex doesn't bother with trifles, showing his opponent his intentions, and he gives in. He also confirms the words that he escaped with the Demon King into the interdimensional rift. The idea that they are back in the demon world makes Alex think, and the minotaur hurries to clarify. He says that he got into this labyrinth and did not leave it, and the Demon King fell asleep to recuperate. Alex doesn't fully trust this creature, so he uses the Eye of Recognition on it. The artifact shows that the Minotaur is not lying, and the latter is amazed that Miro has invaded the demons. Alex denies this, because the entire labyrinth has fallen into another dimension, namely Earth. The man thinks that the Demon King did not die in that battle, because he is immortal by nature. But even to drive him away, Alex had to achieve mastery in all 6 classes. Only by teaming up with the Ice Emperor was it possible to drive the Demon King into a state close to death. And yet, somehow, the enemy managed to escape by passing through the opened interdimensional rift. Alex suggests that following the Minotaur, even more dangerous creatures may break into their world. The baby's stomach rumbles just when she's trying to say she wants to eat. Understanding her correctly, Alex takes Orange in his arms, intending to feed her as soon as possible. Hearing the Minotaur's loud exhalation, the man turns to him, showing that he has not forgotten about the monster. Then Alex says he needs something from the mob, which immediately gets really tense. The kitchen is in full swing. A strong man's hand lowers a knife, cutting up another piece of meat. Pax finds the aroma here pleasant and asks what they have on the menu today. Hearing the sounds of boiling liquid, even the dragon understands that something is wrong and tries to point it out. The hint doesn't help, and then Pax talks about the escaping broth already in color, pulling Alex out of his thoughts. The man says that he has everything under control and asks the kids to sit down and eat. Pax finds the dish appetizing and recognizes it as Alex's recently purchased oxtails. It turns out that chili peppers are the vegetables that help best cope with stress. Biting into a piece, the dragon finds that it tastes like grass, but jumps to conclusions. The very next moment he screams, asking why this little vegetable is so spicy. And while the guy is trying to put out the fire inside himself, an unfamiliar voice asks for permission to come in. When greeting, the girl says that she opened a flower shop across the street and decided to greet the neighbors. She asks to accept this modest bouquet, and the man absent-mindedly thanks his interlocutor for the gift. Finding the aroma in the room pleasant, the girl asks if the chef has any meat, and he confirms. The neighbor asks for a plate, and Alex, asking her to sit down for now, says that he will bring a portion soon. Pax is still trying to get over the sharp taste in his mouth, about to start with the soup. The girl, noticing the vegetables served at the table, instantly becomes sad because of the chili pepper. Pax flinches as one of the vegetables rises up on its tiny arms. The bulbs quickly roll away right from under Alex's nose, causing him confusion. Looking closely, it becomes clear that all the vegetables in the kitchen begin to live their own lives. This doesn't go unnoticed by the flower shop owner, who immediately gasps guiltily. With the help of the eye of recognition, Alex immediately understands what is going on. This girl turns out to be an awakened of a rare class of plant regeneration. Alex recalls that in Hispana, one of these masters grew entire thickets from 10 roses. Approaching the girl, the man admits that he is confused by the fact that she is awakened. In response to Alex's words of apology, he also says that it is the first time he has had a guest like her. And then Gabrielle comes into the restaurant, asking the chef for a plate of salad. The man invites the woman to come in. Not understanding why everyone suddenly froze, the brunette shamelessly asks about it. Noticing the girl, Gabrielle asks if she is Flower from the gentleman's team, but the interlocutor denies it. The brunette insists on her own, asking what she is doing here, since her commander is now in sauce. Unable to bear the pressure, the girl begins to cry, admitting that she was kicked out because of a mistake. Gabrielle clarifies what specific mistake the famous Flower could have made. The girl begins her story by saying that there were many plant monsters in that dungeon. After hearing the story of fleeing the battlefield, Gabrielle says that the key is admitting the mistake. The woman asks why the flower shop was opened and whether the girl apologized to her friends. The interlocutor answers vaguely, and Gabrielle continues, saying that running away is not an option. Flower agrees with the brunette, coming to the conclusion that she needs to apologize to her comrades. Filled with self-confidence, the girl asks the chef where she can pay for her order. Alex, in turn, asks if his interlocutor has any seeds to sow, and if he can pay with them. Flower flares up with even greater enthusiasm, promising to bring the restaurant owner the best quality babies. The front door opens and a male voice comes from inside, saying that he has found her. The girl shouts out her captain's code name, and he, noticing Gabrielle, greets her. And while the woman reminds him that she asked him not to call her auntie, Alex ponders the identity of the gentleman. The man in the hat says that they don't have time to talk, as they need to clear the new dungeon. The girl begins to hesitate, and the gentleman suggests that in order to resign, she should first write a letter of resignation. He continues by saying that everyone makes mistakes, but it is important to be able to admit a mistake and move on. Taking a more comfortable position with the girl, the man asks her to stop mumbling, because there is no time for this. Hearing her nickname for the umpteenth time, the brown-haired girl asks the captain to stop calling her that. Before leaving, the gentleman stops and asks Alex if he is the boss. He answers briefly and to the point, and hears the words that Captain Greatlife mentioned him. Therefore, on the recommendation of the spearman, the gentleman plans to visit this restaurant later. Already closing the door, the man says that the aunt will close the account, and Gabrielle sighs regretfully. Shifting her gaze, the woman asks Alex what his nephew is doing there. Pax begins to hesitate, and Gabrielle, making some kind of conclusion in his head, decides to help him. Getting up from the table, she says that she has to go and she will leave the money right where she is. Alex politely says goodbye to the last customer, and Pax begins to act more boldly. The man asks the dragon what's wrong with him, and he replies that he finds Gabrielle incredibly cool. The dragon guy again remembers the words spoken by this woman recently, but with a slightly different intonation. And Pax confesses to Alex that he thinks he's fallen in love with Gabrielle. The man is amazed by this. He cannot understand when this guy managed to do this, and Pax answers him that it just happened. As Alex steps into the portal, he realizes one unshakable truth. He comes to the conclusion that without the wall, it immediately became much easier to breathe. Now he can see everything, and Alex thinks about how he was curious about how the labyrinth's ecosystem worked. The weathering system is a magical artifact with 2 Class 0 magic stones. Alex thought about removing it, but the artifact is tied to a specific zone, and when it is removed, the magic dissipates. But they don't want to leave it idle, because they have plenty of labor, and they already have a field. Alex wonders if these cows have always been herbivores, as he remembers them as carnivores. The Minotaur agrees that people were used as fertilizer in the past, but not anymore. Then Alex asks what the monsters mostly grow in this dungeon. The Minotaur says plants, and is surprised when the man beckons him towards him with his finger. Alex asks if they have many of these types, and his interlocutor says that these are apple seeds and cones. The man recalls that these fruits are the size of a nut and taste like apples. Handing the seeds that Flower gave to the Minotaur, Alex asks his interlocutor to plant more of them. The monster asks what it is and receives the answer that it is lettuce, cabbage, chicory, and other similar things. The man starts to tell how to grow them, but stops short. The Minotaur, noticing the trajectory of his interlocutor's gaze, says that this is a warehouse containing all the supplies. The monster asks Alex if he wants to take a look, and he confirms, intending to grab something. The Minotaur already regrets having offered this to the man, emitting a regretful moo. Alex, noting the various seeds and weapons, makes the assumption that this is prey. While thinking about this, the man is interrupted, because his attention is drawn to one interesting thing. Using the Eye of Recognition, Alex is amazed to see the tear of the sea, the mermaid's treasure. This artifact is capable of fulfilling any wish of the one who possesses it. At first, the relic went to a poor farmer and gifted him with an endless stream of rice. However, one day a greedy rich man took possession of the jewel, taking it from the farmer. Having escaped to the sea on a ship, he ordered the stone to sprinkle him with salt, which was then worth its weight in gold. And the stone fulfilled his wish, starting to pour salt on him without stopping. And so it continued until his ship was completely buried under a layer of salt. While it's a fairy tale about how the North Sea water became salty, the stone really does make salt special. Alex thinks the artifact will be useful in the restaurant, and the Minotaur asks him about his imminent departure. The man offers the Minotaur and the hellish cows some food and strength, and he expresses understanding. But before the monster can even answer anything intelligible, Alex disappears into the portal. The Minotaur acknowledges the fact that his broken horn quickly grew back, but his fear has not gone away. He thinks that in this world, no one can surpass the power that almost destroyed the Demon King. And that little boy, a 5-year-old by human standards, looked very much like a dragon in many ways. The Minotaur is amazed to think that Alex has now even made a dragon his servant. According to the creature, this means that this man was able to subjugate the entire world. This thought builds a chain in the horned head, according to which Alex wants to conquer the demon world. The Minotaur remembers that their only hope, the Demon King, has only been sleeping for a decade. In his view, this means that he will have to survive by adapting as much as possible to the monster named Alex. And the Minotaur shouts to his subordinates not to forget to develop their endurance. As she lands in front of the portal with a final push off the ground, the Shadow Cat is greeted. She is informed that this gate is the largest of all discovered so far, which means accordingly. Gabrielle reflects on the fact that the size of the gates in most cases reflects the size of the dungeon itself. The woman herself interrupts her thoughts, involuntarily amazed by the view spread out before her. Because, contrary to expectations, there is absolutely nothing visible inside the portal. It seems as if the sky is about to spew out something terrible, but at the same time there is complete silence all around. It resembles a predator that lies in wait before seizing its prey, biting its teeth. When giving the order to evacuate, Gabrielle says that this is a level 0 dungeon. Great Life clarifies this and asks what is inside, and the woman answers honestly. Cursing, the spearman says that scale itself is a factor that needs to be taken into account. His new interlocutor agrees that there are no serious anomalies, but the vibrations in the sky are increasing. Great Life says the director has declared a level 3 alert, and Iron Step is on its way. The woman says she wants a quick solution to this problem, and both she and the spearman are greeted. Kind asks if they feel like the area has become too busy lately. The spearman agrees, and Gabrielle suggests that he get some rest, as he hasn't slept much. To everyone's surprise, Great Life agrees, saying they need to catch their breath. Adjusting his already perfect tie, Pax, exhaling, finally stops spinning in front of the mirror. The dragon asks Alex how strange he is, and Alex, complimenting his interlocutor, asks about the reason. Pax hints that Gabrielle is due to arrive today, and the man immediately understands who he is talking about. Alex agrees that she can drop in, since she has been coming to the restaurant every day lately. And right at that moment a woman appears, asking for a plate of salad, and the man greets the visitor. Alex adds that her dish will be ready soon, and makes a sound of surprise. Meanwhile, the dragon guy respectfully asks the elf to marry him. Once the surprise from the first impression wears off, Gabrielle asks for clarification, and hears confirmation in response. A loud laugh is heard, and the woman says that she is not attracted to young men, they are too tiring. Pax spontaneously asks his interlocutor how old she is then. The woman says it's a secret and asks in response, and the dragon asks not to look at his age. Apologizing for his nephew, Alex says he's a little under the weather, and Gabrielle laughs again. Pax asks the man what's wrong, if he's done something wrong, and he answers with a leading question. Alex is thinking about treating the woman to something unusual as an apology. He didn't plan to use the tear of the sea now, but it helps restore strength. Salt enhances the sweetness of watermelon, which is why this method is used quite often. Apologizing to his guest for the wait, Alex serves her a salad and watermelon fertilized with the tear of the sea. Tasting it, Gabrielle immediately lets out a satisfied moan, noting the divine taste. The woman says that her fatigue instantly disappeared, and her energy increased. Gabrielle admits that she hasn't had an appetite lately, but thanks to the chef she will be full. The woman asks Alex to be careful, warning that a level 3 alert will soon be declared. Gabrielle agrees that it is the lowest, but it is activated when the 3rd level boss appears. The 2nd level of alarm is triggered if there are 2 or more such bosses, and the 3rd level alarm hasn't been activated since the monster invasion 10 years ago. Usually, a squad of local mercenaries can handle the 3rd level, but this dungeon is characterized by unpredictability. Hearing the characteristic sound, the woman groans, saying that she is being called, and complains about the fuss lately. She whispers to Alex that she finds his nephew cute, wishing him to meet a nice girl. Thanking the chef for the dinner, the woman asks him to take care of himself, and the man says goodbye to his guest. Pax asks if he screwed up, and Alex politely replies that he could say so. The guy asks if the man also thinks it's strange that the dragon fell in love with the elf. Alex doesn't respond to this, but falls into his memories, thinking about these words. He remembers the girl who said back then that his time was different from hers. She asked him not to sacrifice himself for others, so that the rest of the man's life would be good. Alex remembers very well the words of the Ice Emperor, Amira Landero's dragon, before falling asleep. The man says he doesn't consider race a barrier and admits he's been in his shoes, which surprises Pax. The dragon is amazed that Alex could fall in love, and he reminds the guy about the need to take a walk with Orange. Suddenly, the man stops short as a painfully familiar smell hits his nose. Pax tries to hold his breath, while asking why the smell of blood is so strong. Alex forces his mind to prevail over his emotions, but that familiar smell just won't leave his head. The one who led the Demon King's army 10 years ago smelled exactly the same. And now, slowly descending from heaven to earth, she is amazed by the human world. Addressing her children, the demoness gives them the order to destroy each of the people. And at the same moment, a multitude of balls rush towards the awakened ones, showering them with streams of air. Great Life orders Formation D to hold a reinforced concrete defense. He forbids them to take even one step back, and the awakened call upon all their powers to help. When they encounter an obstacle on their way, the demonic balls burst with disgusting sounds. After just a couple of moments, they begin to stick together, forming one of the demons. As soon as the thought that it is a vampire comes to mind, the monster breaks through the defense. The deputy captain reports to the spearmen that the protective barrier collapsed in a matter of seconds. The leader of the temple mercenaries provides her with support, cutting the monster in half. Seeing that the enemy does not look completely dead, the man agrees with his thoughts. Noticing a familiar face, Great Life rushes over to thank Blazing for coming. The demoness, meanwhile, directs the rune at her opponents, calling them pathetic creatures. Informing his subordinates that the temple mercenaries have joined them, Great Life tells everyone to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, the demoness collects the energy between her hands, giving it the shape of a ball. And then, with one sharp movement, he scatters it in all directions, creating a crimson fog. Great Life asks its comrades to be careful, as visibility is poor due to this haze. Somewhere behind the man, a familiar mechanical sound is heard, and a powerful release of energy occurs. The spearman manages to dodge in time only by a miracle, but he cannot hold back a frightened cry. Kind asks Great Life if he's okay, and he says he thought he was the one who died. The spearman asks about the quality of the view, and the scientist says that, unfortunately, he cannot dispel the fog. But he admits that for him the visibility is actually acceptable. And with these words, Kind pierces quite a few opponents with his attacks. But swirling in whirlpools of blood-like consistency, the monsters rise again. Cursing, Kind comes to the conclusion that this huge thing cannot be defeated with simple attacks. And also, noticing something amiss, the guy informs his comrades that some monsters are escaping. And one of them is about to jump out of the gate right now. Kind asks him to stop, saying that he understood. Great Life answers the call and hurries to catch up with the fugitive. Fearing that he won't make it in time, the man, filling his spear with energy, throws it at the enemy. When a loaded weapon hits a blood clot, it breaks into hundreds of splashes. Great Life notes with satisfaction that now is the time for this, and gives the order to the defense squad. He orders them to block the exit as the demon is trying to break out of the gate again. When the 6-point formation is performed, the man hears words about the completion of the lock. Smiling contentedly, the spearman informs his comrades that they are about to begin. Leaning forward, he rushes straight at the main demon standing at the head of the enemy army. And she, partially materializing, thinks with regret that now everything is lost. After the war, she managed to restore only a fifth of her strength, but people became much stronger. And now this woman herself is on the brink, and all she can do is humiliatingly beg for salvation. Thinking that she doesn't want to die, especially in such a miserable way, the demoness is about to slip through the gap. But then she lets her guard down, and an elf appears behind her, saying that she found her. Saying that the time for games is over, Gabrielle raises his blade over his opponent. The woman's gaze involuntarily catches the demons trying to break through the barrier. Focusing her vision, the elf notices that the 6-pointed formation is still giving in under the monstrous onslaught. The woman mentally gives herself the command to deal with the demoness before she manages to escape. And the vampire, who had just been feigning pain, suddenly smiles and bursts into laughter. Gabrielle can only watch as her opponent, turning into blood, rushes towards the barrier. Despite the size of the gap, she manages to get inside quite successfully. And once there, the vampire laughs triumphantly, happy that she finally did it. In her joy, she doesn't notice the man who has been watching her for a long time. And as soon as the vampire completely relaxes, he knocks her out with one blow. Without wasting any time, the man summons the goblin, opening his subspace. The green creature asks its master what he is doing in a place like this. But it itself understands everything as soon as the demoness catches the golden eyes. Alex states the fact that this is one of the 4 lords of the demon world, the vampire lord Sofrene Lys. The man asks the goblin not to interfere with this, and he, albeit hesitantly, agrees. Alex thinks to himself that the powers of the Awakened Association impress him. He admires how systematically and flawlessly these people operate. This battle was fought with a record result in the absence of even one casualty. Unlike those who lived on Espana, only the most select fighters who could be trusted had gathered here. Allowing himself to smile, Alex mentally addresses them, saying that this world is in their hands. There's just one catch, and that's that this time he needs the trophies too. The man orders the goblin to bring him one first-class magic stone, and he obeys. Taking it in his hands, Alex expresses his thoughts out loud, saying that it should be just enough. His next words are that after 10 years, it is time for them to meet again. Some time ago, the demon world was a kingdom where only power ruled. Here the strongest dictated their rules, and the demon king was the strongest of them all. Under the ruler of this world there were 4 lords, each of whom possessed colossal power. But at the same time, none of them could disregard the orders of their master. The vampire lord, Sofrene Lys, was the last of the 4 lords. She thought that her children were powerful and famous for their countless exploits. The woman can't believe that they were all turned into a bloody mess by one single person. She herself miraculously survived, and now, in order to survive, she is forced to drink high-quality blood again and again. Then the demoness saw for herself only one choice, which was the complete destruction of everyone and everything. She was going to regain her former power, and then get to the damned Miro races. At that very moment, out of nowhere, a portal opened, causing Sofrene genuine amazement. Cursing loudly, the woman growled and hurried to brace herself to prevent something unpleasant. Right now, the demoness is coming to her senses, emerging from the abyss of a nasty dream with a protesting roar. Stating the fact of awakening, Alex says that Sofrene has little choice. If she answers the question of whether the Demon King is still sleeping honestly, then she will live, and vice versa. Understanding perfectly well who is in front of her, the vampire screams, asking why Miro is so young. The demoness admits that she believed her interlocutor had died of old age. As Alex gets up, he remarks that he will have to kill the demon, but Sofrene says that he will answer. The vampire confirms that the Demon King is sleeping and will do so for the next 90 years. The man recognizes that this is true and asks how much the demoness has recovered. Alex estimates that this amounts to about 2 first-level monsters. Then the man asks whether Sofrene came to the human world on purpose, of her own free will. The answer turns out to be half true, and the system interprets it as a lie, which forces the demoness to confess. Alex thinks about how the monsters coming from the demon world are getting stronger. I also can't get the idea out of my head that someone is deliberately creating rifts between dimensions. Alex asks Sofrene about the current situation in the demon world, and she says that it is chaos. The man inquires about the other rulers, and hears that they are all almost completely fine. Alex is satisfied, finishing his question, and the demoness asks him to spare her. The man says that he will keep his promise, and Sofrene thanks him, starting to rejoice. Saying that a promise is a promise, Alex opens a portal, throwing the demoness through it. Landing in a less than ideal manner, she lets out a strangled cry, and the man turns to the Minotaur. Alex says that this is a new employee and asks the Horned One to explain to Sofran the rules and the essence of working in the labyrinth. And while the two are exchanging pleasantries, Alex says that it's time for him to go. The Minotaur informs Lady Fox that Miro is forcing dragons to work for him. The vampire concludes from this that people are also servants of this man. The Minotaur's head is spinning from the abundance of words, and he has a desire to finish off one of the four. But instead, he begins to tell her the rules, and the demoness listens to them attentively. Finally, the Minotaur moves on to the most important part of the labyrinth's habitation order. There are only two such rules, and these are the desire to eat a lot and the development of your endurance. The demoness eagerly waits for the Minotaur to say something else, but he remains silent. And somewhere on the other side, Alex receives a notification that the restaurant has a new employee. A little later, the man returns to his labyrinth because he is puzzled by what is happening. Looking around his possessions with a careful gaze, he asks why everyone has suddenly become powerless. Alex has an idea and immediately turns to Sofran, asking what she's doing. The vampire asks her new master to believe that she really tried her best. It reminds one of the key rules, namely, to eat your fill to strengthen your endurance. The woman boasts that she has even gained weight, but the interlocutor says that she is an exception. Wanting to receive praise, Sofran asks Alex to pay attention to the garden beds nearby. She says that she fertilized them with the blood of hell cows, and the vegetables began to grow right before her eyes. Hearing the words that Sofran skillfully cleanses the sucked blood, the man thinks, the power of this demoness is truly special, because passing through her body, the blood turns into an elixir. Alex tastes these vegetables and finds them to be really good, and is going to take them home with him. Later, the man asks Pax to help him with the vegetables he brought from the labyrinth. He says he hasn't finished peeling the carrots yet, and Alex asks why he looks so tired. The man mentally concludes that the dragon is tired due to working in the restaurant, combined with his own research. Alex suggests that they take a couple of days off, and they, not quite understanding the meaning of this, react in their own way. But then the little girl remembers that she heard something similar and asks her father to take her to the sea. She very politely asks the man to take her there, and Alex seriously considers it. In the end, he agrees, because now the baby knows how to hide her tail and horns. The girl can't believe her luck, enthusiastically pronouncing her favorite word. The man is speechless, as Orange falls prostrate before him in gratitude. Hiding a grin, Alex asks Pax if he really taught his little sister such a thing. The dragon, with the look of a proud brother, confirms these words and says that Orange is very smart. Alex says they don't have time for the ceremony now, so they need to change and go out. Pax is a little puzzled by this, but still expresses understanding and a willingness to follow the advice. As he sticks a notice of the day off on the restaurant door, the man turns to the children. He asks them if they are ready, and receives affirmative consent from both. By touching the baby, Alex forces his magic to weave its threads around her body. Orange enthusiastically declares that she is flying, and her older brother also expresses pleasant surprise. When asked about his class, Alex says that his class is designed for mass destruction. Asking the boys to hold on tight, the man himself grabs them for extra safety. Alex, rushing off at a rapid pace, initially frightens the dragon out of habit. But the next moment, Pax remarks how wonderful it is to fly in the form of a human, and not a dragon. And Alex admires the little girl, who, in delight, keeps repeating her signature word. After some time, the man informs the guys that they have almost arrived where they need to go. At first, the dragons see nothing but the sun and sky breaking through the leaves, but very soon the outlines begin to emerge, becoming clearer as they approach. And so Alex declares that this endless expanse of water is what they came here for. The man says that life was once in full swing here. But with the appearance of the gate, everything became empty. Alex asks if Pax would like to go swimming, and the red dragon says that he doesn't like water. Although the guy admits that, at the same time, he never hated the liquid. Pax sums up his answer by saying that he is fine as is, and Alex understands him well. Calling his assistant, he asks the goblin to find the fishing rod that the man took from the eastern continent. Kashim understands his owner at a glance, placing the necessary item in his hands almost immediately. Alex explains to Pax that this is a gift received for completing a mission from the immortals of the eastern continent. With this rod you can catch large prey even without bait. As Alex casts the hook into the water, he settles in and remembers the man's words. He said that the best time to think about important things is when you are sitting with a fishing rod during a bite. But Alex still doesn't understand why. When he thinks about himself, he feels only regret. The man switches to what is most important with such a successful fishing rod. The point is that there is simply no time to dwell on thoughts, and Alex finds this wonderful. Seeing the second-level monster, the Kraken, the dragon cannot contain his delighted amazement. Looking at all these sea creatures, Orange says with delight that they caught meat. Noticing a familiar fish, Alex calls it an adult German fish. Apologizing to the little girl, he says that they won't be able to eat them because they don't taste good. As a rule, large marine reptiles accumulate ammonia in their bodies and emit an unpleasant odor. However, the kraken is different. It maintains its buoyancy with the help of magical power. It has a soft and fresh aroma, so it can be eaten even raw. When Alex served in the army on the continent of Hispan, nothing could compare to seafood stew. When paired with hell cow milk, fried kraken tentacles and raw kraken are excellent. The girl says she wants to try the dish too, and Alex allows her to get a better grip on the skewer. And then he says that now the little girl can try shashlik without getting hurt. Orange says it's delicious and calls Alex the best dad. The caring older brother hands his portion to the little one, asking if she will have it. When something soars upwards, everyone, without exception, turns their gaze to follow it. Alex suggests that the firefly glows by feeding on the salt-laden air of the sea. His own words make the man say them to himself, indulging in memories. Alex recalls that his father was originally from Boiler Hill and later moved to Capital. When the man stayed late at work, he would bring squid and vodka, and Alex, eating it, would become absorbed in himself. In high school, he felt like his life would end when he entered university. But this turned out to be only the beginning, and returning from service, Alex heard talk about the lack of work. When the man graduated from university, real hell opened up before him. Everything turned out to be in vain. Alex became worthless. That's what they called him. Everyone accused him of living thoughtlessly. He was haunted by questions like whether it was a mistake to think that it was a good idea to earn a good salary at work. When he turned 30, Alex gave up his dream of joining a large company. And his father then, sitting at the table, which was permeated with the salty aroma of the sea, said something. With pride in his voice, the man said, turning to his son, that he was moving in the right direction. After Alex promised himself that he would return with success, he was never able to cross the threshold of his home. Ultimately, he never managed to return to his father's house. The man is pulled out of his painful thoughts by Pax's question about what happened. He thinks seriously for just a moment, after which Alex's face takes on its usual expression. The man tells his interlocutor that everything is fine and offers to have a drink. The dragon doesn't bother about this, immediately accepting his drinking buddy's offer. The location of the wanted beast is reported on the radio in a car racing somewhere. He has 34th level magic stones and hundreds of 6th level stones with him. There is a call to not let this criminal leave Sauce and a message about the arrest of Bist. When the baby lands on the ground and can feel solid ground under her feet again, she screams with delight. Alex asks Pax to put Orange down and go down, as he is going to deal with the kraken he brought. And the little girl, shouting the words that they have returned, runs away, mincing on her little legs. Alex is thinking about what dish to make from this whole carcass. He finds kraken salad a good option, but thinks he can make sausages. But all these thoughts are interrupted by one obsessive one, which Alex is now starting to put into action. The man cuts the carcass into pieces, rolls it in the prepared batter and fries it twice over high heat. This way he gets a dish called deep-fried kraken. After inhaling the aroma of this piece, Alex tastes it. The crispy batter crust combines with the firm, juicy flesh inside in a simply fantastic way. Usually vodka goes well with this, but this time beer was the perfect match. There is a meowing sound outside the door, and Alex is surprised, assuming it is a stray cat. Opening the door, the man is puzzled, because the animal sitting in front of him is the size of a tiger cub. According to the Eye of Recognition, the cat is an ordinary one, presumably having swallowed a magic stone. Alex recalls that ordinary animals die quickly, unable to withstand the magical power of the stone. In general, only through special treatment of these items can they be used in everyday life. Giving the cat a boiled kraken, the man says that the only thing he can do to help him is to feed him something tasty. Looking at this large animal, Alex notes its submissive nature. As he starts reading the newspaper, the man's attention is drawn to an interesting headline. It says that the protector of Rivernoth is a wizard named Patre King. Looking at the portrait of this man, Alex believes that he has seen him somewhere before, but not in another world. He continues to ponder until his eyes meet a headline about a giant cat attack. Alex glances sharply at the doorway, but finds no one there. After the large tabby cat eats his treats, all that's left is a bowl of crumbs. Tongues of flame burst from a man's hand at the moment when their owner himself overcomes with zeal. Another one devotes time to her little sister, who giggles playfully in response. Alex, seeing this, asks what Pax is doing, and he replies that he is boiling the broth himself because the stove is broken. When the dragon says that this is not an easy task, his interlocutor cannot help but laugh. Saying that this broth should last them a long time, Alex suggests that it is enough to replace the magic stone. While Pax can't believe that everything was so simple, a familiar meow is heard from the door. Opening the door, Alex sees a cat who appears to have brought the man his thanks for the food. The girl notices a big cat and thoughtfully calls it a tiger, but Alex corrects her. Orange takes a liking to her new acquaintance, and she rushes towards him, calling the animal Tiger Cub. Sitting on the cat, the girl gives him directions, and the caring older brother screams in horror. Alex finds the animal too calm, not thinking that it is the same animal from the newspapers. While the man thinks that there are other cats who have eaten the magic stones, the striped one runs away. Meanwhile, the sound of large wings flapping is heard nearby, and a gentleman lands near the restaurant. Alex greets the man, who reciprocates, while the girl is worried about the disappearance of the tiger cub. Just as the gentleman begins to place his order, another familiar voice is heard at the entrance. Blondie asks if the man has come to eat before catching cats and starts showing off. The mercenary leader shuts the kid up and asks the chef if there's anything cold on the menu today. Starting to say that Kraken is on the menu today, Alex corrects himself, saying it's squid. Thinking about the client's wishes, the man comes to the conclusion that his idea is suitable. When serving cold Kraken soup, the chef announces the name of the dish, changing its part. Seeing this culinary masterpiece, Blazing asks Alex to serve him more rice. Wisdom does not share the leader's tastes, saying it is like eating noodles with rice. The man pulls the boy back, asking him to just watch, and soon reveals his own creation. Noting the excellent taste of the dish, Blazing chews with pleasure, which awakens his youngest's appetite. Alex chuckles as an argument breaks out between them over the fact that the blonde wants to try the same thing. Then the chef asks the gentleman if he plans to go in search of giant cats after the meal. He confirms this, and Blazing asks if the other person is going to do it alone. The gentleman answers in the affirmative, saying that these are most likely the ones that are needed. The man shares that a year ago, a notorious thief stole a vehicle carrying magic stones. Since then, he has been missing, and the investigation has reached a dead end because he was elusive. Nothing was known about this man, except that he could control any animal. Saying that this is why the thief was nicknamed Beast, the gentleman falls into his memories. He then led the operation to detain the man, trying to prevent him from escaping. Flower skillfully used her abilities, and soon the path of even such a large machine was blocked. But Beast didn't lose his composure. Instead, he let out a piercing loud whistle. And at that very moment, Flower reported to her leader what the flock of crows that had separated from the car had done. Looking up, the man noticed shiny things in the beaks flying away. The gentleman ordered his subordinate to establish a cordon, and she began to read the spell. But she was unable to achieve what she wanted, because instead of words, something incomprehensible came out of her mouth. And in front of us, a huge cat materialized, ominously scraping its huge claws across the tree. The gentleman then noted that Beast was the same class as him, namely Hunter, although lower in level. The man thought about how his opponent used his abilities without hesitation, but he got distracted. His attention was drawn to the cats, and the gentleman realized Beast's true intentions. The idea was that the crows were a distraction, but in reality, there were other animals escaping. Meanwhile, Beast left the car, finding himself under the protection of his big cat. The gentleman only managed to make out the teeth flashing in a smile in the shadow of the raven's wings. When the thief disappeared, the man and his assistant went down to the car to inspect it. The crows continued to circle around, oppressing the atmosphere with their terrifying cawing. Cursing, the gentleman stated that they had not managed to detain Hunter Beast. Now the man says that there were 30 stones in total, and the thief fed them all to the cats. Of these, 26 were caught, and all of them died, unable to withstand the power of the magic stone. The man confirms Alex's words that he will soon go in search of the remaining cats. The gentleman suggests that Beast is using the magic stones to create something. When he talks about the awakened called foreigners, Alex tries to remember them, but can't. The gentleman says he needs to go before these creatures cause more hatred. He says goodbye to Alex, saying that he will come again, and the rest of the restaurant's customers follow his example. Wandering alone through the trees, the gentleman is deep in his own thoughts. The next moment the man senses a familiar sensation and trusts it. Looking at the small, already lifeless bodies, the gentleman states that they could not withstand the power of the stone. There is a rustling sound nearby, and the gazes of the man and his bird simultaneously turn to the bushes. Noticing Tiger Cub, gentleman is amazed that he survived after absorbing the magic stone. The awakened one cannot understand how this is possible, because even with the physical development of the being, everything is in order. Analyzing the cat's actions, the man concludes that he is trying to protect his own. He considers killing the animal that has swallowed the stone, but he cannot do it. A gentleman reminds himself that a moment's pity should not interfere with business. The man adds that service is service, and it would be more correct and humane to act this way. Alex can't get the foreigners, the awakened from the deserted zones, out of his head. He recalls that outside of capital, lawlessness now reigns everywhere. The man thinks of those who act in the places of the unattended gates, considering them to be powerful awakened ones. A familiar voice calling him boss makes Alex surprised and look towards the exit. Then he asks the gentleman if everything is all right, and he asks for something stronger. Alex recalls that he has a similar liqueur, although not of the best quality. The gentleman is not against this, and his interlocutor is already mentally taking the initiative to prepare an appetizer. This dish is usually made with pork, but since there is none available, the chef decides to make it with beef. The difference with this choice is that this meat does not need to be fried for so long. Alex thinks that the beef should be taken out as soon as the batter on it sets. After this, the dish will need to be fried a second time, but this time until it is fully cooked. Alex asks if his guest needs sauce with his appetizer, and he looks puzzled. Understanding the confusion, the chef says it's on the house, but the gentleman wants to pay. The client asks for a little salt instead of sauce, and Alex concludes that this man is a connoisseur. When the restaurant owner begins to court the gentleman, he thanks him. Having poured a decent amount of salt onto the gravy boat, the man dips the first piece of the appetizer into it. Immediately after this, the gentleman puts the dish into his mouth, impatiently sampling it. Following the appetizer, the man downs a full glass of summer liqueur. The combination of both is so delicious that the gentleman makes a satisfied sound. When he, having thoroughly enjoyed the sensation, calls the chef, the latter is surprised. A gentleman asks his interlocutor what he chooses, the mind or the heart, when a dilemma arises. Alex thinks that everything has two sides, and on the battlefield you are faced with a choice quite often. When a comrade dies surrounded by enemies, the heart tells you to rush to his aid. And at this moment the mind commands us not to stop and to help those who can still be saved. But no matter what choice you make, everything always comes with a price. Alex begins to tell his interlocutor about how it usually happens in his case. And his answer is that no matter what path a man chooses, there are absolutely always regrets. Hearing that Alex is acquiring something at the same time, the gentleman asks him about the money. He says that money, if you look back, sometimes doesn't have as much value as it seemed. The gentleman is so impressed by these words that he thinks about them seriously. After this, the man downs another glass and turns to the boss again. After a sigh escapes his lips, the gentleman says that in that case, he is at peace. The thought involuntarily occurs to Alex that this man and Great Life are very similar. The door opens, and Flower appears on the threshold, greeting the boss, and also notices her captain. The awakened one admits that when she saw eagles on the street, she thought it was a gentleman. The latter asks his subordinate what she is doing here at such a time. The girl replies that she lives not far from here, and asks the captain to share some meat with her. He refuses, saying that he is not in the mood, and the couple says goodbye to the restaurant owner. While supporting a drunk man, Flower is amazed at how drunk he is. When the girl meets Tiger Cub, she squeals in surprise, wondering where he came from. The gentleman reacts calmly, and Flower notes the size of the animal he encountered. The man starts talking nonsense about where the cats live, and the girl becomes puzzled. Noticing the mice, the gentleman thanks Tiger Cub, realizing that he brought them as a sign of gratitude. But at the same time, the man says that he has already eaten, refusing the offering. The cat continues to follow the gentleman with a conscious gaze for a long time, hearing his conversations with Flower. And somewhere else there are 3 reasons for the gratitude shown by the Tiger Cub. Pax lets out a startled yelp as he finishes polishing his little sister's fangs. He asks Orange to spit out the toothpaste and not swallow the foam that forms from it. Thinking that he hasn't had nightmares in a long time, Alex glances at the fresh newspaper. All the stolen magic stones were returned, but few people know that 4 of them were bought by the gentleman. Alex is confident that this man will make a wonderful defender. The smile disappears from the man's face when the restaurant owner's gaze catches the words about foreigners. 30 years have passed since the awakenings began, replacing generation after generation of their offspring. All this time, ideological differences between them never ceased for a moment. Some believed that the weak should be protected, while others held the opposite view. These 2 opposing sides were constantly engaged in an endless ideological struggle. And after the great monster invasion a decade ago, they separated and went their separate ways. The owner of the male hand, studying the report on the foreigner's actions, lets out a tired sigh. It turns out to be the director of the association, and he concludes that they have finally reached the point of no return. Elsewhere, the scientist notes the still low speed of reaching maximum power. Kind suggests that he'll have to tinker with the drive mechanism to fix this, although he likes the new artificial muscles that were recently inserted into the piloted robot. As he descends, he informs his assistant that the mechanism's mobility has been improved by 50%. After listening to his assistant, the guy expresses understanding with her words and asks the girl to continue working. Noticing the gentleman, Kind asks what happened, and he offers his interlocutor coffee. The scientist asks the man if he has heard the news about foreigner Undertaker's return. And this is not someone that everyone knows about. This is an unofficial awakened one of the first level. This man was secretly brought into the case after Jaeger went missing, so as not to cause panic. The gentleman reflects on the fact that both the mistress and the Undertaker drop everything and return, and this gives birth to thoughts in his head that, most likely, something will happen soon. Noticing the cat from the shadows, a pair of hooded men dare each other to catch her. When one of them uses its power, the bat bites into the woman's leg. Gabrielle clicked her tongue in displeasure, and noted with annoyance that she had been caught so easily. Meanwhile, having slowed down, they notice her, and the elf curses out loud. Calling on his possession for help, Gabriel takes off again, accelerating. Pax says he hasn't checked the gate in the deserted northwest zone yet, and the dragon expresses a desire to go to this place today. Rejoicing in his long-awaited freedom, he rides his new motorcycle, a gift from Alex for his research. The dragon is surprised by the post, because he doesn't remember it being here before. The man in uniform asks Pax to come up to him and show his documents. The dragon asks the reason, and the man tells him that there has been unrest in the area lately. The inspector remembers that he has already met Pax Edmund, and he says that he decided to travel a little. The dragon remembers Alex's instructions, who asked him to always be polite to ordinary people. After making sure that Pax has no magic stones, the inspector asks him to sign. When the boy does this, the man bids him farewell, wishing him a good day, and the dragon reciprocates. Stopping at the northwestern no man's land, Pax wonders if it's safe here. Convinced of this, the guy is ready to begin his research. Rushing forward at full speed, the dragon jumps into the first portal gate. He goes through dungeons with 8th level plant monsters, through slimes. The gate Pax is emerging from now is inhabited by monsters with poisonous gas. When the dragon's stomach rumbles in displeasure, it remembers Alex's cooking. Not understanding why he didn't meet the monsters that had escaped, Pax doesn't realize that they are afraid of him. Suddenly, his dragon sense detects a strange presence very close by, and the boy becomes wary. Listening closely, Pax initially detects 3, but soon realizes there are more than 10. The next moment, the realization that these are the awakened ones makes you tense up. Among all these people, there is an aura that stands out, and Pax realizes that it is an elf. Gabrielle is cornered and begins to advance, slowing down as if mocking his victim. While her opponents accuse Shadowcat of constantly getting in their way, she thinks feverishly. However, the poison rapidly spreading throughout the body prevents this from being fully accomplished. Gabrielle spent years searching for the foreigner's lair, which had settled near the gate in the uninhabited area. The woman is thinking about how she somehow managed to avoid being caught before, and then she hears leisurely footsteps. An authoritative voice commands them not to kill the cat, as they have spent 5 years trapping her. Beast gives the order to take the woman captive, intending to squeeze everything he can out of her. The man allows him to have fun with Gabrielle, as long as she stays alive in the end. Already imagining all these atrocities, the woman thinks that it would be best to jump off the cliff. She stops short, without finishing her thought, and others follow her example, starting to look around in fear. The woman's gaze is drawn to the movement that accompanies the bluish glow. From somewhere below, a fireball flies in a wide arc, aiming towards the company on the cliff. For some reason, he flies past Gabrielle, causing the woman to look up in surprise. Kisabista runs away with a frightened whine, causing her owner to call out to her in shock. The man is amazed that the awakened association managed to produce such a strong man. Beast is thinking about retreating, since it looks like this person's strength is at least 0 level. As Gabrielle collapses to the ground, the man indulgently allows her to relax. The same thing is shaking, and the woman understands that this is not at all about fear of fire. These are the last words before Gabrielle, breathing heavily, loses consciousness. Pax arrives in time to prevent his beloved from falling to the ground. The guy notices the wound from the vampire bat, now even glad that the elf is unconscious. Looking at the burning forest, the dragon quietly and rhetorically asks out loud what he should do now. He repeats his question sometime later, desperately trying to get his brain to work. The dragon remembers that cooling helps slow the spread of poison from a vampire bat's bite. The guy feels uneasy when he thinks about having to take off a woman's clothes to wash a wound. He can't allow himself to touch Gabrielle, but he needs to do so to prevent infection. Then it occurs to the guy that he can simply carefully cut away the tissue around the wound. Just as he is about to do this, Gabrielle comes to his senses, amazed. Jumping back from her, Pax stutters, assuring the woman that he can explain everything to her. Gabrielle politely asks the guy what he's doing in this place anyway. The dragon says that he found the woman during his journey, and they are now in a cave outside the city. Noticing the pain subsiding, Gabrielle mentally assumes that Alex's nephew was trying to help her. So she thanks him, and her loving heart skips a few beats. Pax manages to answer this, but a suspicious sound reaches both of their ears. With each passing moment, it only intensifies, which gives rise to identical thoughts in two heads. Pax asks Gabrielle if she can walk on her own, to which she replies, no. The dragon asks the woman to stay behind, and she reminds the redhead that he is not even awakened. Pax is about to confess who he is when our acquaintance appears in the cave. Naturally, the dragon is disappointed about this, but he can't say anything. While talking to Gabrielle, Kind recognizes the restaurant owner's nephew in front of him. The scientist asks what he is doing here, and the elf answers for Pax about traveling. The gentleman who appeared nearby said that he saw him on the lists of those who passed through the northern gate. Gabrielle is surprised that they came for her, and the interlocutor says that they cannot lose her. Pax is asked about his condition, offering a change of clothes, but he says that everything is fine. The gentleman thanks his interlocutor for caring for Gabrielle, promising that the association will reward the restaurant. The man adds that it is better to leave this place, because there is a foreigner's base somewhere nearby. Later, Alex asks again, clarifying that Pax used his breath, and he confirms this. The man expresses his understanding and praises the dragon, but does it all dryly. Orange screams about success, and Pax clarifies if Alex is okay. The man asks the redhead what he means, and he explains that he means looking after his sister. At the girl's insistence, Alex agrees that this is all truly emotionally draining. But in order for a child to sleep soundly, you need to allow him to put all his energy somewhere. Pax can't take it anymore. He bursts out laughing, and then Alex invites him to join in too. The man reports that the inspection did not reveal anything unusual. The restaurant owner's nephew was not shown to have any superpowers, but he did travel a lot. After this, the man hands over to the gentleman the results of scanning Pax's magical power. It follows from this that the red-haired man is indeed an ordinary person, in whom there is not a drop of magic. Gabrielle is puzzled, because she thought that this young man created the firefalls. And even though she was not herself then, her whole being forced her to run away without looking back. The elf wonders why she felt that primal terror from the restaurant owner. During his 9 years of wandering, this man crisscrossed the continent of Ispan. Among all this multitude were the lands of the west and east, and even the depths of the sea. But neither the sage of the east nor the great scholar of the west knew the answer to the question that interested the wanderer. It was incredibly depressing, because now the only meaning of this man's life was returning home. In his mind, he asked whoever had called him into this world, if there was one, to hear him. After all, in this world his mission as a man named Miro Races had already been fulfilled. Alex kept repeating the request in his head to end his suffering, and at some point the pleas froze on his tongue, and the disordered flow of thoughts stopped. It happened at the exact moment when a rift opened up right in front of the man. The guess burst into his head like a hurricane, and Alex extended a trembling hand towards what he so desired. Hesitantly dipping his fingers into the ether, the man felt himself being drawn after them. Having plunged headlong into this pool, Alex felt his ears become blocked at first. Having gotten used to it a little, he began to look around and eventually discovered something. Seeing the next rift, the man swam closer to it and realized what kind of dimension it was. It turned out to be the world of demons, and after studying it sufficiently, Alex turned his head in search of the next screen. Such a one was indeed found, and his man also recognized him, because it was the dimension of spirits. The next world surprised the traveler. He had never even heard of anything like it before. This made Alex even more curious about what kind of world this was where machines predominated. Having thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle, the man pushed off from the space itself and followed downwards. His breath caught in his throat. A treacherous sob escaped his chest, and his insides twisted into a knot. His eyes widened in surprise, because after so many years of wandering, Alex simply couldn't believe it. Before him was his world, his planet, his home, which he so desperately wanted to get to. The overabundance of emotion took his breath away, but Alex didn't seem to even notice. He even closed his eyes, enjoying the moment and warming himself from the heat spreading inside. The man's eyes widen as he hears the robotic voice of a radio announcer. He conveys a message from the awakened association in his casual tone. Alex mentally acknowledges the fact of the nightmare, and the fact that this little girl is sleeping with him again. Meanwhile, the radio says that Great Life has been officially recognized as a Level 1 Awakened One. The man mentally notes that it happened faster than he expected. The title of First Level Awakened, in his opinion, even in itself sounds serious. On the one hand, this helps to calm the common people, but on the other hand, it instills fear in the enemies. Meanwhile, a small group of people gathers in the conference room of the Awakened Association. Great Life feels uneasy being so close to zero, and Undertaker announces his return after 3 years spent investigating. Great Life is amazed that even as a zero, this man manages to maintain his anonymity. The power this man has is a secret known only to the director of the association. Spearman is unnerved by Undertaker's voice, as it feels like it's coming from inside his head. Later, while he is still lost in his thoughts, a friend asks Greatlife a question. To distract himself, the Spearman is amazed that Kind is without glasses today. When told that these are lenses and asked if they suit him, the man becomes puzzled and hesitantly agrees. Kind smiles sadly and admits that all these secrets sometimes drive him crazy. Greatlife exhales heavily, then cursing, expresses a desire for a beer. Kind appears next to him quite suddenly, instantly becoming excited by the words he heard. Grabbing the Spearman in his arms, the scientist firmly intends to fulfill his wish. The Spearman thinks about this guy deciding to drink in broad daylight. Seeing Alex handing the money to the courier, the couple is surprised, and one of them turns to the boss. Greatlife clarifies that the man orders food, and the other says that the kids wanted it. At the same moment, Orange asks with a funny lisp if they will eat pizza together. Kind agrees to the proposal, ordering a beer as well, and Greatlife finds the baby cute. As Alex invites visitors to settle in, he says they'll have to wait a bit. Approaching the courier, the man expresses a desire to order a couple more pizzas, and the courier promises to do everything. They have a conversation about employment, and the pizzeria worker talks about difficulties with delivery. When Alex invites him along with Pearl, Orange, lisping, calls the said girl his friend. The delivery man, recalling his interlocutor's words about the dragon being 4, believes that the girls will be able to become friends. As he sets off, the courier says goodbye to the restaurant owner until they meet again, and the owner wishes the man a safe journey. And while the courier is on the road, Alex is about to start setting the large table. This pizza with a cheese rim is called the Big Pig, and Orangey exclaims when she sees it. Unable to resist the temptation, the dragon girl takes a piece of the fragrant pizza and bites into it. Seeing how Orange eats with such gusto, Kind and Greatlife can't stop being touched. Bringing alcohol to the table, Alex asks if the guys are sure, since it's still daytime. Kind assures the owner of this place that everything is fine, because today he has a ring that removes alcohol from the body. Alex thinks that he can do something similar with his mana, but he doesn't need it. The scientist says that he simply has to show those present his signature recipe, namely, the vodka bomb. Hearing such a dangerous name, Greatlife expresses uncertainty about it. Kind is already starting to tell you what needs to be done first, putting one stack into another. You need to pour vodka so that the bottom is full, and then pour it into a glass and fill it with beer to the previous height. The culmination of this cocktail is the hit with the sticks, and thus, the vodka bomb is ready for one sip. The key to achieving this is not to overdo it, so Kind is going to make Greatlife himself. Observing the process of creating his own drink, the Spearman feels that there is not enough beer, and the scientist is already raising his glass to the promotion of Spearmaster Happy Gritmoon to the first level. The room fills with other voices congratulating Greatlife, and he begins to feel embarrassed. So one glass is followed by another, one bottle by another, and soon there are quite a few of them on the table. The wristwatch erupts with a shrill sound, and Kind announces that he is being summoned. He turns to Greatlife, asking how he likes his vodka bomb, and Greatlife shares his drinking buddy's taste. They say goodbye to the restaurant owner and the baby, who reciprocate the awakened's feelings. Suddenly one of the company returns, calling out to the boss, who asks what's the matter. Kind says he grabbed a copy with his bro already in the first level for Alex for the interior. The man thanks the guy, and the latter, giving the magazine to his interlocutor, is now clearly saying goodbye. Seeing the photo on the back of the issue, the little girl says that this guy is a magician. Turning the magazine over, Alex suddenly realizes that he has seen this man somewhere before. When the little girl asks if this magician is her dad's friend, the man is puzzled. Alex begins to remember that they actually studied together, as if in high school. Meanwhile, Patre says that the harder the world is, the more often you need to smile. After asking everyone present if they are ready, the man begins his introduction. Literally seconds later, a whirlwind of cards bursts out of his hat, showering the crowd below. When the man hears the cheers, he says that tonight is River North's night. Patre adds that it will be the most vibrant and unforgettable. Orange repeats Alex's words that this is his school friend, and the man confirms them. Alex thinks that although the years have taken their toll, he still sees that same boy in that look. For as long as he can remember, this man always wanted to be a magician, and he finally made it. The man's thoughts shift slightly in a different direction, and he remembers that he had thought about something similar before. After all, if he spent 30 years in another world, then time did not stand still in this one either. Alex had friends and family, a whole life made up of connections with people. But the years went by. The man had lost many people during this time, and he could not even imagine that he would meet someone from the past. Although Alex looks 30 on the outside, his soul is already over 60, hence some problems with memories. But the man's heart remembers to this day the gratitude and sadness, and that supermarket with the name of the Fragrant Quarter. Suddenly, Alex notices something that, although in plain sight, somehow eluded his awareness. For some reason, the man didn't notice how much his school friend had changed. When Patre finishes his performance and leaves, he is pounced on with praise. The man thanks these people and expresses hope that the main part will go just as smoothly. Saying goodbye to his interlocutors until next time, Patre says that he needs to get ready and leaves. However, he stops, because the man's attention is drawn to the gate that appears out of nowhere. Patre considers the roof of Neutral near Fainchild Station to be the worst possible place for this. The appearance of a gate in such an area means certain disaster, and it must be cleared as quickly as possible. While conjuring a map in front of him while thinking, the man increases its size. This is necessary so that she can help reach the gates hanging in the air as quickly as possible. When Patre gets inside, he expects to see anything but this. This is precisely why the man stops short when he begins to express his opinion about the view spread out before him. But there is simply no time for long digestion. It is obvious that this is a measurement of mechanisms. Looking at the space around him, Patre considers all this to be ugliness and pure anomaly. First of all, the man is going to clean up the small change, and only then move on to everything else. From the deck flipping before my eyes, 2 cards stand out and fly up. The 2 jokers leave their planes and appear as translucent phantoms. By directing them where they should go, Patre begins to put his original plan into action. Seeping through the mechanism's shell, the phantoms enter inside, performing the prescribed manipulations there. Snapping his fingers, the wizard gives a silent order to his subordinates, and they tear apart the metal. Several awakened run up to the man, saying that they are with them, and he tells him not to let his guard down. Any master of this business knows that any dungeon is guarded by a boss. And as all the pieces begin to come together, the man tells the rest of the awakened to get ready. Without disregarding his own orders, Patre notes out loud that the metal monster is forming. Later, in the Awakened Association workshop, Kind lets out a disappointed cry. He clarifies whether this is a new species, and the interlocutor first of all talks about the monsters from the River North Gate. Beginning to study the mechanism, Kind finds its design primitive, listing the names of the components. The power source is an unprocessed magic stone of the 8th or 9th level. The scientist has questions about how such a primitive mechanism can withstand the power of the stone. Turning to Patre, Kind asks if there was a boss in this dungeon with mechanical monsters. He replies that there was, and it was huge. The wizard has already passed on information about it to the Association of the Awakened. Thanking Patre for the important information, Kind asks him not to leave, but to stay at least for a minute. In his mind, the scientist comes to the conclusion that the information provided by the Undertaker was reliable. His eyes light up with delight at the mere thought that they could gain access to the world of brilliant mechanics. Breaking into the laboratory, the scientists order its staff to immediately conduct a full analysis of the material. The guy thinks that he and Ogre are stuck precisely because of difficulties with the material. Kind sees this alloy and the gate as their chance to make a great breakthrough. Returning to the wizard, the boy asks him if he ate today, and he answers negatively. In that case, as a token of gratitude, Kind invites Patre to join him. While Alex smokes, somewhere in the distance the cries of birds that have become frightened and are flying away can be heard. Still thinking about his school friend, the man tries to visualize their potential conversation. A memory appears before my eyes in which the teacher calls all the students to attention. She tells them that tomorrow is their fun cooking class with their moms and dads, and they need to prove themselves. Alex hated these events, because his father had gone bankrupt, and the family was on the brink of poverty. Because of this, the boy's parents were constantly busy, and he did not want to distract them. The old cookbook he took from the shelf was full of dishes with expensive and unfamiliar ingredients. They were all served on beautiful plates, the likes of which Alex had never seen in his life. Finally, among all this multitude, the boy saw a familiar name. They were rice dumplings, and then the little heart began to beat faster with anticipation. Thinking that he could make it himself, Alex took out the available seasonings and dumplings, but there were difficulties with other ingredients that needed to be purchased. The boy didn't know how much they cost, but he still had some pocket money left. Alex immediately ran to the aroma quarter store, addressing the salesperson as he went. The boy asked him for the necessary ingredients, but the man said that he didn't have enough money for them. Alex looked puzzled, and then his interlocutor suggested something else instead. After waiting for the seller to bring him the product, the boy saw that it was cabbage. Alex did not object, and asked the man to put the vegetable in the bag. Pleased with his purchase, the boy returned home, humming a cheerful song. The next day, all the children cooked with their parents, enjoying the process. And only Alex was alone, encouraging himself with the words that he could handle it himself. Lost in his thoughts too deeply, he didn't notice how the contents of the pan began to boil. Alex tasted the dish and decided that he had oversalted it. Then he decided to try to fix everything by adding sugar to the pan as a counterbalance. The smell didn't seem very pleasant to him, and the boy tried the dish cautiously. Everything turned out exactly as he thought. Not only did it look terrible, but it also tasted bad. Alex felt uneasy because he had no food left, but he needed to somehow fix the situation. The boy tried to calm himself down, but suddenly he radically changed his mind, realizing that everything was bad. An unbidden sob escapes just as Alex is spoken to. Approaching the would-be cook, the unfamiliar boy expresses his willingness to sample his rice dumplings. Already imagining the consequences of this, Alex forbids trying, to which his interlocutor chuckles questioningly. Instead of a grimace of disgust, a radiant smile blossoms on the taster's face. And while Alex is puzzled by this, the boy turns to the rest of his classmates. He calls them over, inviting them to try the dumplings too because they turned out incredibly delicious. Alex asks him why he says that, because the dish turned out to be tasteless. Patre says that he is going to become a great magician, and now the dumplings will become delicious. Alex doesn't understand this boy, and the latter turns the heat up to maximum. After this, Patre begins to move his hands over the pan and begins to cast a spell. The guys who came up asked what he was doing, and Alex said that they were rice dumplings. The boy doesn't believe it, because even the ingredients are different. But Patre doesn't despair, insisting on his own. When one of the classmates finally decides to try the dish, his excited cry cuts through the air. Alex can't believe his ears and tries his failed culinary masterpiece again. Turning to Patre, he asks how he did it, and the boy mysteriously repeats that it was magic. Word spreads fast, and the next people eager to try it are already rushing to Alex's table. The boy thanks Patre and asks again how he managed to fix everything, but he doesn't admit it. And yet, a little later, the magician says that he will share if Alex walks him home every day. And then, looking around in search of Patre parents, he notices that his classmate is also alone. The realization brings tears to his eyes, but Alex doesn't let them fall. Instead, the boy, after a brief pause, agrees to fulfill Petre's request. Now, while cooking, Alex sums up his memory of his acquaintance with Patre. The man recalls that they were friends until the 2nd grade, and then their family moved. They had not seen each other since then. But although this friendship did not last long, Alex remembered that day forever. Tasting his brew for seasoning, the man notes with satisfaction that it is just right. After this, Alex adds everything else to the pan and leaves the dish to simmer to thicken. Remembering that he still has some meat left, the man thinks about making some hot peppers. Orange asks if they will really have meat today, and Alex confirms this, asking them to wait. The girl agrees, saying that she will go play for now, and the dragon, hearing this, asks about it. And then, saying that she forgot something, she kisses the little girl on the cheek, and she bursts into ringing laughter. Pax is about to continue to cuddle the girl, and she says that her brother is good. Alex asks Orange to kiss him, and the little dragon readily complies. Pax, seeing this, is speechless, because his little sister never does that to him. Rushing after the girl, the dragon asks her to kiss her brother, and she, running away, squeals. They stop right at the entrance, and an elderly stranger politely greets the relatives. Kind also joins in the greeting, informing the chief that he has arrived as well. Taking off his hat, Patre says that he has received high praise for this restaurant. Alex, who had not expected this at all, was at a loss, but he pulled himself together and greeted the guests. A scientist asks the owner of the establishment what they have on the menu today. He says that there are freshly made dumplings, but he is ready to cook anything. Patre is not at all against the ready-made dish, and Kind is surprised that his companion agreed to this. But the boy still supports the man, asking Alex to serve them 2 portions. The man thinks that his childhood friend does not remember him, although this is not surprising. At the same time, Alex remembers how he envied the boy who had a dream of becoming a great magician. The man plays out in his head the scenario he was going to follow at a similar moment, but now it seems to him that he will hardly be able to say something like that out loud. After finishing the table setting, Alex serves his customers special rice dumplings with deep-fried peppers. Kind, already familiar with the chef's skill, is looking forward to trying another masterpiece. Previously indifferent to this, Patre freezes, unable to believe his taste sensations. The man says he has an idea of the sauce's secret, saying that these dumplings are eaten in good company. Kind asks if the chef himself has eaten, and he pauses and answers in the negative. Orange appeared nearby and said that this grandpa got his mustache dirty, and her dad doesn't have one. The man says that the girl has something on her dress, and she starts to panic, because the item is new. Patre asks if there was a card on the dress, and the little girl cries out in delight. After this, the man asks Orange to squeeze the object in her hand, and she obediently complies. Patre casts a spell, and the little girl squeals even louder, amazed at the miraculous substitution. The illusionist asks Orange to give the flower to her dad and tell him to eat with his grandfather. The girl obediently carries out Patregard's orders, and Alex, although he accepts the gift, is puzzled. Gathering his strength, he thanks Orange and agrees to eat together. A looping sound comes from the scientist's watch, and the boy looks at it with bewilderment. The wizard thinks it's an urgent call, but it's the results of the mechanism tests that have arrived. Kind apologizes to Alex for leaving suddenly, and thanking him for his understanding, gives him the money. Patregard notes the energy of the youth, and the restaurant owner agrees with him. Alex is about to leave the table when he hears a question about the sauce for the rice dumplings. The man asks the chef about the seasoning, as he thinks it comes from a packet of instant noodles. Patregard says he will never forget this taste, because he and his friend used to enjoy it. Although his family was poor, the man, who was still a boy at the time, made delicious rice dumplings. Patregard talks about how he and his friend talked about their dreams back then. The wizard's dream was to be able to give people laughter, so he wanted to become an illusionist. He says that he devoted many years to magic, but remained a third-tier artist. But despite all the difficulties, Patregard was happy, because he felt close to his dream. Then the world changed, and he felt that real magic had awakened within him. The man says that when things get tough, he thinks back to his carefree childhood, and at the same time, how much fun he had with his only friend. Alex pauses for just a few moments, savoring the moment, and then asks about the current state of affairs. Patregard says that nothing has changed for him, and he still protects the world. A man does this so that everyone in him can laugh sincerely and carefree. At that moment, Alex remembers the boy's words about how his magic would make the dumplings the most delicious in the world. To his own surprise, he sincerely says that he is happy for this man. As he leaves, Patregard thanks the chef for the delicious food, promising to come back more often. He felt good here. But suddenly he remembers that he hasn't introduced himself yet, and does so, asking in response for the name of his interlocutor. Alex accepts and seals the handshake and also states his name. Leaving now for sure, the man turns once again to look at the restaurant owner. He thinks for a long time about how this man's name seems very familiar to him. Constantly replaying it in his head, Patregard finally remembers his words from the past. He even stops to allow himself to experience these emotions. Looking at this man, the man begins to be tormented by doubts. He says out loud the words that this simply cannot be. At that very moment, Alex is distracted from the talking dragons and turns his gaze to Patregard. Mentally addressing him, he asks his friend to be sure to come to the restaurant again. At the same time, Kindu's workshop reports that the type could not be determined. However, the mana durability turned out to be almost at the level of a 6th grade magic stone. A dialogue takes place between scientists about the compatibility of their current alloys with the alloys of the mechanisms from the gate. And everyone thinks that if they succeed, their long-held dream might finally come true. Now Kind understands that the engineering of that mechanical world is much more advanced than theirs. Sitting on the threshold in front of the pond, Alex is mentally amazed at the transience of time. Before he was summoned, Riverhand wasn't even considered a river. It was like a sewer. The man enjoys being in silence, but something catches his attention. Noticing movement ahead, Alex's eyes spot a struggling turtle. Coming closer, the man realizes that she belongs to the genus Trionyx, which is soft-bodied. Lowering the rescued animal into the water, Alex is amazed at the speed with which the animal swims away from him. The man is intrigued by a school of fish, which, upon closer inspection, appears to belong to the salmon family. The costs of the profession are taking their toll, and now Alex is talking about the first-class taste of meat. The man also has to take a break from the fish, as he notices his new acquaintance. A whirlpool sucks in a turtle that's rushing after a salmon and throws it out in another place. Watching this poor thing, Alex mentally expresses his condolences to her. As the man smirks at the turtle's persistence, his stomach rumbles in protest. Catching himself thinking that he's hungry, Alex notes that he's figured out what he'll have for dinner tonight. Riverhand salmon are smaller in size than Norwegian salmon and have a lower fat content. But now, when there are no supplies from overseas, Alex is grateful even for this. The man considers the most painstaking work in preparing fish to be removing small bones. Fish fillet is so delicate that any wrong move can ruin it. First, Alex removes small bones by hand, then quickly rinses the carcass in salt water. This removes the specific smell and the meat itself becomes denser. The man uses the head and bones for broth, and plans to prepare the main dish from the fillet. But first of all, Alex considers the sampling to be very important. The man really loves this rich fat content and the texture that just melts in his mouth. Alex thinks it's ideal to serve this fish with alcohol or rice, but for now it's going to be breakfast for the kids. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the man greets his first visitor of the day. This shabby boy politely asks Alex for rice, calling him uncle. Analyzing the child's appearance, the the man comes to the conclusion that he is clearly from the outskirts of the market. Alex is not going to refuse someone in need and allows the boy to go into the hall and sit down. Seeing the beautifully sliced salmon dish standing in front of him, the child cries out in delight. He immediately pounces on the salad, devouring it as if he hadn't eaten in ages. The boy asks Alex for water, and he, anticipating his desire, already hands him a bottle. The boy drinks a lot, which is why the man cannot hold back a sympathetic sigh. The child thanks the owner for the delicious food and gives him money, but he refuses. Getting ready to return the coins the boy left behind, Alex freezes in confusion. A thought forms in his head, and in order to verify it, the man uses the eye of recognition. The child really does turn out to be the spirit of Trionyx, rejoicing that the whirlpool can no longer break him. Alex whistles, finally convinced that it was Trionic from Riverhand. This amuses him, because today another strange thread was woven into the man's fate. Alex is thinking, wanting to help the spirit, but for this he needs special ingredients. This is the Labyrinth Gate, which Alex disguised as an organic vegetable farm. Here, as has always been the case since then, painstaking work is in full swing. Minotaur recalls how Alex shortened his name to Mino, apparently considering it too long. And while he is pondering his chances of survival, the creature is called out. Now, listening to Sophron, the Minotaur still mentally discusses who she is. He notes that the vampire lord works with everyone equally, because otherwise she will starve. He notices movement to the side. The Minotaur looks there and is amazed by the bow on legs. Showing the living vegetable to Lady Fox, the creature speaks of this, and the vampire confirms his words. Mino asks if they will raise him, which surprises Sophron, as she didn't know about the Horned One's abilities. Saying that such a bow needs a suitable name, the vampire gives it a very long and complicated name. The Minotaur suggests naming the bow Thumper, because he stomps his feet in a very funny way. For Sophron this seems too simple, but she doesn't object, asking in return for a place for the baby. The Minotaur replies to his interlocutor that he just recently plowed a new garden bed. He pauses briefly and then turns to Sophron, who explains what the matter is. The Minotaur says that working in the fields is not so bad, and the vampiress, although silent, thinks about it. She reasons that, if she were in the demon world, she would never have even thought about such a thing. The vampire's world has always been one of eternal wars, in which the strong devour the weak. But now Sophron feels the special taste of food obtained through the joint efforts of working with the hell cows. The vampire offers to prepare fertilizer for the new garden bed, since they now have Topoten. And just as the Minotaur is about to prepare the ground, something unexpected happens. Suddenly stopping, the onion falls face down into the ground and gives up its spirit. The Minotaur and the vampiress themselves freeze, screaming and beginning to howl heart-rendingly. The Horned One wails, shedding tears, and Lady Sophron soon joins him. Alex decides to visit his farm a little later, and he asks what has already happened here. Still sobbing, the Minotaur informs his master of Topoten's death, who asks who it is. When Sophron replies that it's their onion on legs, Alex thinks about it. And while she laments how much they have done for him, she sees an interesting picture. The cheerful farmers think that this is their Topoten, but Alex says that these are his vegetables. The man recalls exactly how these vegetables were brought to life. Alex was busy catching them at the time, but apparently he didn't manage to catch them all. And while Mino points out the other Topotens to Sophron, the man is about to send the rest to them. Alex announces out loud to his workers that he has come for rice and fresh vegetables. The man asks if Mino was one of the Demon King's closest servants, and receives confirmation of this. Alex asks if the invasion was only on Espana, and the Horned One is puzzled. Sophron intervenes in the conversation, saying that everything happened only on this continent. Asking the vampire if she herself has seen other dimensions, the man thinks deeply. Sophron says that she only knows the basics. She knows the worlds of demons, spirits, the middle one, and several nameless ones. The man involuntarily recalls yesterday's rush, which he noticed during his walk. Inside that truck was a giant puppet, clearly of alien technology. Alex suggests that it most likely belonged to one of the civilizations he saw during his return. The machine world comes to mind, which could mean another rift has opened. Sophron comes closer to the man and begins to talk about other dimensions. The vampire suggests that the Demon King himself might know about them. Frightened, Sophron says that she just assumed, since she won't meet the Demon King anyway. Alex thinks about how the rift is slowly but surely gaining strength, and it is not yet clear what it is. This could be reconnaissance before an invasion, or growth to consume this world entirely. Watching closely as the boy puts another portion into his mouth, Pax turns to Alex. He suggests that it is not a person, but a spirit, and the man confirms this by naming the identity of the Trionyx. Meanwhile, the Turtle Man, thanking the owner for the delicious food, pays in the usual way. Pax tests Alex's reaction, and he suggests going after the Trionyx. The dragon asks in amazement where exactly, but the man leaves the question unanswered. As he enters the water, the boy tenses up and begins to rapidly shrink in size. This continues until it returns to its original form. From somewhere nearby, an astonished cry is heard, along with the words that the man has turned into a Trionyx. The blond man asks his companion if he saw it, and he suggests that it is a spirit. The couple notices Alex and Pax and approaches them, asking what they are doing here. They reply that they are watching the Trionyx trying to overcome the whirlpool. Wisdom cries out in frustration. He doesn't understand why the turtle is so stubborn about climbing straight there. Alex agrees with him. The man thinks about how spirits are always possessed by something, and remembers one dog spirit. Although his owner died, the dog continued to sit over his grave even decades later. Alex also remembers that recent fox cub who was crazy about magic stones. However, when spirits go through such trials, they grow and change. The man doesn't know how it works, because he's never understood such obsessions. A few days later, the turtle boy returns to the restaurant again, asking the man for some rice. Alex mentally notes that it seems like this is already the 6th day. No wonder Trionyx is in a bad mood. The man comes to the conclusion that it is just time to take out the salmon that has been aged for this time. Alex considers the belly of this fish to be, without a doubt, its best part, with a unique, delicate taste. Although the salmon is fatty and smooth, it melts in your mouth and leaves a rich, full-bodied aftertaste. There were times when Alex thought he was ready to give his soul for the belly of this fish. While thinking about this, the man checks the fish soup and comes to the conclusion that it is just cooked through. While telling the turtle that they have a special salmon menu today, the man hears an excited cry. Alex tells his interlocutor that he will definitely succeed today, and the other man blinks his eyes in surprise. But suddenly his expression changes, and the boy sincerely thanks the chef. Later, the child enters the water and turns into a turtle, accompanied by encouraging shouts from behind him. Taking this as a challenge, Trionyx pushes off from the water with determination, the chants behind him continuing. Meanwhile, the turtle swims up to the whirlpool, and the cheers die down. But this is not because they don't care. On the contrary, the observers are worried about the spirit. With only seconds left before their collision, the spectators hold their breath. The turtle concentrates, calling on all his strength to help. He thinks only about victory. Somehow he succeeds, and the spirit hears a roar of approval behind him. Wisdom is the happiest of all, and Alex, looking at the turtle, becomes thoughtful. Some kind of metamorphosis begins to occur with the Trionyx's body, and someone screams. At the end of the transformation, Wisdom, again louder than most, screams about the spirit having grown. Alex, watching the Trionyx, thinks that this is what is called the growth of the possessed. While the turtle is being praised, the man allows himself to think that he is slowly beginning to understand everything. His own growth stopped when he reached mastery of all 6 classes, and perhaps his true path, like that of this Trionyx, may begin with something insignificant. That same night, someone is seen walking leisurely through a deserted area in the vicinity of Statenville. He approaches the dungeon called the Temple of the Crescent Moon, without feeling even a shred of fear. The ominous growling of the nearby animals does not cause even the slightest contraction of the muscles in the face. Approaching the platform, Beast asks, looking into the eyes of the woman sitting opposite him, "What happened?" This girl's name is Eva, and she is a level 0 prophet of the future, she greets her interlocutor. Addressing her, the man mentally marks the guardians of the Shadow Brothers, the awakened of the 2nd level. They unanimously report that the prophetess recently had a new vision. Beast doesn't hesitate for a second, asking the girl to show him what she saw. And although she doesn't want to, understanding what this could lead to, Eva obeys. What he sees makes the man show uninvited emotions. He almost screams in amazement. In the vision, the man realizes that he is in a deserted area southeast of Dragon Mountain. You don't even have to look closely to find the anomaly, because the world is split in half. A familiar door appears from another rift, and its leaves open slightly. The next moment, a purple portal appears before the man's eyes, and Beast feverishly thinks about the whole world being shrouded in purple fog. It's scary as hell, but luckily the vision starts to fade and then Eve's voice is heard. She suddenly covers herself with her hand and falls silent, barely managing to squeeze out the word soon. The next moment, the girl starts coughing uncontrollably, causing Beast to become worried. When she manages to catch her breath, the prophetess says that very soon something terrible will befall the world. She assumes that some incredibly powerful being will appear in their world. The girl had another vision, but it was unclear, so we'll have to wait for a new one. And yet, Ava is sure that a terrible creature sleeps in the city where the association is located. It is so powerful that no one can see it, touch it, or find it. A couple of brothers take turns saying that Eve's visions have never been wrong. Involuntarily, The memory of what happened on that cliff flashes through Beast's mind. A man is given the task of gathering information in Happy Grit Moon, but he feels he can't handle it alone. They promise to assign him a first-level awakened Black Mamba. Beast feels much calmer, as such a duet could really be successful. The man then asks about the candidate who was reported after the skirmish with Shadowcat. Hearing the information that was obtained, Beast becomes furious, because that power was higher. Having received a compelling argument, the man says that, in that case, he will start with the Queen of Blades' command. Beast asks about a cure for Ava and learns that it is in development. The man becomes irritated when he hears that a drug that suppresses mana release is not easy to develop. Ava calls out to Beast and puts a smile on her face, telling her interlocutor that she is okay. The man wants to say a lot, but he doesn't want to hurt the girl, so he holds back. He bites his lip not only to keep from saying something unnecessary, but also to keep from giving in to tears. A little later, the man leaves the ill-fated dimension, coming to his faithful friend. Hiding his face under his bandana as usual, Beast forces himself to think about the need to go. After all, in order to save the one who is dear to him, this man is ready to do anything. Seeing these crows, the Queen of Blades says that she has a bad feeling about this. Her interlocutor asks her if this is because the new recruit left without permission, and the woman does not deny it. She had high hopes for this child, but he suddenly disappeared somewhere. The woman suggests that this may be because of what she said yesterday, and her interlocutor agrees. Suddenly, the blonde's joking tone fades and she becomes wary, turning around sharply. She warns her subordinate that there is someone very close to them. And indeed, soon a suspiciously familiar low growl reaches both of their ears. The next moment it sounds behind Delica, and the woman regroups. Spinning around, the Queen of Blades jumps back, calling Beast by his nickname. He doesn't react, unlike his cat, who lets out a furious roar when the alarm is sent. The moment the suddenly appearing enemy is called by name, he activates his power. Guided by the man's magic, hordes of mice run out from under the large predator. They rush at Delica, who orders the immediate evacuation of all residents from all sides. And immediately, the members of her team begin to carry out their commander's order. While the woman is distracted, Beast takes off and heads straight for her. But the Queen of Blades is not so simple, and she manages, albeit not easily, to repel the enemy attack. Beast returns to his kitty, and Delica, offended by his behavior, lets out a growl. She is not going to let the enemy go so easily, but he leaves her no choice. At first, the woman doesn't understand where Beast is going, but then it dawns on her. After all, the spire of the Awakened Association stands out as the most prominent part of that area. All this time, the siren tears apart the space with its piercing sound. A voice distorted by the instruments announces that foreigner, Beast, is heading towards the association. The man wonders why this boy has undergone such a drastic change. He recalls that Beast's past achievements were only slightly more modest than those of the gentleman. But he found his calling in urban battles, perfecting his unconventional technique. The man frowned, thinking that no one could have ever imagined that Beast would leave the Awakened Association. And although the past cannot be brought back, Trugam is sure that this boy's actions are a diversionary tactic. Recently, foreigners have set their sights on the association's secret documents. Specialists in this field are the Black Mamba and the Nightmare. Trugam knows their capabilities better than anyone, because they were all allies before. Noticing a subordinate, the man asks out loud whether he should request a barrier, but he only remains silent, continuing to remain motionless and merge with the shadows in the corner. However, a little later, Undertaker comes outside and, thrusting a cross into the roof, begins to read the spell. Alex, who is walking with Orange, picks up an abnormal sound. The girl is happy that the man buys her everything she wants, casually calling him Dad. Shrugging off the random sound, Alex again feels a strange sense of foreboding. Turning around, the man mentally notes that something flashed very close. Holding Orange closer to him, Alex begins to carefully look around. Noting the high level of secrecy, the man asks the dragon to climb into his arms. And somewhere, in the area of the Awakened Association, a shadow in a hood moves closer to the barrier. The man's hand tries to touch the protection, but his expectations are not met with success. At first, it was just a tingling sensation. But then the energy began to burn unbearably, forcing the blonde to pull his hand away. The man assumes that this barrier is of a master level, since he cannot overcome it. He chuckled as he thought about how there had never been a person with such skills in the Awakened Association before. This interests him, because, as it turns out, the affairs of this organization are not standing still. When Gabrielle attacks him, the man easily parries the blow, which puzzles the elf. Over the next few moments, a series of skirmishes occurs between them. But ultimately the woman jumps back, telling her opponent that he hasn't changed at all. The Black Mamba grins, verbally greeting Shadowcat in a similar manner. And she notes that this moment does not really resemble a reunion after a long separation. Mamba smirks at her rival's words, saying that she cannot defeat the Night King himself. But from the side, along with the spear, a voice is heard saying that she is not alone. The man looks with interest at the weapon that came flying from the side, tracking its trajectory. It doesn't take long, because Great Life shows up immediately, greeting Mamba with a joke. He replies that he still has gunpowder in his flasks, and then praises the spearman's courage. Meanwhile, the Queen of Blades asks her opponent to stop. She thinks of the guards who fight to protect the citizens, believing them to be weak in the face of chaos. For this reason, if we start fighting right now, there will be a lot of losses. The Ice Witch comes to her comrade's aid just as she finishes her spell. As she descends, she announces her willingness to help, and Delica accepts her colleague's wish. Finding Beast with her eyes, Hannah says his name through her teeth, her whole body involuntarily tensing. But the girl immediately corrects herself, calling the man standing opposite her by his real name, Edward. The same one, saying that there is both a queen and a witch here, reminds us that he doesn't like this name. When one of his interlocutors asks where Eva is now, the man's face distorts. He says he won't after a few moments, and Hannah counters, having no doubt about it. She asks her interlocutor for what purpose he took the girl. And then, from somewhere above, an otherworldly voice is heard, saying that their plan has failed. Black Mamba informs his comrade that someone has erected a barrier of superior quality on this side. He tells Biss to retreat, and the man takes the order for control. When Edward says goodbye to the ladies, one of them prepares a gift for him. The queen sighs in annoyance as she sends one of her blades towards her enemy. She just can't believe that this man could run away from them so easily. Hannah doesn't respond to these words. Her head is occupied by completely different thoughts. Alex, who has been watching all this from above for some time, has been thinking mentally. If no one has died yet, then the Forumer's goal is not to kill. Objectively assessing the Queen of Blades' fighting style, the man sees many vulnerabilities in it. Beast had more than one opportunity to at least seriously wound her, but he chose not to. But Alex lets it all go, remembering that a pretty little dragon is already waiting for him. And sometime later, approaching his house, he sees Orange looking out the window. At the headquarters of the mercenaries of the Temple of Hepagrimmon, a discussion is taking place regarding the night's unrest. Wisdom flushes as he reads the newspaper, wondering if these idiots even have a clue. The mercenary leader grins and asks if he is one of those idiots, and is told no. Blazing says that this is the essence of protection, because it is not a thing that is being protected, but a person. The boy begins to say that he disagrees with the prosecution's position, but is cut off by his mentor's gesture. He thinks that it looks like he's going to get into trouble now, but he still doesn't agree with these thick-headed people. This infuriates him, because it devalues the sacrifices of those who died, for example, his older brother. Fragments of these terrible words constantly float through his head, igniting the fire of anger in the awakened one. Wisdom, having unwittingly begun his transformation, flinches as a heavy hand falls on his shoulder. Telling the boy to be patient, Blazing uses his energy to force the transformation process to stop. The leader of the temple mercenaries says that in such troubled times, one must use one's power for good. Wisdom truly comes to understand this when he agrees with his role model. In her sleep, Orange utters her signature phrase and begins to slowly wake up. When she does this, she stretches sweetly and yawns cutely. Immediately after this, the first thing Orange does is approach Alex and stroke him soothingly. Suddenly, a memory of a girl kissing a man comes to mind, and Orange decides to repeat this manipulation so that Alex can sleep soundly. Once again stroking the man's head, the dragon asks him to sleep peacefully. In the next few seconds, the room is illuminated by light and the sound of splashing water can be heard inside. And then, accompanied by her guardian spirit, Orange runs out of there, bursting into laughter. Finding her slippers, the little girl tries to put them on her foot, but the attempt is unsuccessful. Then Orange bursts into tears, and her Undine is puzzled by the state of her little mistress. The spirit comes up with something, and soon the baby's shoes are put on with the help of a stream of water. Orange is delighted with what they have achieved and squeals with delight. After that, she trots her little legs to the front door and goes outside. Noticing the tiger cub, the girl calls out to him and asks him to come to her, while running up to her herself. Raising her tiny hand, Orange Paw, saddling the cat, tells him to go forward. Sometime later they find themselves in a forest, and the girl allows her steed to walk on its own. When he stops at the graves of his fallen comrades, Orange asks what it is. The little girl's attention is attracted by something, and she says that there is something shiny there. Driven by curiosity, the dragon uses magic to extract magic stones from the ground. The girl is delighted as she watches objects spin in the air and shimmer in the sun. And then she remembers Alex's words about how, having disturbed another's peace, one must respond with kindness. Without thinking twice, Orange hands the magic stone to Tiger Cub. He, not intending to refuse, obediently sinks his teeth into the enticing crystal. As soon as the last piece is consumed, the animal's body begins to glow. Carefully watching Tiger Cub's every move, Orange Cub notes with admiration that he has grown. The girl wants this too, so she starts biting the magic stone from all sides. Nothing works, and then Orange again feeds the tasteless thing to Tiger Cub. When the flashes of magical light end, the girl commands her steed to ride on. On their way home, they notice a sign, and the girl asks the cat to slow down. As she begins to read what is written, Orange learns that they eat a huge portion of noodles here. Inside, the count is decreasing, currently reaching 9. As he empties his plate, this guy is proud of the fact that he ate a huge portion in just 20 minutes. Orange is so impressed by this activity that she cannot make any articulate sounds. The next moment, the area is cut by her scream, expressing her desire to also try the huge noodles. Later, Alex asks in surprise if he understood the little girl's request correctly. The man says that noodles in the morning will cause bloating and offers Orange a pork cutlet. Alex asks if the girl washed herself because her clothes are very dirty, and notices something. The man is curious about where Orange got the magic stone and why Tiger Cub is so big. Saying that the most important thing is that they are both alive, Alex sends the little girl to wash up, and she agrees. Rising from his squatting position, the man thinks that it's time to start cooking. When preparing to cook a pork cutlet, Alex remembers that there are a great many options. But still, his ideal is a European-style cutlet, tender and fried with sauce and other additives. Today, the man wants to cook a juicy and appetizing dish from a thick piece of pork tenderloin. Alex thinks that the appearance of the Pig King could mean a strengthening of the connection with the demon world. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the man greets his first client of the day. Tiger greets the chef with a beaming smile and asks him if there is anything special going on today. Greeting the man in return, Alex notes how long it has been since they last saw each other due to the Awakened One's busy schedule. The man recalls how yesterday he noticed a double master-level barrier erected above the association. Thinking about this, Alex asks his client to wait just a little longer. Checking the meat for doneness, the man concludes that it is time to start making the sauce. When he bought it, he was told that this product was made according to a special secret recipe. Alex thinks that he could find out the ingredients, but the man does not want to violate trade ethics. The man likes to dip his cutlet in sauce, so he's going to serve it in a separate bowl. Another guest enters the restaurant, asking if there is a fixed menu. Alex says it changes depending on what's in stock, and today's dish is a cutlet. Having finished cooking and setting the table, the chef announces the name of the prepared dish. The new customer, not believing his eyes, admiringly notes the thickness of the cutlet. After he dips a piece of meat into the sauce, he immediately puts the dish he is interested in into his mouth. The taste exceeds all expectations, and the guy begins to shower the chef with compliments. After this, he asks the price of the dish and is surprised, because it is half of what he expected. Alex notes what the client liked and suggests enjoying the cutlet to the fullest. The guy doesn't even intend to ignore this offer and orders another dish. The second is followed by the third, and Alex meekly accepts his guest's order. Looking at the second customer while waiting for his portion, the guy introduces himself. He says that he is a great glutton, and his real name is said to be Grand Merit Holy. The boy recognized the Lord of Food because he really wanted to meet him. Meanwhile, Tiger also orders himself a portion, and Alex gets a little tense. In his mind, he suggests that soon he will not have a moment of peace. Grand Merit, with an unperturbed look, shoves another cutlet whole into his mouth. The food lord chews more thoroughly, but does not lag behind his rival. Alex mentally laments the fact that he is already serving his guests his 12th serving of cutlets. When there is only one piece left on Tiger's plate, the man sighs tiredly. He admits his defeat, and the Awakened One's opponent praises his rival for his excellent endurance. Tiger is about to close the account, remembering the boss's rule, and the boss is puzzled as to where it came from. Grand Merit bids farewell to a worthy opponent until the next competition. Alex expresses surprise that there is a better eater than Tiger, who agrees. To the chef's surprise, the Lord of Food asks for another serving of cutlet. Taking a closer look at the man with the eye, Alex realizes that the Awakened One did not resort to his power. He asks Tiger if he will compete again, and the man responds with a modest yes. He says that he is ready to participate if someone challenges him. Then the Awakened One wants to win. A week later they meet again, and Tiger again reports his loss. Grand Merit thanks him for the food, and his opponent starts talking about next time. The guy reports that due to his new job, he will most likely be absent for about 2 months. In response to Tiger's concerns about the danger, he assures his interlocutor that everything will be fine. The conversation takes a different direction, and Grand Merit mentions that he plans to open a restaurant later. He admits that he loves noodles in all their forms, and Alex, taking advantage of the commotion, offers him a serving. The man wants to cook as many portions as possible so that the Lord of Food can also eat his fill. After some time, he serves each of the visitors a portion. Grandmerit is delighted by the mere sight, letting out a surprised cry. He can't wait to try the noodles, which he does right away. The visitor begins to praise the chef's skill, saying that it is a delicious dish. Alex responds that these are just ordinary instant noodles, but this guy doesn't care because he still thinks this dish is delicious. Grandmerit begins to tell the story of his childhood, saying that he is an orphan. At 15, he left the orphanage and began working in construction, eating for 3 whenever he could. It was his kind of fuel that helped him endure the cold, heat, and fatigue. If there was nothing special, Grand ate noodles more often than anything else, because it was cheap. He ate noodles again and again until he fell in love with the dish with all his heart. Grandmerit asks if that's weird, but Alex doesn't think so, and the guy laughs, thanking the chef. He says that's why he wants to open his own noodle restaurant on this street. Saying goodbye, Grandmerit is about to leave, but a girl stops him, asking him to take more. When the man turns around and looks down, she holds out the eggs to him, politely asking him to take them. Grandmerit thanks Orange for the 2 eggs, but she doesn't let the guy take both at once. She trots her little legs towards Tiger and says that the second one is for Uncle Lord of Food. Grandmerit laughs, calling the girl very sweet, and the man thanks the girl for the gift. But the guy still gets up from his seat and says goodbye to Tiger until the next fight. The man reciprocates his interlocutor's feelings, and soon hears the door to the restaurant close. Looking at his client, Alex notices his concern and can't help but wonder about it himself. He assumes Tiger is worried about Grande, but he can understand that, because the deserted areas are dangerous. Alex thinks that the Awakened Association regularly conducts such urban developments. This is how humanity gradually expands its territories, all in order to regain its lost civilization. The Minotaur's hand cuts the grass with a sharp sound in one precise motion. But suddenly several streams with an unpleasant oppressive aura reach his muzzle. Raising his eyes, the horned one carefully inhales air through his nose and makes a drawn-out moo. The Minotaur looks up from the sky to his colleague, addressing her with respect. The woman looks even more puzzled than he does and doesn't react to Mino's words. Bull, unable to remain silent, says that he felt that energy again, and Sofrin supports him. She thinks that lately she has begun to feel the presence of the demon world more and more often. Even though the energy instantly disappeared, the vampire managed to catch it. Sofrin then extracted the energy of the Demon King, and is now discussing obedience to her master, and a voice soars into the sky with the suggestion that they might soon start fighting again. Time flew by at breakneck speed, and the city's construction was already in its 3rd week. Lately, Tiger has been spending a lot of time at the restaurant in the evenings. Alex thinks that he has no idea what happened, but everything around him has become too quiet. The man recalls that sometimes the Anti-Association of the Awakened organizes protests in front of the market. Suddenly, Tiger expresses hope that the boy will be okay. Alex reassures the visitor. The radio reports that the warm wind has been replaced by a fresh and cool one. The lyrics say that if the listener has someone special in mind, this night will be their embodiment. After this, the first song begins, the title and performer of which are immediately announced. Alex wonders who comes into his head on such nights and concludes that they are images. They could be old colleagues associated with memories of the continent of Espan. These could be immortals from the eastern continent, creatures associated with them. Along with neutral memories, images of past battlefields may arise in the mind. Friends and comrades, dragons who did not want to listen to Alex and some others. Someone special that Alex admired very much, namely Amir Landero. The man's thoughts are interrupted by a discreet signal coming from the Food Lord's bracelet. He jumps up from his seat, announcing that this is an alarm signal, and that he needs to leave immediately. He leaves the money and runs away, inadvertently slamming the door, and the radio comes to life at that moment. It reports that a giant gate has appeared in the suburban area of Happy Grit Moon. From the moment they emerged, monsters began to emerge from there, and the association quickly began to act. Alex thinks about this, and hears that a thick purple fog has begun to envelop the area around the gate. And as soon as the man hears the words that the haze is getting thicker, it overtakes him. The radio starts talking about the reason why they can't invade there without preparation, but Alex grabs the device and throws it on the floor, and then quickly runs out of the restaurant. The hellbugs are shaking with fear, afraid not only to make a sound but even to breathe. Sofrin is standing not far from them, but she herself is silent, as if she doesn't care at all about what's happening. But the Minotaur is shaking like a cow, afraid to take his eyes off the one he is looking at. Meanwhile, he speaks up, starting to talk about what will happen if you delay answering. And the man says that if this happens, he will kill everyone without any hesitation. And Alex, in an ominous tone, demands to know if the Demon King has appeared here. Gabrielle is in a hurry, standing on the outskirts of Happy Grit Moon, near the uninhabited zone. Stopping in front of the gate, she notices that it is much larger than the previous ones. The woman suggests that this sticky and nauseating purple fog might be to blame. She wants to save those stuck here as quickly as possible before the gate opens, but she stops short. The worst thing Gabrielle thought happened, accompanied by a sharp clang of both doors. The thought of the purple zone flashes through the woman's head as hurried voices reach her ears. Turning sharply towards them, Kat sees from the shadows heavily breathing silhouettes approaching her. Grand Merit, introducing himself, reports that they have wounded and that the rest are being evacuated. The woman quickly expresses her understanding and asks that the victim be handed over to her. The end of her sentence is drowned out by the inhuman roar that comes from the dinosaur gate. This sound makes Grand Merit confused, and Gabrielle asks him not to panic and retreat. The guy stutters and says that there is someone behind him too, forcing the elf to turn around sharply. And indeed, first-level monsters, called Peletus, are rushing towards her at full speed. Although they are smaller than the T-Rex, they are incredibly fast and ferocious, and there are 6 of them at once. Gabrielle mentally urges himself to remain calm, because the main thing is to save people. As she tells Grand Merit and the wounded man to leave, she thinks that she is going to buy them time. One of the Peletuses lets out a terrifying roar, clearly about to pounce on its victim. But suddenly the dinosaur begins to disintegrate into atoms, and his never-ending cry suddenly dies down. Gabrielle's eyes widen, trying to understand what just happened. She succeeds in this very soon, because heading straight towards the woman, a familiar silhouette appears. And while she is trying to get swollen, Grand Merit's voice is heard from behind, asking what happened. At this moment, the woman thinks that this is similar to the very mysterious force that she was told about. He doesn't manage to finish his reasoning, because a strange smell hits Gabrielle's nose. The footsteps of many feet can be heard on the pavement in front of the castle in the demon world. Demons of all shapes and sizes head straight there, driven by the power of their leader. On one of the balconies of the royal castle, there stands a man and thinks about this world. He considers this dimension to be the land of the strong, but not without reservations. After all, the 4 were then drawn into Yesra, and the demon king, who had fallen earlier, lost a lot of power. He is sure that after rumors about this spread, a fight for his own throne began. But the main problem now was that that bastard was going to get to this place. A decade ago, man demolished the central part of the demon world, and now he is driving hordes of them here. The demon king wonders if people become stronger when they enter this dimension. He thinks with regret that the 3 lords immediately surrendered, and Sofrin Lys went missing. The man is furious. He does not want to lose his throne so easily. When the gate appears behind him, the demon king is surprised, but turns around and walks towards it. He notices that they are exactly like those who forcibly dragged them to the continent of Espan. The king thinks that he is willing to take 1 step back for the sake of 3 steps forward, without making a mistake this time. In his mind, he turns to Miro and Jaeger, promising to show them who will win. The king is going to regain his powers, reclaim the world of demons, and reign over them all. In front of the giant gates, frightened screams and voices calling for escape are heard. One of the men urges the others, calling on them to run in a certain direction. An unknown force makes him fall silent and turn around sharply to see a terrible picture. The man falls down in fear, mentally trying to understand what it is. The demon lord, meanwhile, descends to the ground, taking his first step on solid ground. Slowly, like a cat teasing its prey, he approaches the man trembling with fear. When addressing a human, the demon king states his title and introduces himself as Rohan. The man asks again, confused, and Rohan notes that the language of this continent is different from Hispana. With a sinister grin, the demon king speaks the words that activate the authority of subjugation. He notices that even she doesn't feel a soul around, as if there are no strong demons around. Suddenly, Sofrin appears on the radar, and Rohan realizes that the vampire lord has arrived here. The king likes this, and he decides to move to the demoness. He is distracted from implementing his plan by a familiar voice and an approaching person. By saying that he knew about it, Alex becomes more certain of his assumptions. The demon king can't help but be emotional, asking in shock what this man is doing here. And Alex misses, as Rohan dissolves right at the moment of impact. Realizing that he has failed to achieve his goal, the man slowly straightens up. Turning around, he carefully examines the surrounding space in search of his target. Meanwhile, in the labyrinth of the Minotaur, it is already deep night. However, the work here does not stop, because strong male hands know no rest. Sofrin comes to the Minotaur's aid, breathing heavily just like him. She begins to address Mino at the moment when something materializes behind her. The vampire lord turns around sharply, and the Minotaur follows her example. Seeing who is in front of them, they immediately fall to their knees, respectfully greeting their king. Rohan tells Sofrin the terrible news, but the vampire says she already knows it. The man notes that this madman hasn't aged at all, and Mino adds that the dragons obey him. Rohan can't believe his ears, asking again, and his interlocutor suggests surrendering to Miro races. The Demon King asks if he is dreaming, and is answered uncertainly that he is not. Rohan begins to grit his teeth and say that he is the 14th Demon King. With great pride, the man names his countless names and gets to the heart of the matter. He begins to talk about how he is not going to bow his knees to a pathetic person. He doesn't manage to finish, and literally a couple of moments later the king cries out in pain. Addressing the vampire lord, Alex orders her to immediately drag her master to him. There is nowhere to go, and Sofran obediently fulfills the man's request. Meanwhile, Alex calmly asks if the man also crash-landed on Earth. After all, Sofran said that the wars in the demon world never stopped, which meant that Rohan could lose. The latter asks how dare a human look down on the 14th Demon King. Without allowing him to fully state his name, Alex slams Rohan into the ground. He says that if the king dares to utter that long name again, he will kill him on the spot. Alex offers two options to choose from, one of which is Eco and the other is Rohan. Sofran crawls up to his master and tells him that Eco sounds nicer, and the king chooses this name, and Alex notices that he really wants to live. After this, the man uses mana to open his dimension. The goblin that appeared from the portal begins to talk about how Alex is now just an ordinary person. However, seeing the Demon King, the creature loudly asks how the Lord ended up in this world. Eco begins to name himself, and Sofran reminds him of the potential consequences of these words. Alex really wants to finish this creature off on the spot, but he remembers the vampire's words. After all, they were about the Demon King having to be aware of other dimensions. Thinking about having to take action, Alex gets irritated by the fact that something always happens. Gathering his strength, the man ominously orders Kashim to carry that very thing. The report states that a giant gate has appeared in the uninhabited zone outside of Happy Grit Moon. The number of wounded is 87. There are no fatalities, but the mysterious force has appeared again. All first and second level boss monsters were killed in one hit. Gabrielle confirms that it is not magic, but pure physical force. She is thinking about the need to establish the identity of the person who used her. Orange tells her toy that they need to go to school tomorrow. Bringing it to her things, the girl suggests putting them on. The girl tells the Demon King to run away by scaring him with her toy dinosaur. Eco is finally convinced that these two are indeed real dragons, and he himself, because of the hoop he puts on his head, cannot use his power, having turned into a child. The Demon King is horrified by the thought that Miro Races has already taken over this world, and Orange, handing Eco a toy, asks the man to help her dress it. Suddenly, the Demon King notices how cute this girl is. Eco fulfills the request, mentally confirming that the dragons turned out to be cuter than he thought. Approaching Alex, Pax asks if this boy is the Demon King, to which he receives an affirmative answer. The dragon asks if it is dangerous, and the interlocutor says that they can sleep peacefully for 10 years. Pax can hardly believe it, and then the man begins to talk about the object on the king's head. Its essence also lies in the fact that at the mere thought of violence the wearer will feel pain. The man mentally adds that if the king were in his normal form, he would easily break the hoop. Pax asks how strong the creature is now, and is told that they are roughly equal. The dragon starts to chuckle evilly, and Alex, saying that it's time to open the restaurant, turns to Eco. He orders him to quickly wash the dishes, to which the king asks how the man dares to order him around. Starting to get angry, Echo belatedly remembers Alex's warning and is unable to finish. As soon as an evil idea flashes through the Demon King's mind, the hoop reacts with lightning speed. Alex calmly reports that the item is working flawlessly and asks the guy to follow him. Pax is about to do this when he hears the sound of the door opening and a familiar female voice. Gabrielle greets the restaurant owner's nephew, who, although frightened, reciprocates. The woman asks for a serving of salad, and Pax announces his intention to do so. The Demon King, having noticed the elf, is amazed that it is not Espan, because even that race is here. Involuntarily, overcome with emotion, he wonders out loud where he is. After finishing preparing a salad for Gabrielle, Alex suddenly notices that she has fallen asleep. While the man is giving orders to the younger one, he does not notice the uninvited guest. And somewhere in the hospital, Grand Merit reads a newspaper headline about how he saved his comrade. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the guy sees his brother and asks if he's there to see him. And while they are talking about what happened, Tiger's daughter looks into the room. Grand Merit is amazed that this is his daughter, and she is surprised that the two know each other. The guy says that his brother wasn't lying about Isabella being a beauty, and the girl leaves, embarrassed. Once this happens, Grand Merit says that he can only live on thanks to her. After this, the topic of conversation becomes the donations through which he has accumulated so much. But the guy doesn't consider himself a savior, confident that other people have done much more. He also remembers the flash of light that killed all the monsters. Grand Merit sighs heavily, saying that he too would like to have such power. Tiger reaches for his friend's hand and, gently covering it, calls his name. The man thanks the boy from the bottom of his heart for his survival. Grandmerit laughs, and then reciprocates his interlocutor, calling him brother. Opening his eyes, Gabriel tries to understand why the ground under his head is so hard. Alex asks the woman if she slept well, to which she gasps and apologizes. The man says there is nothing to apologize for, because sometimes people come here just to relax. When the elf finishes talking about how busy everyone is lately, she thanks the chef for the salad. Tasting a piece, she notes that today's taste is different from usual. Alex starts talking about using a special ingredient, but is distracted by Pax asking about roasting. The man praises the dragon, and Gabriel wonders what they are frying there. When the corresponding aroma reaches her sense of smell, the woman understands what it is. She recalls smelling a similar scent when she was surrounded by T-Rexes and Pelletuses. Jumping up from his seat, Gabriel is about to voice his version, but does not find the strength in himself. Alex turns to the woman and asks what happened to her. She groans and absent-mindedly and slowly sinks back into her place. By saying that everything is fine, Gabriel mentally tries to convince himself of this. She attributes it all to fatigue accumulated from endless meetings. The next morning, as soon as the first ray of sun touches him, the Demon King winces at the brightness. He remembers that in his own world, everything was purple, and on the continent of Espan too. Iko expresses a desire to drink, but the king's attention is drawn to the dragon lounging lazily on the bed. In his mind, the man turns to this impudent fellow, asking how he dares to sleep right under his nose. But remembering what happened relatively recently, the Demon King decides to moderate his ardor. As he leaves the room, he promises to punish everyone who insulted him when his strength returns. Filling his glass, Iko notices the convenient sink, not noticing that sleepy eyes are watching him. Hearing a soft knock, the Demon King turns around and notices a small dragon nearby. Opening the door, Orange babble words about wanting to be picked up, but Iko doesn't understand her. Turning around accidentally, the dragon notices the new member of their family and turns to him with a request. Orange repeats it, and Iko, calling his interlocutor a trifle, orders her to stop being so familiar with him. The dragon sleepily expresses a desire to be held in someone's arms. Unable to control herself, Orange falls, and Iko drops down next to her, starting to worry about her. A confrontation begins within him, and the Demon King involuntarily remembers the 3 rules. The first one is to take care of Orange. The second one is to help around the restaurant, and the third one is to greet customers. Alex added that violating even one of them will lead to unenviable consequences. Exhaling heavily, the Demon King somehow manages to lift the dragon from the floor. As he makes her more comfortable in his arms, Orange talks about how delicious the meat is. Iko feels that this dragon gives off a very warm and overly gentle scent. She smells like flowers, and you can't find anything like it in the demon world, even with fire. Trying not to move too much, Iko thinks about how strange this place is. Later, the Demon King mentally notes that Alex's daily life is ridiculously simple. Waking up, he rubs his eyes and goes outside to smoke a cigarette. Iko gloats about how harmful it is, wishing that smoking would kill the man as quickly as possible. These thoughts cause the hoop on the Demon King's head to activate, and he writhes in pain and begins to curse. Then Iko thinks about the man going back inside to clean up and read the newspaper. After some time, Alex goes to the market to buy ingredients to prepare the dish of the day. Immediately after this, the chef gets down to cooking, which in itself looks delicious. Iko stops herself, forbidding herself at all costs to succumb to this wonderful aroma. The Demon King notes that people who come to the restaurant are called customers or guests. At night, when everyone leaves, Alex drinks with that huge dragon. Iko snorts, amazed at how peaceful everyday life can be, because he has never seen anything like it anywhere. Thinking about how cozy, safe, and peaceful it is here, the Demon King can't help but mention these sentimentalities out loud, and he adds thoughtfully that they irritate him a lot. Stepping on a fallen leaf, the man asks what all these awakened are doing. His interlocutor apologizes for this and explains that due to the vast area of destruction, they are short-handed. The man continues to stand his ground, and Brainy wonders what he's even doing right now. Sometimes they grab him by the lapels, sometimes they even beat him. But the official tries to help people with all his might. But sometimes, after everything you've experienced during the day, you give up, because the patrol officers are considered extras. The man continues to talk about the attitude towards people in his business, including his superiors. Looking at the falling leaves, he sighs heavily and says that he doesn't feel like working like this at all. Sometime later, he, already joyful, almost shouts that he will not do this anymore. He greets the chef from afar, asking the restaurant owner about his new cleaner. Laughing heartily, Brainy shares that this is the first time in his entire service that he has taken a vacation. Alex invites the man inside, and Echo becomes irritated, reminding the man of his words about the establishment being closed. Brainy asks who it is, and the Demon King answers him very rudely, for which the chef apologizes. Alex says that this guy is going through adolescence, but the official is not offended, saying that he is used to it. As he goes inside, lost in his thoughts, Brainy doesn't even notice what's going on in the background. Alex says his nephew will apologize later, but his interlocutor stands his ground. The chef asks about the dish, but Brainy says that he wants a drink since the piece doesn't go down his throat. Nevertheless, the man's stomach protests, and Alex offers his guest an assorted seafood platter, saying that he has prepared a lot of different pickles. The man asks if Brainy likes seafood. He agrees, believing that everyone loves them. But Alex remembers the reaction to the Demon King's pickles. The chef has prepared 2 types of pickles, the first of which is salted kraken. Second on the list is salted archerfish roe. Since the name of the first creature might be off-putting, Alex renames it squid. The man thinks about the main component in preparing pickles, which is quality ingredients. When combined with high-quality salt, such as the highest quality sea salt, it produces an excellent taste. Brainy says he's never seen anything like it, and Alex suggests trying dishes with sesame oil. The man decides to trust the gourmet and adds a little directly to the full portion. Brainy starts with the kraken, tasting a few small pieces. His eyes light up with delight as soon as the rich taste hits his tongue receptors. Brainy thinks that it has been a long time since he has eaten such a firm squid. He believes that rice and vodka are ideal accompaniments to this. And indeed, the combination of these 2 flavors creates a simply unearthly sensation. Giving the boss a charming smile, Brainy says that it's easier to think on a full stomach. When Alex says he was worried, the man says it's a long story. Having received his interlocutor's permission, the official begins his story by saying that his family was nothing special from the start. Brainy's father achieved everything on his own, going to university, getting a job, and getting on his feet. He often reminded his son of his example, but he was not a shining example and did not stand out in any way. Alex can't help but think that this story seems very familiar to him. Brainy, meanwhile, says that he entered a completely ordinary third-rate university. The first course flew by unnoticed and was already beginning to approach its logical conclusion. And at that very moment something happened that no one expected. The world collapsed. The Awakened appeared, the gates opened, the world changed beyond recognition. And Brainy himself remained the same unremarkable person as he was before all this. He was always in the background, in the classroom, in the city, in the crowd watching the hero flying through the sky. Brainy says he's trying to live his life as best he can, but he's plagued by doubts and a reluctance to be a statistic. Alex thinks about how difficult it is to listen to other people's problems, although he used to experience the same thing, and he decides to tell his interlocutor what he once heard from his own father. Alex tells Brainy those very words about how he is now on the right path. But this world is unpredictable, and no one knows what will happen in the next moment of his life. You have to believe that your path is true, like the light of a lighthouse that will show you the way even in the darkness. Having finished, Alex apologizes if he has tired his interlocutor with such a long remark. But he says that this is not so and thanks the man for sharing with him. Now Brainy tries the salted archerfish roe, also noting its delicious taste. The official begins to describe what exactly he liked about this dish. Alex says that salt played a big role here, and Brainy is amazed by this. The chef begins to talk about why salt is needed in cooking. Hearing all this, Brainy comes to the conclusion that the man is indeed right. Alex says that people often seek recognition, but in his opinion, it is the official who should be thanked. The man hesitates for a moment, flattered by these words, and then asks if he is doing everything right. Alex again says that the knowledge that someone like Brainy exists makes him grateful. The man hides his eyes, trying to control his feelings, apologizes to his boss, and thanks him. Before squeezing out words of apology, Echo remains silent for a long time, but eventually manages to do so. And although Brainy assures the Demon King that everything is fine, he still thanks him for it. Saying goodbye to all the restaurant's residents, the man promises to come back in uniform next time. Alex thinks that this person's role is important and correct, because without the patrol, the association would collapse. People like him connect 2 completely different worlds, and perhaps this is what keeps everything from falling apart. Echo's disgruntled cries can still be heard from the restaurant when Alex thinks they are on the right track. And no one inside notices that the restaurant is under surveillance. The Awakened Association's forge is in full swing. This gray-haired blacksmith is named Smith, and he asks the spearmaster about the desired blade length. Greylife answers, and his interlocutor tells him about the remaining details of the weapon's creation. He informs the spearman that the conductivity of magic will be simply incredible. They have a conversation about getting the carcass of a superior monster in perfect condition. Smith says he saw everyone killed with a single blow to a vital point. Thanks to this, all these magic stones and rare body parts of defeated monsters were obtained. The old man believes that whoever killed all these guys single-handedly with one blow deserves a level 0. Hearing the words about at least 3 master classes, Great Life mentally says that the association is in solidarity. The problem is that no one has ever appeared in this world who has had 3 master classes. The spearman wonders why this man is reluctant to reveal himself with such incredible power. He says out loud that nothing adds up, but the blacksmith thinks that's their job. Instead, the old man asks what Great Life will do with his current weapon. The man chooses to keep it for himself, because it has already become like an extension of his own hand. The blacksmith says the work will take about a week, and he will hand everything over to the association at once. Great Life thanks him. Galloping on her fast steed, Orange Paw pulls another shiny thing out of the ground. Giving the magic stone to the cat, the girl asks him to eat and asks if it is tasty. Hearing a strange sound nearby, Tiger Cub sharply pricks up his ears. The animal, turning around just as quickly, leaves the girl puzzled. Having gotten the hang of it, Tiger Cub pounces on his prey, and Orange Cub is happy that he caught something. The goblin in the teeth of a large cat thrashes, making inarticulate sounds. And Orange, seeing the green creature, confuses him with Kashim. The goblin continues to scream, and the girl closes the distance, trying to make out the unfamiliar curses. Alex's words about how one cannot ignore those in need of help come to mind. The girl understands the little green man in her own way, taking him in her arms and causing the latter to be stunned. Goblin can't come to his senses, and Orange asks Tiger Cub to carry them together. Observing this picture, Echo moves away, making a sound that characterizes disgust. Pax doesn't understand why the Demon King grimaces so much when he sees a common goblin. Eco says that he hates this race for their appearance. He wants to destroy them. The king says that goblins like to hide stolen goods in their sacks, and he gloats over the loss of them. And while the demon tries to cope with the pain after negative thoughts, the girl calls her brother to her. By pretending to have a rumbling stomach, Orange tells him that she wants to eat. The dragon starts to say that Alex is not at home now. He went to the market, but stops short. Pax feels like, since he's been living here for a while, he can cook just as flawlessly as the owner. Emerging from his dreams, the dragon begins to laugh ominously, and then he tells Orange that he will cook her the best dish in the world. Sometime later, Alex returns home, not even suspecting anything. Questions start to creep into your head right from the threshold when you see all this soot. And later he is completely amazed, asking the guests what kind of madness is going on here. Alex asks Pax if he really decided to light the oven with meat, and Pax is puzzled. Checking the creature's status window, the man notes that it belongs to the gourmet class. Eco is surprised by this, because he was sure that this goblin's class was greedy. Alex recalls that this race has an amazing ability to evolve in different directions. Gourmet goblins are known for their pickiness, but if they like something, they will reward you well. Orange brags about how she helped her older brother, and Alex praises his daughter. Repeating after the man that she is a good girl, the girl asks him for a treat. And then Alex takes out a special jelly made from natural fruits from his bag. When the girl thanks him, the man thinks that he needs to prepare more of these. Opening his dimension, Alex is going to listen to what this goblin gourmet wants. Kashim starts to scrape, but the man interrupts him, asking to speak to another goblin. Alex learns that if you give a gourmet delicious food, he will give away the treasure he carries with him. This goblin says that he used to live on a high mountain where giant birds lived. The eggs of those birds were incredibly tasty. Alex remembers the birds being the size of a house. While rummaging through the box, the man says that he recently bought one monster egg, and although it's not the egg of that very bird, Alex thinks it will do just fine as a replacement. Compared to the eggs of lesser monsters, the phoenix egg is much softer and fatter in taste. It goes perfectly with the hell cow's milk, and Alex gets an idea for a future dish. Only instead of a thin pancake, the man decides to make a fluffy, oval-shaped omelet. There are a lot of eggs, and Alex also makes an egg roll and soup. Before serving, the man cuts the oval omelet into 2 parts and begins setting the table. So soon, his little green client has a set of phoenix eggs in front of him. Having lost sight of the goblin, the man begins to look for him, and having found him, asks about the reason for the fear. Kashim says that this bird was the most terrible beast in the lands of the gourmet. Alex asks to tell the green guest that he doesn't need the treasure. Let him just eat. Then, trying to overcome his fear, the goblin slowly takes his assigned place. Swallowing nervously, he prepares to taste the dish that has been made from the formidable beast. The little man, shaking with his whole body, even stops breathing when he brings the spoon to his mouth. But the fear quickly passes as soon as the unchewed lump enters the stomach. The goblin enjoys this dish so much that he lets out a long cry. Alex and Pax are puzzled not only by the sound, but also by the transformation of the green creature. Eco turns out to be the bravest of all. calling what is happening disgusting and being amazed at the mustache that has grown. Alex cautiously suggests that the goblin like the dish, and he chuckles. And as confirmation of his agreement, he hands the established chef his award. Alex says that since it comes down to it, he will accept this gift with gratitude. As the goblin leaves, Echo says that he hates goblins even more now. The Demon King leaves Alex, saying that he has a bad feeling about this, and the man is going to see what kind of treasure the goblin gourmet had. The first photograph associated with this place hangs in the newly opened establishment. Exhaling heavily to catch her breath, Grandmerit suddenly hears the sound of a door opening. Changing his facial expression, he intones a common phrase used by any food service employee. When asked what kind of noodles the guest will order, the boy becomes slightly puzzled. While writing down her main thoughts on a notepad, the woman's hand periodically freezes. After thinking it over carefully, Gabrielle comes to the conclusion that the restaurant and the mysterious power may be connected.